Live from the Kia Oval in London, it's Australia versus India in Test Cricket's Grand Final.
Over the wicket at him, he's bowled him! It's the taken! What a mighty hit!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
From the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, the 2023 World Test Championship Final on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket live from the Oval from the cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. It could seldom have gone any better for Australia on day one of this World Test Championship final after losing 2 wickets in 3 overs either side of lunch. It was at that juncture, 3 for 76, when Travis Head strode to the middle. Not necessarily with anything to prove. It's been clear for a couple of years he has that match-winning edge, but with a mission in mind all the same, a first Test ton away from home. Sure enough, after lashing 2 boundaries through his beloved offside within moments of arriving, it was to a 106-ball century, but a few hours later. It was some occasion in the South London sun, the South Australian southpaw keeping maximum pressure on India's quartet of seamers, thwarting every new change of angle, field or tactic. Down the other end, Steve Smith was playing his own game in a far lower gear, but it proved no less effective. 5 runs short of yet another Test ton in England when stumps were called last night. His union with Head, who will resume on 146, is already up to 251. And if they can get going again this morning, the mountain for India to climb when their turn comes will be considerable. For their part, after taking advantage of sporting conditions when the surface was lively and the clouds were thick, they struggled for penetration as the sun came out to bathe this beautiful old ground. It's said that generals are forever trying to win the previous war, and their selection somehow leaving out R. Ashwin and the call at the toss to field first, something they never do. Both felt more about the final they lost in 2021 than anything in front of them this week. What's certain is they need a breakthrough right away this morning and a successful first session, or this will drift on an afternoon that will be, in all probability, beautiful for batting. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage, as always, is Bharat, Sundaresan, and with us is the Australian's chief cricket correspondent, Peter Lalor. Gents, good morning. You've both been writing about Trav Ball overnight. Pete, starting with you, what a lovely journey for Travis Head from 2019 when he was left out of the side at this ground in an Ashes Test match to making his first away 100 late yesterday afternoon.
Left out of his side, went on to lose his contract.
Yeah.
Adam Collins. It's inconceivable now. I'll take up issue with something that you said in your intro then, as wonderful as it was. I think there was still a little bit of doubt about Travis Head and how he performs overseas. You know, he raised how he performs in the subcontinent with that effort in India, because after Sri Lanka, everyone said he cannot bat in the subcontinent, should never, ever, ever go to the subcontinent again. And there was a feeling in the air that, you know, he wasn't the right kind of guy for England, but you'd stick with him anyway because he's got an X factor. Well, he absolutely confirmed that X factor. He drops the rock in the frog pond. He takes the pressure off the batter at the other end. He puts the pressure back onto the other side. And we saw India essentially fall apart. They lost their bowling plans, they lost their lengths, they lost their lines, and they really struggled. One question we had coming into this Test match was, how would the lack of tour matches preparation impact the game? It impacted the game the most with the Indian bowlers. They didn't have the miles in their legs, and when Travis Head put that pressure on them, they buckled.
Great point, Pete Lalor. You can see even now Shardul Thakur and Umesh Yadav in particular, I mean, they were pulling up short. The pace dropped rapidly as the day wore on. But we'll come to that later. Travis Head, just what a great story. So proud to talk about my fellow mighty South Aussie. And this is what I put in my piece, Adam and Pete. You know, you look at Travis Head bat, and you almost get a feeling that he's batting, he's on borrowed time. Like he's running out of time. He needs to score really quickly to just not just keep his place in the side, but to keep his wicket alive. I mean, he almost has a feeling that he's going to get out, so he has to score quickly. But that's the feeling you get from the outside. You speak to him, you watch him play, you realize he's actually not taking risks. He's just backing himself. It feels risky, it looks risky from the outside. And if anything, I think it's Australian cricket which has been in a rush, which has been in a hurry for Travis Head to really reach that world-beating status that he seemed destined to have when he was touted to be the next big thing many years ago. But I think he's arrived. They've just given him time. He's been in and out. Don't forget, he didn't just lose his contract. He lost his vice captaincy as well. The last time they came here, him and Josh Hazelwood are sharing the vice captaincy duties. So he was on the out. He's come back in, but now it looks like he's here to stay.
It feels like a a switch has been flicked even in the last 6 months with him. He's not a player born of enormous confidence off the field, Pete, is he? I mean, he's actually quite a, not only humble, but quite a nervous guy, Travis Head. Yeah. And I feel like just recently, when we were in India and we spoke to him after Nagpur, when things didn't go his way, didn't get selected, that's when he had, I guess, that point to prove, performing over there. And he feels like in these conditions, which he excelled at in Australia in 2021-22, a green top in Hobart, a sporting surface at Brisbane where he dominated England there. He's rocking up here thinking, I've got this. I know how to dominate in these conditions.
Yeah, it started with technical adjustments after 2019. He's confident in the way he bats now, and he knows that he just needs to find the middle of the bat early, and his innings will fall in place. But he's accepted his mortality. He said that a few times last night, and he spoke about clarity. So he's not scared of being dropped. He's not thinking about holding his place in the side. They've put an arm around him and said, you're Travis Head. You do what Travis Head does. It doesn't always come off, but when it comes off, it's fantastic, and we love you for it.
And what a huge opportunity today. I mean, I mentioned it in the intro. It is a stonking day here. It's not hot. Not a cloud in the sky, or barely anyway. In complete contrast to 24 hours ago on a surface that was giving plenty in leaden skies and all the cliches about the Duke's ball and so on. This is very different. The second new ball should be to their advantage. The overheads will work for them. It's going to get better for batting. If they can bat 2 sessions here, they just about take the test match away from India.
There were 2 or 3 overs out from stumps yesterday. Hit 3 fours in the same over, Travis Head, and he's loving the new ball coming on to him, the second new ball. Just was observing R. Ashwin this morning, jogging around, longingly looking at that pitch. It's a pitch that he's not going to bowl on. India have decided yet again that he's not going to bowl in England, probably ever again. I don't know whether he's ever going to come back. And without him, there's been no control. Yes, Jadeja can give you control in certain conditions, but he still needs someone at the other end, and that's been lacking.
Pete, from the outside looking in, you've been to India many times, been a couple of times. Brat obviously grew up there. Yeah. It feels like they've just got this cultural digging the bloody heels in when it comes to Ashwin in England. I mean, I can't come to terms with it. It feels like every conversation we have is built around this idea, but we can only have 1 spinner in England. 2 spinners on these surfaces defies logic. I'm like, you've got one of the greatest bowlers in the history of the modern game sitting on the bench for a second consecutive tour, all on the basis of them losing the World Test Championship final to New Zealand. It's bewildering.
Harsha Bhogle says the same thing. You start with Ashwin and then you say, OK, he's in the side. Yeah. How do we make it work? Yeah. It's a given. It should be like, as you say, always fighting your last battle, aren't you? Always overcomplicating things. They're a seamer heavy. But look, I'm not going to write... I expect India to really bounce back this morning. I think they would have gone home, beaten themselves up, sat down, looked at the plans, and they've got the new ball again. And it does a little. There's a few little tricks with the new ball here. We saw it in the first session, and we saw it late last night. And I think we'll see it again because it's still quite fresh, and that wicket's quite fresh, to borrow a word from Mike Atherton. So, a couple of wickets early, they need them. They absolutely need them because I don't want to see Australia block this game out today. I know it's a terrible un-Australian thing to say, but... well, actually, no, I do. I want Australia to make 600. Okay, I can't pretend.
What you want to see first is Steve Smith get to 3 figures. That'll be a milestone. For I was going to say the first quarter of an hour play. The way Smith's batting at the moment, it might take him 45 minutes. He doesn't mind at all. He's doing things at his own rhythm. We saw that in India, where he wasn't successful, to be fair, earlier this year, but even in Sri Lanka last year, he's not looking to... When Steve Smith had his first purple patch, he was a bit like Joe Root is at the moment. You look up and he's on 30. Yeah. He's not doing that anymore.
He wants to play the game at his own tempo. I remember interviewing him before the Sri Lanka series, and at this stage of his career, he feels more comfortable when he's doing that. Often in the last couple of years where his average did drop, he was walking out to bat, especially in home conditions where Manas and David Warner in particular would have big partnerships, and he had to catch up with the tempo, which he wasn't finding easy to do. But yesterday, the situation that he walked in, the stuff that the ball was doing, and the allowance that Travis Head gave him by playing the way he did to take his own time. He looks hungry. I bumped into him right off. He walked off the field and he spoke to SEN. He did speak about bringing back the back and across moment. He's in that zone. He's hungry for a lot of runs this summer.
Pete, I've got a bit of a preview on the ICC pitch report this morning. How's this for a little stat for you? the degree of difficulty that crick viz do, they call it their pitch viz, was 8 out of 10 in the first session, and it dropped to 4 out of 10 in the middle session and 4 out of 10 in the third session. It says a lot about the sun in England. When the sun's out, guns out.
No, I reckon that says a lot about the way Travis Head was batting, frankly. Hey, can we put in a word for David Warner before we go?
Yes,
yep.
Please.
That was a critical innings. You will take that from David Warner all the way through the Ashes and all the way to the end of his career. I know 48 doesn't sound 43, sorry, it doesn't sound like a lot. And there were a lot more runs there for him to go. I think he was unlucky the way he got out.
Yep.
He looked great, cracked 4 fours in one over. It was the bull of old. It was like playing India back in Adelaide back in 2014. All reports about his form in the net have been extremely positive. I don't usually accept them from coaches and captains and people like Ricky Ponting, but even Bharat Sundaresan has been giving him the thumbs up. Is that right?
Yes.
He looks good.
Well, I was joking last night that with Warner, it's a bit like being at a nightclub late at night. You're kind of basing whether you stay on the next 2 songs. If the next 2 songs are rubbish, you're going home. Warner, 2 bad tests and he's done. But this buys him 2 more, I reckon. Because, he batted yesterday in a manner that did transfer pressure back onto the seamers when it was really hard going.
The first ball he faced, just the intent, like the way his body is moving is so different to how it was moving in 2019. And not only after Broad got him out a few times, even at the start. I think he's going at the ball, but he's playing it late. You're absolutely right, Pete Lawler. I've been seeing him in the nets. There's this confidence about him, and he's loving the fact that he's hitting the ball. He spoke about it as well. He's not the greatest net batter, nor is Travis Head, but he's actually timing everything, and he's middling it, and he's enjoying it. And that was a crucial innings, not just in for this series and this tour, but I think if he bats like this, you're right, he might get that Sydney farewell.
Australia will resume at 3 for 327. Smith 95, Head 146 and unbeaten standard 251. Our pre-game show will continue after the break, and that's for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, drink wise. Speak to you, gents, through the course of the day.
Morning from the Oval once again on this beautiful sunny morning here ahead of day 2 of the World Test Championship final. Australia in a dominant position here against India after a fabulous batting performance from Travis Head and Steve Smith in particular. I'm Nikesh Rughani alongside Louis Cameron and Phil Long with all our stats and figures this morning. Morning, gents.
Morning, Nikesh. Morning, Phil.
Morning.
We are all set here, guys, for another beautiful day. The weather looks set fair for the next couple of days, actually, and the conditions, as we saw, kind of evened out a little bit towards the end of the day. Australia had to weather that storm early on day 1 with the cloud cover as well. But looking up at the sky, there's not a cloud to be seen at the moment. Plenty of blue skies. It's going to get warmer and warmer. The pitch is going to dry out. We all know about conditions here generally at the Oval when the weather is good. Absolute batter's paradise. Australia 3 for 327. But Louis, I'm going to ask you as well, if India wake up today, this is day 1 of the Test match, the sun is out, the conditions are like this, are they playing Ashwin, are they batting first?
It would have to be a consideration, right? I mean, it's so hard to look past what's immediately in front of you, and Rohit Sharma at the toss basically said that, yeah, we're looking up and we think that the cloud cover is going to allow us to swing the ball. And to be fair, it did. I mean, the pitch offered plenty. It offered plenty all day. I don't think bowling was necessarily the wrong call, but yeah, I do agree. Not picking Ashwin, I think, was the mistake. You can go into a test that's doing a little bit for your fast bowlers and just need 3 of them. And Ashwin could have really come into play later in the day.
Ashwin was in the IPL for the Rajasthan Royals and had great success in that tournament. One thing about the IPL this year was they had the impact substitute rule, didn't they? They could do with that now, couldn't they? Just sub Ashwin in at some point, sub him out when you're batting.
Or maybe one of their bowlers might end up with a little concussion or something like that, where they could just sneak him in. He just wakes up with a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, maybe one of them. You never know. Umesh didn't look particularly effective yesterday. Longy, you've got something for us.
Well, mentioning the IPL, of course, there was a lot made of would the Indian batsmen be able to come into Test cricket again and play at a Test tempo. What wasn't mentioned quite so much, of course, would the Indian bowlers be able to come in and bowl a Test match quota of overs. If we look at yesterday's bowling figures, Shami bowled 20, Siraj 19, Yadav and Jadeja 14 each, Thakur 18. They only used 5 bowlers, and of course these are bowlers used to just bowling in 4 overs, and that's it.
And Thakur and Umesh, but especially Thakur by the end of the day, he looked buggered, didn't he? He looked tired. I thought he bowled beautifully during that first session and going into that second session. He's getting beautiful away shape. He was bowling that wobble seam straight at the right-handers really well. But then later in the day, he really dropped his bundle. I think there was at one point when we were on commentary, he went for 13 or 14 off and over. And I said, well, Rohit's just got to drag him at this point. But he kept him on. And, that's the kind of thing, is, Phil, you're talking about that. Are these guys, ready for the rigours of Test cricket? It's different for these guys as well, because they're only playing a one-off Test here. Australia have 6 to play, so there's more incentive for them to get into that mindset.
Indeed, yes. And with Australia in this position, I suppose not all is lost from an Indian point of view. If they were to get a couple of wickets early on today and get into that Australian lower order, you've got the likes of Cameron Green, who's never played Test cricket in this country previously. Alex Carey and then the bowlers as well. We know, they are capable of holding a bat further down the order, the likes of Pat Cummins, etc. But India will fancy their chances if they can sneak 2 or 3 early on today. So not all is lost.
You're 100% right. And Cameron Green, another one of these guys, he went deeper into the IPL playoffs than any of the other Australian Test guys. Dave Warner was one of the other ones who played in the IPL. Mitch Marsh is not playing this game, but Cameron Green was basically dragged his Mumbai Indians to within 1 win of making the final. So he's coming off just a week's worth of preparation coming into this game. So he's spoken quite a bit about the last home summer. He really struggled with the transition between T20 cricket and Test cricket, and it's something he's kind of working on as something he needs to improve, because he's a $3 million man in the IPL, and he's not going anywhere in Test cricket either.
Indeed, and Longy as well, from an Indian point of view. We were looking back at that 2001 series, weren't we? That famous series where India, obviously, in the second Test match, followed on at Eden Gardens, VVS Lakshman's 281. That's the third Test match. You've got something for us.
Yeah, as we sit here now, as you say, the sun's out, there's not a cloud in the sky. There's our scoreboard there to our right. 327 for 3. It looks like bad news for India, actually. Let's roll back the clock. Chennai, 2001. Australia versus India in that incredible series. We were talking off air. You can remember so many things about that series. It was really incredible. Well, here's one thing to remember. At the end of the first day in Chennai, Australia were 326 for 3. India fought back, bowled the Australians out for 391, despite Matthew Hayden's 200. Harbhajan, 7 for 133. We thought that was good. India replied 501. Ton for Sachin. Then Australia 264. Harbhajan 8 for 84. India just about got over the line. 155 for 8 to win by 2 wickets. So Indian fans, all is not lost.
If they had an off spinner to turn to, if they had Ravichandran Ashwin. Harbhajan took a hat-trick in that game. Yeah.
Rohit rolls his arm over now and again, doesn't he? Hasn't done for quite a while, but we will see how things go. So, right, we are about 8 minutes away from the start of play here. As I mentioned, beautiful sunny day. Australia 3 for 327.
Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan preparing for the first ball. Players are about to walk out. Indeed, they have just gathered around the, what would you call that? Like a little podium where the ball was sitting and the Indian side had to collect it. You can monetize anything in the modern game.
Absolutely. Obviously, it's got advertisements on all 4 sides, or all 6 sides.
What even is it? I mean, it was kind of like they were all gathered around the ball. Some honoured sacred ceremony.
A ball that they've already bowled with and conceded a few runs with.
Sure have. They went around last night. So the last 10 overs before the close of play went for 47. Travis Head doing the bulk of the scoring, resuming on 146. Partnership 251. Been there since just after lunch, the 25th over, when Marnus Labuschagne was knocked over by Shami for 26. Feels like an eternity ago. Smith on 95. Phil Long's with us as well. Always loves to set up the day. Hello, Longy.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Yeah, this is amazing, isn't it? In terms of the weather. We told you yesterday, as an Englishman, this is June. It's not always like it was yesterday. And the Indians must have opened their curtains this morning. Oh, no.
And I think playing Test cricket in England is a bit like life, right? When you get those windows of opportunities like a cloud cover and a new ball, you make the most of it. If not, you pay for it. And that's what has happened to this not very strong Indian bowling attack.
No, as you mentioned, Adam, earlier, about the pitch getting easier and easier. It's been sort of proved that. after tea yesterday, Australia scored 157 runs. I mean, that would break the back of any side.
Yeah, Steve Smith ended the day with a boundary, didn't he? And just walked off. And his scoring rate picked up as well as a tea session wore on.
Yeah, he was striking at one stage when he was at about 40 odd. He was striking in the 20s. That's up to 42. Not that matters an awful lot, but gives a sense of the way he was also able to contribute deep in the day. It's going to be Travis Head facing the first ball of morning 2.
Yeah, Steve Smith in the afternoon yesterday at 1.4 runs from 52 balls.
So men back at fine leg deep backwards square on our side of the ground. 2 slips a gully. Ball's only 5 overs old. Deep point as well for Head's cut shot. On the way here, Siraj right arm over, head off the hip, gets a run first ball, moves to 147, dinks it into the onside. 3 for 328. Partnership 252. We'll have an eye on that as well, maybe through the first session if these two get going again in terms of where this 4th wicket stand sits at this ground for Australia against India and all the rest of it. I'm sure, Longy, you've got those numbers ready to roll as we tick through.
Once you go past 250, any partnership, that's when you start looking at that's when the statisticians get excited,
Yes,
right? I saw him and Andy Zoltzman having a moment yesterday during the lunch break. And I just snapped a picture, and later on I asked Longy, what were you talking about? He said, quickest 50s.
Siraj Smith, his first ball of the day on 95, and he turns it into the onside. What a way to start. A boundary behind square off the front pad. Delightful stuff, and taking him to 99. We did ponder before play, Bharat, whether he would take his time moving from 95 to 100. Well, there's a sign of intent, albeit from a ball that was there to be hit. Half volley on the pads.
Yeah, Mohammad Siraj helped him on his way there. Even if he wanted to spend some time, he couldn't say no to that offering from Siraj on his pads. He said, Adam, just put it away.
So 2 slips a gully. Smith on 95. Conventional 6-3 field. Small tweak. Mid-on comes a fraction straighter. Siraj Smith, 1 away from 100, and he'll get it from the second ball of the day. Back-to-back boundaries to start. An emphatic start to day 2 for Stephen Smith. Out towards the deep mid-wicket rope. Up comes the lid. Gives it a kiss. Waves his bat to the pavilion. Back at the ground where this remarkable ton machine first clicked into gear in 2013. It was here in South London where he struck his first Test 100. And now he's earned the right to salute for his 31st. Playing his way, doing things on his terms, and along with Travis Head, putting his side in the strongest of positions in this World Test Championship final. Stephen Smith is one of the greatest to ever do it, Bharat Sundaresan.
It's been 4 years since he played Test cricket in England. A lot has changed around the world. What hasn't changed is he loves batting in England, is that he loves batting at the Oval even more, and he loves raising his bat to this English crowd, or a crowd at an English cricket ground. Another 100 for Steve Smith. What a legend.
Back-to-back boundaries. He actually pulls out here because of... now. That's it. There's some niggle here. So Smith's pulled out because he saw the shadow of the spider cam going over the track. Not unreasonable for him to back away.
Yeah.
Siraj didn't like it, how late it was, rather. Gathered the ball in his load-up and threw it at the stumps and missed.
He threw
and
it
the ball has missed Chaos Bharat's gloves as well.
Yeah, and Steve Smith kept pointing at the spider cam, and so Siraj looked at him and said, you keep your eyes on the side screen. Why are you getting bothered by that? But clearly tells you Siraj hasn't watched a lot of Steve Smith. He gets bothered by the spider cam, and he was getting bothered by it yesterday as well. Some drama early on.
9 runs from 3 balls, including a century. Smith on strike, hit on the pad, shout for leg before, looks high to me, and turned down by umpire Illingworth. Bharat's got the hands up, the umpire in our ranks saying, yep, that was going over the top. I can't imagine a scenario where Rowett refers it. They've still got 2 unsuccessful reviews up their sleeve, but not now, not right now.
No. Even if it is Steve Smith, even if they are desperate for a wicket, that was missing the stumps quite a bit. But Rohit Sharma is enjoying this. Rohit Sharma just clapping his hands, cheering Siraj on. He's enjoying the fact that even though India are down at this moment, Siraj is not giving up under Steve Smith's nose.
Smith on strike. Siraj bowls and he defends. So Smith's... and again, Siraj runs up to collect and throw it back at him. And it falls out of his hand. So a little bit embarrassing for the fast bowler, who's already under the pump, but he's quite the competitor, so he'll stay in the scrap. Smith's 9th 100 against India. He's 7th in England, 3rd at the Oval. First of those where he popped Jonathan Trott into the pavilion to get to 100 on the 20th of August 2013. So not even 10 years, 31 centuries in that span of time. And Steve Waugh next on the list on 32. 5 tests at England to come. Siraj bowls and Smith beaten outside the off stump. That's hit the seam and jagged away. Nicely bowled to finish. An eventful opening over of the second day. Australia 3 for 336. Smith 103. Head 147. Back-to-back boundaries to start his day and reach 3 figures. Phil Long, tell us more.
I will tell you more. Yes, hundreds at the Oval. You mentioned it's his third 100 here. Becomes only the second overseas player to hit 300s at the Oval. Joins Bruce Mitchell of South Africa. Made 128 in 1935 and made 200s in the 1947 test. 120 and 189 not out. It's always good, I think, from Australia when you go past Don Bradman. He made 200s here. As I mentioned, that's the third 100 that Steve Smith has made at the Oval. There's another innings here, potentially, and a test at the end of July as well.
I want you to come back to that stat we were sort of flirting with yesterday about overseas players at the Oval and where he sits down in relation to Bradman. He must be closing in on him. Might get there today, the way he's going so far. Shami, first over from our Vauxhall end of day 2 to Travis Head, who leaves alone. It dives into the gloves of KS Bharat.
Yeah, he's got 494 runs here at the Oval now. Second only to Bradman, 553. So as you say, he's closing in. He might get there before lunch.
The rate at which he's going. He went bang, 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 didn't he, from 91. Boundary last night, boundary to start the day here.
So 3 fours to go to 100. I don't think I've ever seen Smith move through the 90s so quickly. I don't recall him, well, acknowledging that he did get to his first 100 with a 6, but he was on 98 at the time, I think, from memory. Shami, 2 slips of gully round the wicket, bowls to Head, who defends. More than a defensive shot, really. A gentle drive, but there's a fielder at cover, no run.
And carrying on with the Steve Smith 100 fest. Hundreds in England. Steve Smith now got 7. He joined Steve Waugh on 7. The only man with more as a visiting batsman is, of course, Don Bradman with 11.
Well, as you say, he's got a fair bit of cricket left on him. He's got 10 innings potentially after this match, and made 774 runs here in 2019. Shami bowls and Head off the leg stump, defends down the pitch with one hand off the bat, bit of movement potentially away from him. He's taking a look at the bottom of his blade as well. Head just the single this morning. He's 147, close to another little mini milestone along the way. Getting shots on our screen for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale of the City of London. Over the back of our stand here at the Vauxhall end. 21 degrees. Perfect conditions for it. Indian fans getting involved. They know they need to break this partnership. Shami delivers and Head turns him out to where there's a big gap at mid-wicket for 1. 148, 3 for 337 Australia.
Yeah, I've been disappointed with some of India's tactics to Travis Head. They've tried going short at him, but we've seen so many teams in Shield cricket and in international cricket target that region between his ribcage and his armpit, get someone in close to catch. They've stuck with it, but not for long enough. A few balls have popped up in that direction, but there's rarely been a fielder. Very rare to see Travis Head batting without a leg slip in these days, and he's made the most of it. Again, 2 balls, 2 singles he's taken so far this day. This morning have been the same.
Shami's first ball is Smith of the day. Over the wicket, Smith, more runs. Just a single, wide of the man at mid-on. 104. Started very nicely, 3 for 338.
Despite that partnership yesterday, India only used 5 bowlers all day. Did they have anywhere else to turn?
No, not really.
Well, they played the extra bowler effectively, but even that's felt not quite the right mix as we spoke about in our pre-game.
Yeah, just heard Rohit Sharma a little disappointed with Umesh Yadav for not tossing the new ball straight to one of his teammates. Landing it on the floor.
Last ball of the over. Slow clap from the fans. Shami bowls and Head slashes and misses. You could forgive him. That's the way he's done it from the get-go. He's 148. Smith on 104. 3 for 338 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont's Halsky Shale.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
We're live on SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe at the mighty Kia Oval, where Australia played their first away test back in 1880. The ground they've enjoyed mixed results over the journey, but in a good position here on morning two. Siraj bowls to Smith, leaving alone outside the off stump. We've had probably our Maccas moment of the morning. Smith 2 fours to move to 100, first 2 balls of the day. Maccas, I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas.
In a way, Steve Smith would be enjoying this battle with Mohammad Siraj, and the Indians looked so flat in the last 2.5 hours. This would get him going as well, and it already has. He was offered 2 half volleys on his pads, both of which he put away, but ever since that, Siraj is at him. Really good delivery, will beat the bat.
Back to 3 slips. Siraj bowls to Smith, forcing off the back foot straight to cover Rughani. Make that Pajara does the fielding.
Siraj still not done with Steve Smith.
You know, I've always enjoyed the way Siraj gets up the Aussies. I mean, we saw that in his first series in Australia. Easy to sort of go back to that and point to how he was charged with all that responsibility with the injuries, but came to England in 2021 and had to do a lot of heavy lifting over here. He was instrumental in India winning at Lord's on a day where they needed everything to go right in the final day. Siraj delivers. Smith on the back foot defending to mid-on.
That's the famous, let's give them some hell day, isn't it, when Virat Kohli was...
Well, they had him on, it was on the Sky have such great access. They had the boom mic over the top and they could hear what Kohli was saying. They had 2 sessions to do it. I think it was 62 overs all told, and they bowled them out with about 20 minutes left. That Bumrah slower ball to Ollie Robinson. Genius, that bloke. Interesting little wind predictor thing on screen here. Bowling here, Siraj. Bouncer way over Smith's head. Should be a wide. Is a wide. I'm quite demonstrative about this. So I'm sick of these bouncers that are going 1.5 foot over batters' heads not being called. We had a test match influenced by that between England and New Zealand recently when one wasn't called, and Jimmy Anderson was out the next ball, and that was that. But yes, that a lot were let go yesterday.
There have been a few wides in this innings so far, long. 3 that I can recall.
6 wides before that,
There you go.
3 for 339 with the Sundari. Siraj again, Smith on the front foot, pushing out to extra cover or make that mid-off. No single. Yes, wish we had Jasprit Bumrah here from a competitive balance perspective, because he does change everything, but not to be. And what's the latest with his myriad injuries? It feels like there's been 2 or 3 back-to-back.
And there have been, so much. There was so much talk that he might be fit for the Australia series. Initially, it was that he might play all 4 tests, and then the latter half. But now, last we heard was he should be fit for the 50-over World Cup. We wait and watch.
Again here, Siraj to Smith, who pushes out towards mid-off. No run. I mentioned we had little wind biz reading on the screen before. That's all of that stuff we pick up on there is for tyre power, and they're into financial year sale. It had Australia already up to 70%. Which, I mean, it's, I suppose that might feel a bit bullish, but from where they are, and they've got such a nice foundation after a day. That has a pretty big chunk that's built in for the draw, and it's less likely to have a draw in this particular test. If they lose time to rain, it can be made up on day 6. Siraj to finish to Smith again, who ducks a bouncer that's better. We won't be signalling that a wide. Had to get out the way of it. 3 for 339 at the end of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sales. Smith 104 and Head 148.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
Our first session here of the World Test Championship Final, Day 2, is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking to Drinkwise, Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long with you. Mohammed Shami away from us. Vauxhall then bowls here to Travis Head, 148. That's where he stays with a defensive prod to cover.
So the spider cam operators right in front of us. Steve Smith always keeps them busy. I would love to know what they think of Steve Smith.
It did look like a sort of ad hoc emergency meeting.
It did look like that, yeah. They're going to do a huddle. I'm surprised Steve Smith hasn't joined them. But even yesterday, at least 4 times, it does bother him. It's bothered him. You remember that drop catch way back in 2014, Adam, at the SCG?
Yeah.
Where he dropped the catch and he immediately pointed at the spider cam.
Shami delivers and Head carves away out to deep backward point, strikes it beautifully. Out for 4 and another milestone for the South Australian. Up to 150, 152. It's been a brilliant innings from the moment he arrived. Fitting that he gets there with a slash behind point. His 23rd 4 to go with a 6 and well on his way to a double ton as well. 3 for 343, striking at 93. He's been perfect.
Slashing a ball through the offside for 4 is how Travis Head generally says good morning. That's exactly what he done there. Not a lot of width again, but he has that ability to find the width.
Shami again to Head, who places it out to deep backward point with lesser vigour, only for 1. 153, 3 for 344. He's our leading run scorer for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
But even already this morning, Adam, it's been just 3 or 4 overs. And I put this in my piece yesterday about Travis Head. He always feels like he's driving an automatic car, right? His batting is like that. But I think he's quietly added a manual gearbox as well, where he has the ability to just go down a little and then go back to pushing the pedal to the metal.
Shami bowls, Smith shimmies forward, then leaves. Extra movement away from the right-hander, but it was after the ball passed the stumps. Bharat had to move out in front of first slip and take it on the half volley. Well taken.
Very quickly, that 4 from Travis Head. This is now the highest 4th wicket partnership ever at the Oval, beating Wally Hammond and Stan Worthington.
Wow.
England versus India back in 1936.
Very good.
Yeah.
I've got my eyes cast further forward a little bit longy. I shouldn't have said this last night on my podcast.
It seemed a long way ago. A long way to go last night.
I just got a bit of a feeling about these two. As Smith faces up to Shami. He'll get knocked over now, I've said this. Bowls here, Smith turns into the onside, just wide of the man at fine leg. An easy one, they'll consider 2. They'll be satisfied with the single. 3 for 345. The biggest partnership of them all for Australia could be there if they bat for 2 sessions today. If they can bat to tee, I know it's a long way away, but I'm just laying a marker. Bradman, Ponsford, we'll talk about it later.
No, especially at the rate at which Travis Head scoring, and Steve Smith's caught up as well.
And the reason I'm mentioning that, by the way, is at this ground.
It wasn't.
That's the hook.
That's right. Bill Ponsford's last test, you said.
Yep, 266, and said that's enough for me.
Yeah, if this test goes the way it is. Speaking of last tests, a couple of Indian bowlers might be in trouble. Umesh Yadav has been around for a long time.
So changing fields here, they've split their cordon. 1 slip, then a 5th slip and a gully for Shami's last ball. Round the wicket, Head hit on the pad, but way down the leg side. No appeal. End of the over. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia, 3 for 345. Smith, 105. Head, 153.
With 400 metres left to go in the Say It Now Stakes. What a race it is. I wish I did. Was going to say it. I should have. Ahead of I Never Told You I Love You. A length away is Regret, Remorse, followed by In the Living Years. But here comes Tobin Brothers, Say It Now. Tobin Brothers, Say It Now. What a champion.
Thanks, Brian. So don't wait till it's too late to tell loved ones how much they mean to you. Say it now. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Our coverage of the World Test Championship Finals for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Siraj, pavilion end to Smith. 3 slips in position. Smith defends out towards mid-on, no single. So Siraj and Shami at the moment. I wonder how long before they turn to Shardul Thakur, who has got the ability to move the new ball around. And the ball is still relatively new into the 10th over now.
He bowled a couple of decent spells, Shardul Thakur. The second one in particular, he did get rid of David Warner. Wasn't his best delivery. He troubled Steve Smith. The delivery just leaving the right-hander late. But I think it was in the latter spells. Like Pete said in our intro show today, The lack of miles in those legs really came through.
That's a really good point Pete made. Siraj bowls as Smith works off the back foot. Can't get it beyond Jadeja at point. But we have focused on tour games, or the lack of tour games. Look, I was the view that they missed a trick, probably the Australians not playing a 3-day game last weekend or the weekend before. They would have been able to have played a side that wasn't a county team. I stress this point, and I know Pat Cummins made the observation at his press conference before the test that they don't always feel like the value of the tour games is high enough in England because they end up playing a second 11. But last year and the year before, the ECB provided a county select 11, so a better standard of game. Siraj bowls. Smith pushes to mid-on, waits it well enough to scamper through for one. Nice batting. It's 106, 3 for 346. So they opted for the centre wicket practice approach down at Beckenham. You were there for all of that, Bharat. So far, so good. But in fairness, we've not seen the Aussie bowlers yet. And miles in the legs. You can see it, can't you, with the Indians?
You can. The only difference being the last time the Indian fast bowlers would have bowled long spells, I would say it's 14, 15 months ago. It was the last tour away from the subcontinent for India was South Africa at the start of 2022. They played a lot of tests at home and in Bangladesh ever since. So the fast bowlers haven't been used much.
Siraj bowls head, gets up off his feet. Short ball. Splicing the bat down. Reaches safe harbour in front of the man at gully. We saw that from Head a couple of times yesterday, trying to evade the short ball with his feet off the ground. It'll make for an interesting replay. Yep, hand off the bat, well played, taking weight out of the handle there. The replay for tyre power, their end of financial year sale. Nicely played, good delivery.
But it's from that end, the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end, that there's been uneven bounce. This one jumped at head, but we've seen balls pitch on that same length, which are just kind of gone right through.
Siraj up to the crease, over the wicket, head pulls into the gap, 4 runs. Wow, the force in that shot. 2 men back for the top edge if he miscues, but what's the probability of Head miscuing at this juncture? Super stuff. He's 157, and the 350's up as well for Australia. 3 for 350 to be precise.
Oh, he loves that shot, doesn't he? It's almost a bit of felt like watching Greg Blewett in the mirror. It's the way he played that pull shot. One of the best ever to play that shot.
Yeah, it's all right. The swivel. Another South Australian. They're putting in a leg gully here. Halfway between the two sweepers. So deep square leg just in front of square. Fine leg beneath us. And a floating backward square about 35 to 40 metres from the bat. For the last ball of Siraj's set. Bowls here. Head goes back and pulls again. It's up-ish. And it lands at a conventional forward square leg position where the fielder moved from the ball before. Of course it did. Travis Head's having that kind of time of it at the moment. He's 158. Siraj cannot believe it. On his haunches at the end of the over. 3 for 351. The Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tile Skewed Shale.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide. That's Imar.
We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Watching that back for tyre power end of financial year sale. Head did miscue, and it just ballooned in the air and plopped next to the square leg umpire, which is exactly where Rughani was a ball before. And Siraj, gutted, makes the move. How often do you see it? Captain's nightmare.
The captain's nightmare. It kind of sums up India's test match so far, especially after the lunch break yesterday.
Shami, outer end, passes umpire Gaffney, bowls to Head. Short ball doesn't get up, hits him in the thigh pad. Wanted to whip it away. There's 3 men out now for that pull shot for Head. A square leg just in front of the perpendicular, a backward square and a fine leg. They're all within about 40 to 50 metres of each other. And the latter two couldn't be any more than, I'd say, 25 metres from each other. It's like having a slips cord set on the fence.
It is a deep slip cord, and at least they're making Travis Head think. Yesterday there were periods where it felt like he really didn't have to do anything but just be in cruise control.
Shami delivers and head turns him into the onside to the and inside the ring, so to speak, at square leg, no run. You mentioned that not bowling long spells since 2018. There have been 38 bowling innings for India, and in 30 of them they haven't required a second new ball. So your point about not bowling long spells is bolstered by that. It's a no balls called retrospectively. We've seen Shami overstep a couple of times, 3 for 352 after that ticks over.
Yeah, and even the few times they might have gotten close to the second new ball, the spinners would have bowled 60% of the overs.
Shami over the wicket, head short, pulls out towards square leg. He's placed that so well. The man out there in front of the Peter May stand had about 5 metres to move and had no chance whatsoever. As our colleague Ravi Shastri would say, like the proverbial tracer bullet. 3 for 356. He's given that everything. Head up to 162.
You can, this rate, put 15 men in there. Travis Head will still pierce the gap, find a gap. He's batting beautifully, timing the ball beautifully. He gave it everything, didn't he? There's some anger with that shot from Travis Head. He's going to take them on. He's got nothing to lose at this point.
So 3 back for the short ball. Will he go again? Yes, he will, and Head will take it on, albeit on this occasion just glancing it down, helping it down to the man in the middle. Let's call him a deep backward square. For 1, 3 for 357. Head 163. Travis Head was gutted when he got out of Adelaide against the Windies last year for 175. He saw it as his prized opportunity to reach 200. Well, so another one emerges here.
Yeah, I don't think he's forgiven Cam Green yet for the run out. He did go off, didn't he?
Yes. So completely different field for Smith. Conventional 6-3, 3 slips. Shami over the wicket. Smith just defends back down the track. No run. That's right, the Cameron Green run out. Forgot about that. Just when Green was having a bit of a sketchy start to the summer.
Yeah, I know.
With the bat at least.
Oh, Cam Green really didn't know what had hit him. He just put his hands out and kept apologizing. And that was the only time I think the Adelaide faithful left the village green and were actually inside the oval. Travis Head was batting during that test match.
Shami approaches Smith down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Just picked up a tweet here from AFL Nation, which is SEN's Australian Rules football coverage. Gerard Whateley, the captain of our SEN cricket team. I'm deputising for him away from home.
Yeah.
Unlike the Kim Hughes to the Greek Chapel of the early 80s. He is calling a game of footy at the moment. I'm actually not sure who's playing. But the game apparently is so bad that Gerard called Steve Smith 100 off the telly during the game of footy. Hopefully, so we can compare the two calls, compare the pair.
There you go.
Hope I did a better job given he's not here. And Shami bowls and Smith drives, lacing it through extra cover. Had barely a gap to work with. Towards the rope, 4 more it is. Smith got to 100 with back-to-back boundaries to start the day. He now moves along to 110. 10 runs from that over Australia. 3 for 361 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I listened to Gerard's call of Smith's 100 during the break. Nicely done. Well played, Gerard Whateley, in that game of football between the Swans and the Saints. Must be at the SCG.
It was so good that it had to be called from 2 different parts of the continent, of the world, 2 different continents.
I genuinely thought, I said to Nikesh before play started, there's half a chance he'll call the 100 and Smith will nerdle his way through the first half an hour. Seeing on our screen here for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. Lots of people queuing up to get in. That's a great sign. The pavilion's a little bit empty. Well, more than a little bit. No more than fifth full, I reckon. That was the case yesterday as well. I got to the bottom of that. As Siraj approaches head, 3 men back, short ball down the leg side, something on it, he's gone. Head's been caught in the trap. Siraj set him up. Great captaincy from Rohit Sharma, having a plan and sticking to it. And Travis Head was always going to keep taking on the short ball, but he feathers Siraj down the leg side. KS Bharat, an easy chance, pouched, and it ends a monster partnership. This pair putting on 285 of the best, 163 of them from Travis Head's broad blade. What an innings it's been here at the Kia Oval. 25 fours and a 6. Came in with Australia in a spot of bother, losing 2 wickets in the space of 3 overs, and leaves with Australia in this World Test Championship final in a most commanding position, 4 for 361.
You saw it coming. Travis Head was a little bothered by this strategy from India. At least they stuck with it for longer than they did yesterday. He did put 3 or 4 balls away to the boundary, but was a little restless, and this time walked right across his stumps. You see the line of that ball again, it was just over his leg stump. And Siraj deserved that wicket. He troubled Travis Head, he could have had him out. The ball just lobbed into no man's land in the last over. But this time, it's been pouched safely by KS Bharat. And what an innings from Travis Head. He's not just set this stage alight, the World Test Championship final, but I think he's really set this Australian summer of England ablaze.
The fall of wicket, the Indian celebration. Celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Been a while since I've had a chance to do that. You've got to go back to the 25th over. We're now into the 92nd as Cameron Green makes his way to the middle for his first professional innings in the UK. Wearing the short sleeve jumper on the back of a century at Ahmedabad against the same opposition 4 months ago. Green just taking a moment after taking guard, stepping back to square leg. Siraj is ready. 3 slips already. India need to win this session. They've got to go bang, bang. Crowd behind Siraj, pavilion end, Green's first ball. 4 runs on the front foot, opens the blade along the ground through gully. Green off the mark with real style there. That was played intentionally.
A strike rate of 400 for Cameron Green in England.
So that's what he was doing just a week ago for Rohit Sharma's Mumbai Indians. Different jersey, different team, different captain. But you can see he's in good rhythm. That was great timing. We've seen Cameron Green so many times in Test cricket. Likes to take his time, a little nervous to start with. There was a little bit of wit on that delivery from Mohammad Siraj, a bowler who has troubled him quite a few times in the past.
So he made
lovely timing.
135 at Ahmedabad. That was his first Test ton. Got the monkey off the back in his 28th Test innings. Facing Siraj here on the front foot, pushing out to mid-wicket defensively, no run. Had a really impressive Indian Premier League. Was out there playing with Mumbai, and after the record signing, 452 runs at 50, a strike rate of 160, including a 50-ball ton. He turned 24 on Saturday, so the investment in Cameron Green as a 21-year-old is starting to really pay off. And at number 6 in great conditions, if you can get through the first half an hour or so, we'll be in a position to take full advantage of what's going to be a lovely day. Already is. Siraj up to Green, tucks another one just behind square, gets 1, comes back for 2. Those big legs of his sprinting down to the danger end. That's 1 for the first 130 years of Test cricket. They've made it 2 in the last 20 or so since T20 cricket came into its own. 4 for 367. Still 2 balls left in a successful over.
Really good signs from Cameron Green. So much criticism for T20 cricket and T20 League cricket and what it potentially does for Test cricket, but you can see the confidence that he's brought in to this tour just from having had a great time with the bat in the IPL. Different format, but still you can see he's so much more positive in his footwork. Mohammad Siraj in the past has always tried to get him trapped LBW, but that front foot's moving beautifully. Great balance. Very good start from Cam Green.
It's on strike again. Siraj to the all-rounder, hits him on the way through. A deflection off maybe the shoulder. Ends up in the gloves of KS Bharat. Get a second look here for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Nice sharp bouncer from Siraj, who's always in the contest. So a wicket, a boundary. A sharp bouncer in the over.
India just need one more wicket. I don't know how many more overs Siraj has left in this spell. It's been an impressive spell, despite having not started too well. Rohit Sharma just holding him up. A few words of advice. Rughani is chipping in as well, and he's moving out of the gully region now.
What a busy first 34 minutes this has been. Century to Smith, 150 to head. Range of boundaries, and now, what would you call that? That's
short
square leg.
Yeah.
About 4 pitches over. Last ball of the over. Siraj bowls green, defends out towards mid-wicket. End of the over. A successful one for India. Australia 4 for 367. There'll be a double change in commentary. Louis Cameron and Nikesh Rughani coming in. That's the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sales. Smith on 110 and Green on 6.
For the best legal advice and representation, contact the lawyers you know and trust, Bryden's Lawyers. Whether it be for compensation, family law disputes, commercial transactions, or if you are concerned about delays or the direction your matter is taking, contact Bryden's Lawyers for a free, no obligation assessment. Often you only get one chance to get it right. Call Bryden's Lawyers today on 1800 848 848 or visit brydens.com.au. Bryden's Lawyers, we do support you when you need it most. Terms and conditions apply.
Mohammad Shami continues and Smith lets one go just outside off. Australia then 4 for 367. SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And this first session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Rohit showing a little bit more energy after that wicket of Travis Head. Indians have been accused of being a little bit flat out there in the field, Louis.
Yeah, I thought the way Mohammad Siraj has shown some real energy this morning has been great. What I didn't like was that it took him 2 or 3 balls to get there. I mean, he bowled 2 half volleys on Steve Smith's leg stump before he kind of got engaged in the game.
Shami into Smith once more. It defends off the back foot this time, out towards point, no run.
And I just thought, you know, bring that from your first ball. You know, this is a World Test Championship final. Show that you're up for the contest. You know, you got to be ready to bowl straight away. To his credit, he has got there quite quickly, Phil Long.
And the thing that fired him up was Steve Smith stopping for the spider cam. That was what got him going, wasn't it?
It was, although when Smith's out there, you've got to be prepared for such things. Did that several times yesterday. It's not as if it just came out of the blue. Just shows the frustration perhaps in the Indian camp at the situation of the match. Australia coming into the day 3 for 327. Shami comes in once more, outside off, and Smith leaves comfortably alone once more. Smith onto 110 from 249 deliveries. If you are just joining us, got to his 100 with a couple of boundaries off the very first over of the day. With Siraj bowling a couple of half volleys into the pads of Smith. Easy pickings for somebody of his quality, one of the greatest to ever do it. Have persisted with the short stuff as well, particularly to Travis Head. Eventually the one that got him was a short delivery. He's got a thin feather off his glove down the leg side. Good take by KS Bharat. Shami goes short of a length, again outside off, and Smith leaving alone once more. We saw Shami trying the short stuff as well to Head. He's not got the height, Mohammad Shami, but just for some reason Head was looking very comfortable. It was all Siraj with the extra height, the high arm action as well. Shami's a lot skiddier, and it was Head sort of struggling a bit more with Siraj early on, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think the field placements that India had for Travis Head really affected him as well. You could see he got really offside of the ball, and that probably affected how he was playing the shot.
Shami, a bit straighter this time, squares up Steve Smith and manages to defend back down the pitch. It's fielded by Shami in his follow-through. Thumbs up from Rohit Sharma there. We were talking also yesterday about the differences in styles of captaincy between somebody like a Rohit Sharma, who gives this persona that he's very laid back. I'm sure he feels the tension and feels the stress, and, you know, I'm sure he's having good conversations with his bowlers all the time, but very different to somebody like a Virat Kohli, who might be quite useful in this situation if he were to be in charge of the side. Shami Again, just outside off, this time guided by Smith, away down towards third. And they get a single. It's fielded by the man there at backward point. Ravi Jadeja it is there. So end of another over. Australia 4 for 368.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket live from the Oval with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I've got Virat Kohli, who's been fielding in the slips pretty much throughout this innings as well. And just talking of those styles of captaincy, and I suppose he doesn't have to be captain to bring the energy.
He was pumping up the crowd yesterday, wasn't he?
He was.
I mean, he was really geeing them up.
Siraj continues then, start of a new over. This one is defended by Smith and shy towards KS Bharat. I wouldn't say it was a shy at the stumps. It's just Siraj once again showing his frustration at the situation of the game. Smith was way back in his crease. Let's take another look at this with the tyre power replay. Tyre power end of financial year sale. I mean, it was well away from Smith in the end, but a little bit of immaturity there from Siraj.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, though. I think Smith kind of feigned like he was trying to get out of the way of it, but the throw was nowhere near him, and it was quite a soft throw too.
Siraj then goes short of a length onto the hip of Smith, who tucks it away leg side, but straight to Shardul Thakur, no run.
But he is having a real crack, Siraj, and you know, I was kind of giving him a bit of a crack before, but I have enjoyed the energy he's brought, and just kind of saying to his teammates, "Come on, boys, let's get up for the contest here. The game's on the line. If India don't prize out a few more wickets this morning, this is a long way back for them."
A bit more chatter as well out there in the field now from the Indians. They can manage to get Steve Smith here, and they would really open up that Australian middle and lower order. Alex Carey due in next, and the bowlers. Crowd getting into it as well as Siraj runs in, delivers, and Smith defends, but only as far as mid-on. There is no run. You can hear the fans as well, just trying to get into it as Steve Smith and Mohammad Siraj have a little staring match out in the middle. Siraj not shy, is he?
He's not, no, and the Australians know how passionate and fiery and how good he can be. I mean, he was an absolute hero on that 2020-21 series in Australia where all of India's fast bowlers went down, and by the end of it, Siraj was probably 4 or 5 back to start the series. He was leading the attack in his second or third test. His father tragically died during that series. He couldn't go home due to COVID.
Steams in once more, goes short, and Smith comfortably ducks underneath that one. It's well over his head in the end, but good take by KS Bharat. They were down to their bare bones, weren't they? It's fair to say. T. Natarajan, who was out in India as a net bowler, he stayed over behind with the team from the T20 series. Couldn't go home for the birth of his daughter and didn't see her for a good few months. She was born at the back end of the IPL, which was held in the UAE. He was away for a few weeks then, had to travel in the bubble with India to Australia, played the white ball stuff, stuck around for the entire test series as Siraj is in. This one rises and Smith negotiates it well, guides it down towards deep third, and may well get 4 for it. He does. Just about got there in the end. Smith is still running, he's not quite sure, but ball trickling away to the boundary right in front of our position here, and 4 signalled. 4 for 372.
A couple of Steve Smith landmarks for you. He's gone past 500 runs at the Oval when he reached 109. He's only the second overseas batsman to do that. Don Bradman leads that, 553, so that's within his sights. He's also now scored 2,000 runs versus India. He's the 8th batter to achieve that.
I might be able to outstat you this morning, Phil.
Go on.
Do you know who has the highest batting average at the Oval? Minimum 5 innings.
Siraj is into Smith. It's a little bit fuller. It's on the pads. It's flicked away well behind square. And that's going to race for 4 as well. Back-to-back boundaries for Smith. This is what Siraj has been doing pretty much throughout this innings. He'll bowl a decent spell, look good for 3 or 4 balls in an over, and then just stray with his line and length. And Steve Smith cashing in. 8 runs off the over. Australia 4 for 376.
Knock, knock. Hey, did you sort our professional indemnity insurance?
Well, I went to...
Abandon hope, overworked startup owner.
Okay, can I help you?
I am the grim renewer, making business insurance pure agony. Confusing jargon, bad customer service, negotiate...
It's all done.
What? Impossible.
I went to bizcover.com.au, compared policies from top insurers and saved a bunch. No dramas.
Who is this BizCover?
Only Australia's leading business insurance specialist.
Can you leave, please?
Back with us here at the Oval SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Shami to continue then into Cameron Green this time. Gujarat versus Mumbai a few weeks ago this was.
Except Rohit Sharma's captaining against Cameron Green.
Yes. It's got to be strange coming up 2 months of being teammates and then up against each other in an ICC final in a different country. Shami into Green. Good delivery, well defended by Green.
Yeah, Louis Cameron mentioning the highest average here at the Oval. 5 innings. It's not Don Bradman because although he played 4 tests, only played 4 innings. Louis, come on, reveal it.
You need to vastly think lower on your scale of batters here.
Yep, lower down the scorecard. Almost, you need to go to number 11 a lot of the time, don't you?
Yeah, so Steve Harmison, I believe, averages around the 130 mark. He made, I think, 131 runs in 7 innings and was only dismissed once. So he's got a better average than the Don, a better average than Steve Smith.
Brilliant. I was thinking, even in terms of all first-class cricket, it might be somebody like an Ollie Pope who plays here. Averages in the 90s. This is edged and taken. What a catch that is by Shubman Gill. At second slip, Cameron Green going for the big booming drive. Shami gets the breakthrough. And listen to the noise around the Oval. It was a short stay at the crease for Green. A short of a length delivery, just rising a little bit extra, catching the top of the bat. And flew towards Shubman Gill's head. And he holds on well. Just take a look at that Tyre Power replay. Tyre Power end of financial year sale. Did well to hold on to that and protect himself in a way as well with his hands just in front of his face.
A superb catch by Shubman Gill, but an uncharacteristic shot by Cameron Green. Speaking to him before this test, he talked about the need to not go into his shell. He knew that he was coming off a heavy diet of T20 cricket, as we've talked about with the Mumbai Indians, but he didn't want to go into his shell coming back into Test cricket. He still wanted to look to score first. He might have just gone too far the other way. That was an ambitious shot to be playing off his 7th or 8th ball.
India celebrating another wicket there for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. So Australia now 5 for 376. He's not the man India would have liked. Steve Smith still there on 119 from 259. And one of the odds of Smith having faced 259 deliveries. He's got an appetite for big runs, as we've seen there. Gone past 500 test runs at the Oval. So Don Bradman's record of 553 will be well in his sights in this innings. He will be thinking, and he'll certainly be looking to be the leading run scorer in the match and look to go past Travis Head's 163. That leading run scorer brought to you by DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. Alex Carey then, the new batter coming out to join Steve Smith, and this could be the opening that India were looking for.
It's exactly what they needed this morning. Mohammad Siraj has brought it with some fiery bowling from the other end, but it's been Shami who's picked up the couple of wickets, and it's exactly what we were talking about with India needing to keep Australia to a score, beneath 450, even around the 400 mark, if they were to engineer a really quick collapse this morning. Conditions aren't in their favour as much as they were yesterday, but there's still enough in this pitch if you put it in the right areas, mixed in with the odd bouncer.
So it's going to be Carey on strike here. Shami coming round the wicket immediately to the left-hander, who leaves his first delivery alone, outside off. And just another example there of the variable bounce. KS Bharat taking that very low down, shin height. And this, although Australia won't want to lose any more quick wickets here, bowlers will be licking their lips at the prospect.
Yeah, and it does just show that there's a bit of inexperience in English conditions of the middle to lower order. So Cameron Green, we talked about this being his first innings on English soil in Test match. He's only been to England once before. Alex Carey's played a lot of one-day cricket, but not much tests.
Shami continues, and this is defended by Carey into the offside. First chance of bat on ball for him. That'll make him feel a little bit better.
I should say he hasn't played any tests in England. He played the 2019 World Cup where he did really well with the bat. Had a breakout tournament in 50-over cricket. But yeah, Alex Carey, it's all new to him.
Carey with a job to do here, just to initially stick around with Steve Smith, who has been scoring pretty freely so far this morning. Shami delivers again, and a bit of movement there away from the left-hander, but Carey leaves well alone. Playing the watchful role at the moment for his first 3 deliveries. His session run rate, though, still just under 5 runs and over. So although Australia have lost those 2 wickets, they've taken it from 327 to 376. We're less than an hour into the day's play, just ticking over 50 minutes as things stand. Final ball of Shami's over. The crowd getting into it as well. He delivers and wraps Carey on the pads. Was there a bit of edge on that? The ball drops short of gully. Ajinkya Rahane swooping in on that. Things just starting to happen here. Australia now 5 for 376.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
With us on SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. You can just sense a change in energy, really. Yesterday, from the afternoon onwards, really, the Indian fans who make up the majority of the crowd here at the Oval in South London, very quiet. They were drinking all day. I took a little walk around the ground, but they were almost drowning their sorrows through yesterday afternoon. Today, a bit more of a buzz.
A wicket made in that last over. What would they have given for that in that afternoon session yesterday? The runs were flowing, no sign of a wicket. Yep, 2 wickets this morning for India.
Yeah, and no sign of many maidens as well during that yesterday's session, where they really let Australia go, didn't they?
Siraj to continue, and in fact it's Umesh Yadav, and this is flicked away through mid-wicket. They scamper through for a single. There's a direct hit at the striker's end. Alex Carey had made his ground anyway, but the crowd just getting a bit excited with that as well. So change in bowling. Umesh Yadav, none for 55 so far. 1 ball into his 15th over. Was expensive yesterday, and probably the weak link in India's seam bowling attack.
Yeah, I thought he was poor yesterday for a guy who's really improved as a Test cricketer, a guy who has shown that he's an excellent bowler in Indian conditions and has improved overseas as well. We know what a danger he can be when the ball's reverse swinging. But he's got a beautiful wrist, and he really gets his outswinger going on a good day. But hopefully this kind of, this increased spirit, the energy from the crowd can kind of lift him.
3 slips in place here for Alex Carey. Backward point as well. Corden all waiting as this one is full and driven back to Umesh, who feigns a shy at the stumps. Doesn't do a Mohammad Siraj and let the ball fling out of his hands towards KS Bharat. But again, it's just that intent, that energy, getting the crowd on their feet.
I was just going to say the same thing. The 3 of us were sat here yesterday afternoon, weren't we, saying, where's the energy, where's the intent? And it's been there this morning. It's only these small things, but it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, direct hit, throws back over the bails, people backing up.
Indian fielders on their toes as well now. This one's onto the pads of Carey, who works it away into the leg side. Is that going to be leg buys? Yes, it is. So Carey still not off the mark. Australia taking over to 5 for 378. Lots of empty seats in the members' pavilion over to the far side of the ground. It was the case yesterday as well. I'm not quite sure the reason behind that. disappointing to see for an ICC final. There are other empty seats around the ground as well, but still a very healthy crowd in for day 2, particularly with a match that doesn't involve England. Umesh is into Smith this time, who drives only as far as mid-on for no run.
We've got a good view, but that is some view from the top deck of that pavilion, isn't it?
Maybe we could work our way over there at some point this afternoon when we're not on air. Plenty of seats available. You could spread out, put your feet up. You might be able to help yourself to a glass of something or two.
It can often be a thing with the members at these grounds, like Lords, and I'm thinking even at the MCG in Australia, when the ICC comes in and takes over for one of their events. I believe sometimes those members' privileges, they kind of just get taken over, right? Like you...
Yeah, the ground belongs to the ICC for all ICC events. Although I'm sure if you are a Surrey member, you would get priority on buying tickets for this match. It's obviously they've just not been taken up, and maybe that area is only for people who are members who are willing to buy tickets for this particular match. You can't just turn up with your membership card as and when you please.
That might explain it, but it would be a shame if you know, people want to come to this game and can't, because there might be some tickets available, but Surrey members haven't taken them up.
Interesting field here. We've got a silly mid-on, a short mid-wicket in place, just the one floating slip in a sort of almost third slip position here. So it looks as though Umesh is going to persist with that straight line. We've got a mid-on in place as well. In comes Umesh, and does go straight, but Smith defends back down the pitch for no run.
And it can be a tough field to bowl to, especially for someone who struggled a little bit with their rhythm yesterday. He bowled that over to David Warner, where he bowled 4 cut shots and they all went to the boundary. For someone who's struggling a little bit, bowling to a 4-5 field that this is, we've got the mid-off cover, a deep backward point, and just kind of a floating slip at the moment. That can be a tough line to bowl to, you know, arguably the best Test cricketer in the world.
Umesh delivers again, and Smith this time defends to that silly mid-on to finish off another over. SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia 5 for 378.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your tyre pressure isn't right or your wheels aren't aligned, it can affect your car's fuel efficiency. For more ways Tyre Power can help you save, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
As Australia's only national tile specialist, we're wrapped. You voted us #1. You want great prices, great range and awesome quality. Get all that and our lifetime warranty on tiles when you choose Beaumont's.
Mohamed Shami then. Continue here, round the wicket to Alex Carey. 2 slips and a gully in place, and he comes, delivers. Carey's forward in defence. There is no run. Carey yet to get off the mark here. He's faced the 7 deliveries so far this morning after the fall of that wicket of Cameron Green. Green making 6 from his 7 deliveries. Steve Smith at the other end, 120. 263 balls. Let's get into the debate, the GOAT debate. Greatest of all time, Bradman aside. It's got to be up there. Got to be up there, Steve Smith, as Shami is in, and Carey gets a thick outside edge, and the ball's going to race away down towards deep third, gets off the mark with a boundary there, played it with soft hands in the end, just opening the face, and more valuable runs there for Australia, 5 for 382.
Yeah, just watching Alex Carey after playing that shot, he just was twisting his back in a funny way. He's still kind of doing it, just looking like he wasn't entirely comfortable with the way he twisted after kind of playing it. He's doing a few kind of weird stretches almost through the lower third of his back.
Just loosening up there. Shines the ball vigorously. There's been a lot of swing this morning. Shami is in once more, a little bit straighter to Carey. He's looking for a single into the covers there, sent back by Smith. 3 or 4 steps down the track, but it was straight to the man there. It's Pujara, a short extra cover.
And it's been a long... Mohamed Shami's bowled unchanged this morning, hasn't he?
Sorry.
What number over is he into, Phil?
His 26th of the innings is 6 of the morning.
Okay, so not that long. No. It's just the over rate kind of gets me. I kind of think that he's bowled all morning. It's only been 6 overs.
Siraj there fielding at mid-off, not helping his fellow seamer out there, chucking the ball back to him, making him bend down to his ankles. Shami, and again, this time outside off, it's left alone by Carey. So Steve Smith in Australia, how highly is he revered in terms of all-time, not just greats in Australia, but we'll start with that, but around the world? I mean, an average of over 60 from 97 test matches, 31 hundreds. He's still got years left in him, potentially, as well. How good is he? How highly is he rated?
Well, I can't say this too loudly because I know the TV broadcast might be close to where we're sitting up here, but I think people are starting to realise that his record might be better than Ricky Ponting's.
It is on paper, isn't it? The Shami is in, wraps him on the pads. Carey this time. Big shot for LBW. Not given. Was that sliding down leg side? They're having discussions now. Rohit Sharma, KS Bharat in conversation. Shami involved as well. DRS timer ticking down. 4, 3, 2, 1, and they decide not to go upstairs. Only the one review remaining for India, remember, in this innings. Let's take another look at the replay in association with Tyre Power. End of financial year sale. Well, it looked pretty close, maybe just heading down that leg side.
Yeah, and I don't think height would have been an issue on that one. It did get him quite high on the knee roll, but we're just looking at Rohit Sharma on the replay. He's suggesting that one nipped back too far. Mohammad Shami coming from around the wicket to Alex Carey. He got it to straighten down towards the leg stump, but just doing a little bit too much in the end, I think.
We'll wait for the ball tracking to come up at some stage. We'll get a replay of that. Shami then goes for a similar delivery. Another shout for LBW, again given not out. And just from our angle here, we're not completely straight on down the pitch. That looked a little bit more leg side even than the first one. Conversations are still being had between KS Bharat and Rohit Sharma. Shami not involved this time. And they've gone upstairs. 2 seconds left on the DRS timer. The changeover was happening for the end of the over. Shami's taken his jumper and his cap. But before we begin another one, drinks are coming onto the field, but we're just going to stay with this for a second here.
This is all a bit messy.
Yeah, so I actually think that the Indians might be having a bit of a joke, and I don't think they actually got the review in. I'm not sure. It might have been Cheteshwar Pujara who was kind of smiling as he made the tee sign. They're not going up for a review here, so...
No, so they are taking drinks. That was the end of the over.
Very confusing, wasn't it?
2 big LBW shouts to finish it off. Couple of good deliveries from Shami, in-swingers to Alex Carey. But an hour of play gone this morning. Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj picking up a wicket apiece. SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. We're going to take a short break here for drinks as well, with Australia 5 for 382.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Harsha Smith, one away from 100, and he'll get it from the second ball of the day. Back-to-back boundaries to start. An emphatic start to day 2 for Stephen Smith. Out towards the deep mid-wicket rope. Up comes the lid. Gives it a kiss. Waves his bat to the pavilion. Back at the ground where this remarkable ton machine first clicked into gear in 2013. It was here in South London where he struck his first Test 100. And now he's earned the right to salute for his 31st. Playing his way, doing things on his terms, and along with Travis Head, putting his side in the strongest of positions in this World Test Championship final. Stephen Smith is one of the greatest to ever do it. SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. A busy first hour of play. 55 runs for Australia, but they did lose a couple of wickets. Travis Head for 163 of the best from 174 balls. A partnership of 285 with the Vice-Captain Smith, who was still there on 120. His 9th Test century against India, 7th in England, 3rd at the Kia Oval here in London, and his 31st in a storied career. He lost Cameron Green as his next partner as well. Brief stay caught in the cordon by Shubman Gill from the bowling of Shami for 6. At that point they were 5 for 376. They've added 6 runs since. New hour starts. Umesh Yadav bowling to Smith and pushing out towards mid-wicket, no run. Adam Collins with you, and joining me on commentary for the first time today, the voice of Indian cricket, Harsha. Good morning.
Good morning. The Steve Smith's like this solid tea cupboard in the family house, isn't it? It's always there. It's always there. You can keep doing things, but the cupboard doesn't move. You can change the walls, you can change what's inside, but it's always there. It's been such an unflappable innings.
And here's Umesh. His 16th over, wicketless so far. Smith on the drive, but it ends up at mid-wicket via the inside edge. I was looking out towards the cover rope in front of the bed to stand, not to be. Yes, that Smith record. I mean, you know, he didn't make runs against India earlier this year, but there's something different when he's in England. He just relishes it. He went to play a few games for Sussex, which didn't go especially well. His highest score was 81, but he had 1 net down at Hove and said, I'm good. I know this country. I know these conditions. I'm right to go in a big series of Test cricket.
He's a bit like you, isn't he? An Aussie who does well in England?
Yeah, could say that. Although I wouldn't compare the two of us too much. Smith beaten by beauty. Umesh Yadav off a length. Just one slip. But the edge wasn't forthcoming. But it did square Smith up, and that's been hard to do over the last 6 hours or so.
Tell me what's more interesting, watching Steve Smith bat or watching Steve Smith's reactions when something doesn't go as per plan? And he's, with his hands, he tells you what the ball did. Jagged in a little, left me a little bit. That ball shouldn't have gone where it did. Oh, he's a character. He's wonderful for our game, Steve Smith. He is looking incredulous at the bowler.
Umesh delivers, and Smith bat on ball. Weight out of the hand. Quick single to cover. To the danger end goes Smith. Puts the dive in, gets through. Taking on Akshar Patel, the sub fielder, who is good in there at cover.
Did I just use the word unflappable? He stabbed the ball in front of the fielder and run.
So watch it again here for Tyre Power. End of financial year sale. Yeah, he would have been home, but Smith knew he had to get his skates on. Put in the dive, which will mess up that massive jumper that he wears. He wears the short sleeve jumper, but it goes down to his knees. He's like wearing an extra large. By contrast, Alex Carey is quite taut and tight and sort of fitting, shapely, you might say.
Yeah, only one of them wanted to be an AFL player.
Well, it's quite true. Carey's short sleeve jumper does look more like the footy jumper.
No, not like my footy jumper. I've got a Geelong footy jumper that I could wear as a single piece.
I made a mistake in India earlier this year. Umesh bowls inside edge, Carey past the leg stump down to the rope for 4.
And that's
so a bit
why,
of fortune. 5 for 387, Carey 8.
That's why it can sometimes be exasperating following Umesh Yadav's career. He's bowled a really good spell this morning. India needed him to bowl a powerful spell on the first morning on the back of what Shami and Siraj had done. And the pressure just sort of went away. This is a far better spell so far. He's got the ball to bounce. He's got an inside edge. He's beaten the outside edge a couple of times. Yeah. Now there's some talk about the horse being bolted. How far away is the horse bolted? Is it in the distance? Can you rein it back?
So last ball in this Umesh over, a much better one from him. Beats the edge, finds the inside edge to Carey. Over the wicket, 2 slips, goes back and pushes to mid-wicket. End of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale, Australia. 5 for 387. Smith 121 and Carey 8.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Our first session, World Test Championship Final Day 2 is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking to Drinkwise, and we're here for Maccas, here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Shardul Thakur gets an opportunity, first of the day, go from our Vauxhall end. 1 for 75 from 18 overs yesterday. Looked likely at times, but diminishing returns through the last session.
Exactly, and I use the word exasperating with Umesh Yadav. You look at Shardul Thakur, he got the ball to swing, beat the bat, got a wicket. And you said, yeah, he bowled a few wicket-taking deliveries, and yet he's 1 for 75 from 18 overs.
Just bowled some poor overs in isolation, felt. In at Smith, 2 slips bowls here. Thakur bowls in, first ball with a spell. At last they get a little look at Smith through the gate. Maybe an inside edge, we'll see it again. But in the book, it's going to read Smith bowled Thakur. India have a 3rd wicket in quick succession. Thakur, conventional outswinger, way away from his body. No footwork to speak of. Smith is livid. He's done everything right to this point. But he's played on for 121. Australia, 6 for 387. India had themselves a nice little window here, Harsha Bhogle.
121, such a good innings. Steve Smith doing Steve Smith things. And now he is livid. He's taken an eternity to get off the field, almost as if to tell himself, did that really happen? Because that was a nice, gentle, innocuous outswinger, 3 or 4 stumps outside off, and it's taken the inside edge onto stump. And I thought the reaction that said it all, as we saw on that replay, was Shardul Thakur just looking up and saying, oh, Lord above, you gave me a wicket on that one. Well, his nickname's Lord.
It's a bewildering moment in many ways. It says a bit about the extra pressure that India have been able to apply in the last half an hour or so. We said before play today, how would they respond to this challenge? Well, 3 wickets, Head, then Green, then Smith, and now Mitchell Starc walking out at 8. Has a good record at this ground especially, but 387 is not a score they can relax on. Phil Long.
3 for 20.
Try again.
3 for 26 or 43 balls this little spell.
Yep.
Yeah, I told you this is India fighting back. No, but India needed that kind of session, didn't they, Phil?
Is this the Chennai 2001 moment?
Yes. Now, have you had a chance to indulge in that today?
We mentioned the overnight score being very, very similar. The score here, 327 for 3. The Chennai 326 for 3.
Thakur to Starc, his first ball. The left-hander leaves it through to the gloves of KS Bharat. So just go back over that again. The overnight score on day 1 that day in Chennai in 01.
So in 01, 326 for 3. Here it was 327 for 3.
And what were Australia all out for in 01?
In 01, they were all out for 391.
That was the Harbhajan Singh part 3 of his extraordinary...
It was the most incredible series because one bowler got 32 wickets and the next best was 3.
Yeah, Harbhajan figures in that match, 7 for 133 and 8 for 84.
To win the series. Thakur bowls. Starc's second ball leaves it alone as well. Starc in England averages 30 with 29, make that rather, with the bat, including 4 half centuries. One of those was here at the Oval in 2015 where he made 58. So does like batting in conditions where the ball comes on.
I was just about to ask you, actually. I was going to look right to Phil rather than left to you, Adam, on why he's batting ahead of Pat Cummins. Are there numbers that suggest that he's currently batting better than Pat Cummins? Because I think Cummins is a very, very bona fide test number 8.
Cummins did get asked this at the presser before the test match. It's Starc here, 2 back for the short ball. That takes off from back of a length. Stark has a little prod at it, thus the roar you can hear around the ground, but doesn't find an edge. Yeah, Cummins' perspective was that as captain, if it's a 50-50 call, he'd rather bat 9 to give himself just a bit of extra time off the field.
Sometimes captains can run the risk of thinking of the other 10 and not as much about themselves.
Yeah.
Everything I've seen about Pat Cummins, and I've seen as 14, 15 ball T20, 50, but I've always thought he's a long form batter more than a short form batter. Someone should just tell him, no, Patrick, you're batting 8.
Tacker, 2 left in the over. Bowls to Stark, pushes out to mid-wicket, no single. Yeah, it's an interesting one where they've gone back and forth quite a bit, this pair. Stark had a pretty big dip in his batting, but in the last 2 years has recovered somewhat, whereas Cummins has probably had his dip more in recent times for long.
And of course it wasn't an issue in India because Cummins played the first 2 and Stark played the last 2. They didn't play any tests together.
And Cummins made that was a 33 at Delhi to give Australia a vaguely credible first innings tally.
And then, yes.
The second innings Cummins shot, which yes, as he said himself, he still can't quite believe how that happened. Thakur to finish the over and goes past Stark's edge again. So Shardul Thakur into the attack with a wicket maiden, getting rid of Stephen Smith. A big moment on day 2 of this test match. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Australia 6 for 387. Stark yet to score. Carey on 8.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
This session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. And for Macca's, here's to 30 years of the cafe. Harsha Bhogle tweeting in the background, just Lord doing Lord things in reference to Thakur. Started a new over. Umesh bowls to Carey, pushing into the onside. Just 9 million people are going to read that. No big deal. Can you explain to me the Lord Thakur thing? I mean, I don't understand.
It just came up because he comes in and does things. You look at Shardul Thakur play cricket and you think, yeah, he's a good player. He's got extraordinary self-belief. Ashwin once told me he's not seen greater self-belief than he has in Shardul Thakur. That a difficult life. Everyone in Mumbai does, changing trains and coming over. But you look at him play and then you look at his results.
Umesh bowls and Carey turns it into the onside for 1. He'll move up to 9 with that shot. Australia 6 for 388.
He'll just come and change games. So he can bat, but you saw in Brisbane, he just came in and there was a 60 there. Then he came up here in England, he got a 60 and a 50.
I'm not questioning his capacity. I'm a massive Thakur fan. I'm just questioning the etymology of Lord. Why Lord?
And therefore, he does Lord things.
What?
So just like Jadeja, Sir Jadeja, Thakur is Lord. He comes up and does things that you can't imagine. Now, how many bowlers will get a wicket like that? Nice innocuous ball going outside off, and the great Steve Smith drags it back onto his stumps.
Well, I thought it was going to require the delivery of the day. The delivery of the day is for Macca's, automatic delivery on the My Macca's app. It ended up being far from it to get Smith. As Umesh bowls and leaving alone outside the off stump is Stark in exaggerated fashion.
And then he goes to South Africa, picks up 7 for 61.
Yeah.
So he's done remarkable things. And at times then you look at him and say, is it the same person who did those remarkable things? But the one quality that you never, ever underestimate with Shardul Thakur, he backs himself. You put him in a dogfight, he will go and challenge with whatever skills he has. You look at him and say, he's not Bumrah, he's not Siraj, and yet he keeps delivering.
Up to the crease. Umesh here to Stark, who has another fend at 1. He's played in this 3 times in his short stay so far, yet to score from 7 balls.
I'm going to do some Phil Long things. I was just looking up some numbers.
Okay.
Average first inning score, last 6 test matches at the Oval, Phil, 269. Increases to 280 in the second innings. Day-wise batting average 28. So we're all sitting the day before the game and all of us saying, okay, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Let's predict a score at the end of the day. So I've started believing all those stats and gone 233 for 7.
Umesh round the wicket. Stark leaves the line. Change of angle. Not sure why. He's beaten him over the wicket and immediately changed direction.
Now, you've got to look at, everyone who studied stats will say, is there a degree of significance in the stats? There's never been a test match here in June. So can you read too much into stats from August and September to a game that is played in June? And this is so typically English. You go to the Gabba and you say, okay, there's a test match that was played in December and there's a test match that was played in February. Will there be such a large difference?
Isn't that amazing? 104 tests here and none of them in June until this week. Plays and misses again, this time around the wicket, inside the line. They're all over Stark early on. 6 for 388 at the end of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Stark, Nort, Carey, 9.
Bigger battle, any, mini, money, mo, and flower. You're the chosen one.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to Drinkwise. Adam Collins with Harsha, Bhogle, who always drinks wise. Just a little glass of red with dinner for you.
Just replace the S with the occasional N. Occasional.
Occasional. Takur, away from us, Vauxhall then. Delivers here to Carey. And the short sleeve jumper, pushing into the onside. Yeah, we're saying about the Oval here, not playing test cricket. It tends to be the last, historically, it was the last test of the summer.
And might well be when Australia play the Ashes. It's again the last test of the summer.
It's where players retire.
Still in August.
It's where you get those photos which are shot from the pavilion side. The beds stand across to the gasometer. All the photographers wait there when a player's leaving the field for the final time. Alistair Cook a couple of years ago. Or
against India,
with
famously.
A century. Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose, their final match in England. Famous photos.
So when Australia come here to play the Ashes, when they stay on to play the Ashes, rather, is the last test again at the Oval in end August.
Yes, 2 catches in the cordon. Takur bowls and Carey dabs down to backward point. Ends up at deep third with as a fielder. Wants 2. Stark sent back at the right moment. Good fielding. Charging in there from deep third.
He might have opened
Rughani. Sorry, Phil. 6 for 389. Carey double figures.
Careful not to open a can of worms there, Harsha, because the last test finishes on the 31st of July.
July, yes, of course.
If you mention August and cricket now in the UK, you won't be.
They'll have you.
Yeah, we'll have
very controversial topic, Harsha.
No, and I will tell you why, and I'm going to wade into it. I know Matthew's not here, but I'm going to wade into it.
You'll get in trouble for that.
No.
Here's Takur bowling to Stark, who defends, albeit off the inside edge, off his pad to cover, no run.
I mean, which is the spiritual, the present, the everlasting home of test match cricket? If you had to say, you'd say Melbourne on Boxing Day, yes. You say Adelaide Oval on Australia Day, yeah. Eden Gardens in the days gone by. But you think of test match cricket and you think England.
Yep.
Who are the protectors of test match cricket in the world? England. And what have they done this year? Ashes in July because they want to keep August open for white ball cricket.
Takur bowls and Stark pushes out to mid-on, no run from 11 deliveries.
When was the last time Stark would bat a ball? Well, you got it there. And to me, I've been looking at cues around the world to see, okay, where is red ball cricket? Where is traditional test match cricket? We all love test match cricket, Adam. You and me and Phil, we all love test match cricket and we talk it up. But what are the signs around world cricket? And then you always look to England. And he says, rest of the world might be headed one direction. What is England doing when it comes to test match cricket? And what has England done? England has said the best month of the year to play cricket in England will be white ball and not test match cricket. And I fell off my chair and I said, right, has the last bastion fallen?
Takur, change of angle to Stark, round the wicket, tucks him into the onside. There'll be one there. He's off the mark. One of 2 men back for the short ball collect. Stark 1 from 12. Australia 6 for 390. You're not wrong in terms of the response over here to that from those who love test cricket. The view, if I was to try and synthesise a lot of people's opinions, is that can the 100 not be put somewhere else? And the view of the broadcasters and more to the point the ECB is they want to provide August as the shop window for cricket, school holidays, and thus the 100 on free-to-air television. I mean, it kind of comes back to that argument.
So if there is a college party, will you play Beethoven?
Well, I mean, it depends what college you went to, but I see the point you're making. Takur to finish. We'll come back to this in the next over. Pushing into the offside is Carey. Keeps the strike. He's 11. 6 for 391. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. We hear from McDonald's. Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
Just going to grab some more beers.
Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for the McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins and Harsha Bhogle joined by Ravi Shastri, a man who made a big test ton here once upon a time. We're talking about Test cricket in this country at this ground.
I'll tell you a story about that.
Years, bowling again, Umesh Yadav ran the wicket. Carey doesn't get much of it, tries to force it through the offside. It bobbles in the air and he knocks it away with his blade.
My first ever tour to England as a writer. I've known Ravi well. I've hosted his column in the past. I've known Ravi well. We go to Lord's, Ravi gets 100, and I say he's stately like the Qutub Minar, you know, he's there, he's weathering everything, he's there. But I said, surely Ravi can hit big hundreds. Now, Ravi's at 187 here. I'm just walking around on the side, and I hear this loud voice behind me saying, Harsha, can Ravi Shastri hit big hundreds? And I said, yes, you can. Hi, Ravi.
Yes, I do.
Bowls down the leg side, it'll be 4 byes. I mean, KS Bharat did everything he possibly could, diving away to his right, but Umesh Yadav on the angle, down the leg side, up to 6 for 395 Australia with the Sundaresan.
And you know what, Adam? I'd hit 100 before that at Lord's, and I got out exactly for 100. You know, and I had 900s before that, and the highest was 145 or something. And he said, no, can you get a big one? So I said, I got 187 then. I said, is that big enough for you, Mr. Bhogle?
I always give Ravi that little inch in here.
Umesh wide of the crease to Carey, and steers it down the backward point for 1. He's 12, 6 for 397. The way we got here was that we were just explaining to our listeners that there's no Test match cricket played in August here this year due to the 100. You've been commentating on the 100. Your impressions of the new competition?
I think it's fabulous. It's the women's 100 has been very, very popular, and the men's will get more popular this year with all the England players allowed to play. But it's full houses wherever you go, gets over in 2.5 hours, and like I saw with the IPL, you see a lot of young kids and families.
Stark faces Umesh, swings at another one, plays and misses way outside the off stump. Stark's been sketchy so far, 1 from 13.
Yeah, it's opening an area for a lot of new people to come and watch the game and learn about the game. When the IPL started in 2007, that's the difference I saw between Test cricket, one-day cricket. When IPL started, you got people from different walks of life coming in there, but more importantly, kids and parents and families.
It's tricky, isn't it? When T20 started, and of course India is a big part of that story through the IPL, Umesh bowls and Stark leaves alone. Part of it was we want it to be a gateway drug for all cricket, right? You find cricket through T20 or the 100 or whatever it is, and you end up becoming a fan like we are of the longer form of the game as well. And I can see where the other side of it is that where Test cricket is under threat at the moment from, well, in a lot of different ways, but partly from the proliferation of competitions around the world that are owned by the same handful of people.
Only partly. I think Test cricket is under threat from Netflix, dare I say that?
Yeah.
It's under threat from shorter attention spans, from the world moving faster.
Umesh last ball will come back to this. Stark pushes out to point. He might get a couple here.
Should.
The sweepers at deep backward point, they do. So Stark moves to 3. End of the over. Australia 6 for 398. The first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, to drink wise.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, spikies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide. That's Imar.
SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship Final. For Macca's, here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Privileged to have Harsha Bhogle and Ravi Shastri with us here. And Harsha, you were making a point about you think that the challenges to Test cricket, whilst partly informed by short-form comps, enormous private capital, there are other challenges with it. Attention spans?
There's a lot of people who think that T20 cricket is this big villain that's attacking Test match cricket. I think T20 cricket is keeping cricket alive. and is allowing Test cricket the space and the funding that it needs. So I think we need to give T20 cricket a little more respect, because T20 cricket is bringing in all the money that's allowing people to maintain what is in many countries a losing money product.
Shardul starts a new over. Round the wicket, bowls to Carey, pushes into the offside. The scheduling, though, that is becoming more of a challenge. It's hard to avoid the reality of the SAT20, the ILT20 in UAE, both in January. That has already had an effect on international schedules, and the Future Tours program isn't particularly pleasant reading if you're a Test cricket lover.
I don't think Test cricket, there's no danger to Test cricket. Test cricket will survive as long as you restrict the number of teams that play Test match cricket. Use T20 cricket to spread the game around the globe.
Shardul bowls and Carey tries to force it off the front foot through cover, but there's a fielder there, no run.
I've always said, I'd prefer 2 tiers. 6 teams, 6 teams. And in the top 6, and it could be anyone who finishes, at the bottom, there'll be a relegation and a promotion system. Keep those top 6 teams and let the big countries play against each other. Stronger countries play against each other more often. You'll sustain Test cricket. You'll get crowds. You'll keep crowds. You try and spread Test cricket among 15, 20 teams. It's going only one way.
Shardul bowls round the wicket, defending is Carey. I think a couple of years ago, 4 years ago, when this competition started, 9 teams, remembering that 3 full members, Zimbabwe, Ireland and Afghanistan, don't get to participate. They've actually not played a lot of Test cricket since then. So what you're describing there, Ravi, would, in theory, give them more Test cricket against teams ranked 7 through 8.
Absolutely. Keep 8, maximum 8. And then have a relegation system. From the bottom, 2 can come up. I would say keep it 6.
Look what happened when Ireland played England the other day.
I feel for Ireland. I'll talk to that. Shardul bowls and off the hip out to backward square goes Carey for 1. He's 13. It takes Australia up to 6 for 399. I mean, Ireland have had no first-class cricket in Ireland since COVID. They're not allowed to play in the county championship as local players anymore. A massive mistake that never should have happened. I mean, they're on a hiding to nothing. As a new full member, Ireland and Afghanistan should have been given a better opportunity.
There's one other indicator. I talked about the home of Test match cricket not playing Test match cricket in August. There's one other indicator. Proud Test match playing country, South Africa.
Yeah.
In the next WTC cycle have won 3 Test series. Everything else is 2 Test series. That's it.
It's scary. I mean, they're a great Test playing nation. Shardul bowls over the wicket. Stark hands out in front of his body, gets 1 to backward point, takes Australia to 400. 6 for 400 in the 103rd over. As Stark ticks over to 4 himself. Australia started today 3 for 327. They have lost 3 wickets. India are back in the Test match, but 400's an important milestone.
So just take the scene in. Beautiful blue skies, green grass, the colours of our game, red ball, white clothes. Those are the colours of our game traditionally. Take this scene in, because you won't see this in too many other countries. People sitting here watching, applauding a single. Take it in while you can.
Embrace Test cricket to the extent we can, I think.
While you can.
That's why this is such an important week, I think. Last ball here, Thakur bowls, and you and I, Harsha, are going to jump out. Bharat's going to replace us. Ravi Shastri will stay. Nikesh Rughani to call us through to lunch with Australia. 6 for 400, Stark on 4, Carey on 13, and our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Back with us here live at the Oval, Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan and Ravi Shastri. Afternoon, guys. Bharat, Ravi, bye.
Afternoon. It's going to be one good afternoon, let me tell you. Australia will, at the toss, if you told them they would be 400 for 6, they'll take it any day.
Oh, easy.
No question about that. This is a very good score on the surface.
Yes, we saw the ball doing quite a bit yesterday, even when the cloud cover did clear. This is Siraj in, and Stark just guides one backward of point. Takes the single. Mitch Stark and Alex Carey currently out there, the 2 Centurions. If you are just joining us, Steve Smith bringing up his 100 with a couple of boundaries off the very first over of the day. Travis Head eventually going for 163. Those were the two that India wanted, but plenty of potential runs to be had down the lower order for Australia as well. Pat Cummins still to come, of course. And then Lyon and Boland as well. Carey back on strike here. Siraj steams in, delivers a short delivery, and it's well guided down towards deep third. There is protection there, so another single taken.
Here you're absolutely right, Ravi, about this pitch. I spoke to Steve Smith. He spoke to us on SEN Test Cricket last evening, and he said that it is quite up and down. It's not as flat as it might look from the outside. We've seen the new ball do quite a bit of damage both yesterday and today.
We've not seen that consistency though from some of the bowlers, certainly throughout yesterday. Did see plenty of decent deliveries in between, as we see another one there, playing a miss from Stark just outside off, looking to force that one through the offside. And Ravi, how much do you think it has to do? We spoke a little bit earlier about a lot of these bowlers, all these bowlers have been playing in the IPL, they've been bowling 4-over spells, bowling on a day like yesterday as well, where the batters are getting stuck in, they're weathering that storm, and particularly the likes of Shardul Thakur, who bowled really well actually yesterday in spells, but was just looking so tired and just completely done in by the end of the day.
See, because it's one thing, leaving the field after 3 hours of IPL cricket and bowling just 4 overs. It's another thing altogether, standing on the ground for 6.5 hours and then bowling your 15 overs in the day, 15-20 overs in the day. It's a totally different cup of tea.
Siraj in once more, and he beats Stark once more, just past the outside edge, and judging by the reaction of Siraj on that occasion, that was pretty close. This time Stark just poking outside that off stump.
And what you must remember, this pitch has quickened up. Yesterday Australia did the hard yards in that first session of play. There'll be a lot of indentations in this pitch. So when the sun comes out and it gets hard, it's dry down, then these cracks will open up and come into play. And you can see the bounce being variable today. The odd ones just taken off and done a little bit too much.
Siraj tries once more. This time Stark does get bat on ball. He knocks it to mid-off, goes through for the quick single. Direct hit. He's run out, I think. I think he's going to be well short of his ground. And Mitchell Stark just walking straight back to the pavilion. He's not even going to wait for the third umpire's decision. It has gone upstairs, so we can have a look. But brilliant bit of fielding. Akshar Patel, the substitute fielder, just diving, picking it up and throwing in one motion as well. Lovely bit of fielding there. And another thing to lift this Indian crowd here. That's going to be surely Australia 7 down now for 402.
They ran with the shot, did Mitchell Stark. It wasn't Ravindra Jadeja, it was Ravindra Jadeja light, Akshar Patel. But he would have made Jadeja proud with that.
There you go, confirmation on the big screen that it's out. He was a good few inches short of his ground there, Mitchell Stark, and he knew it straight away.
Yeah, in a way it was straight. He had 3 stumps to aim at, but still needed a good throw. He was off balance when he let go of the ball. And one thing Alex Carey does get involved in a lot is run-outs, but this wasn't his call.
And that's what India needed, really. To that kind of energy. 4 wickets in this session of play. Brings the fans into play. They suddenly feel there's a contest on.
And I think the energy, that was something that was lacking through yesterday afternoon. It's difficult, isn't it, Ravi? You've been in those situations where you've been out in the field for a long period of time. Not a lot is happening for long periods of the game. You can't see where the next wicket is coming from. It's quite easy to then sort of lose that intensity and lose that energy. But the way Mohammad Siraj in particular began today, yes, he got hit for a couple of 4s off the very first over, but that Steve Smith complaining about the spider cam just seemed to fire him up, and he brought that extra bit of energy, and that seems to have transpired all around the team.
Absolutely. And one thing you must remember, what is going for you as a bowler is that you just look at that pitch, you see the odd ball behaving the way it is. It has to keep you interested. It has to give you that belief that you can get wickets. You can do 5, 6 in a session of play.
Chance of India ring around here at the Oval as Alex Carey faces up here to Siraj and defends back down the pitch. Siraj with a leap to do the fielding off his own bowling. So end of a successful over that from India. The run out there of Mitchell Stark. Pat Cummins, the new batter, will be facing the start of the next over with Australia 7 for 402.
savings on everything from headaches to hay fever, only at Chemist Warehouse. Like Bio Revive Mouth Ulcer Relief 8 capsules, $10.69. Betadine Chesty Fort 200ml is only $10.99. For Pain, try Advil Minis 90 liquid capsules, $16.99. And Zyrtec Rapid Hay Fever Relief 70 tablets, only $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe in this first session, which is coming to a close here. 22 minutes left in association with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Shardul Thakur into the new batter, the skipper Pat Cummins, who leaves his first delivery just outside off stump. We were talking about the cracks, Ravi Shastri, in the pitch and the fact that the Australians were probably licking their lips, and the fact that they've got a much taller bowling attack than India. Do you think that's going to make a difference?
Oh, massive difference. And pace. Don't forget, that extra pace and bounce will make a lot of difference. And it's a dry surface. You heard Steve Smith saying in one of the interviews that there is a lot in this surface. India bowled short yesterday. They could have been further up, and it could have been a real test for the batsman.
Tucker is in. This is full into Cummins, who flicks into the leg side, and Carey was not quite halfway down the track. Took a few strides though, and throw comes in from mid-wicket into the non-striker's end. Doesn't hit the stumps. Carey would have been back in his ground in any case. Last thing they need now is another run out, and Bharat, you mentioned it. He's got a reputation, Alex Carey.
I think he's just too quick for his own good. Obviously he has the footy background that gets spoken about a lot. You just see him run. He's so quick that he underestimates or overestimates the speed of his partner at the other end.
Shardul past the umpire, delivers again. That one takes off from a length and almost hits the shoulder of Pat Cummins as he negotiates it somehow into the offside out towards backward point. Another example of that one just taking off from nowhere.
Now that's exactly what I was saying. The indentations, the cracks opening up. It's a dry surface. And Shardul Thakur is no tall man. He's 5'9", 5'10". Yeah. So can you imagine a 6'3", 6'4" bloke bowling on that surface and hitting the deck?
Pat Cummins would be impressed with that delivery, and another man in that dugout, Scott Boland, is made to bowl in these conditions. He's made a living out of it.
Similar pace to Shardul Thakur as well, just a lot taller as Thakur is outside off this time, and that one's left alone by Cummins. 7 for 402.
Yes, but he's getting good movement, and it comes naturally with Shardul Thakur. You saw even at the Gabba when India won the Test match, no one swung the ball. It's just Shardul who swung it on a regular basis and got wickets. He has this knack of getting out good players too.
He does.
Joe Root here a couple of years ago in that Test match, which India won. Take a 2-1 series lead. Thakur is in. He's full this time to Cummins, who defends out towards point. And there is no run. Just seems to make things happen from nowhere, Shardul Thakur. When you least expect it, can be bowling an innocuous spell. Did you see that in him when he was first called up into the India Test side when you were there coaching?
He's very confident in whatever he does. Even when he got the opportunity in Australia, he started with a half century. Crucial innings at the Gabba, then he got wickets. Even here, when India won the Test match, he got 2 half centuries and some crucial wickets. So he's got that belief that he can do things.
And he is once more. Delivers to Cummins, who flicks away fine, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. Just to the left of KS Bharat. Off the pad in the end. No bat involved, but just straying in his line a touch there. Shardul Thakur. And that is the end of another over. Australia 7 for 406.
Introducing the next level of shaving with Gillette Labs Razor with exfoliating bar. With one-stroke exfoliation, it clears a path on your skin before the blades for an effortless shave. Between May 25 and June 21, 2023, buy any Gillette product from Chemist Warehouse to get a next-level good feeling. 50 cents from every sale is donated to the Gotcha for Life Foundation to support men's mental health. Donation capped at $100,000. T's and C's apply. See gillette.com.au/terms-conditions for details. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Back here live at the Oval. It's going to be Siraj to continue here with Australia 7 for 406. Centuries for Steve Smith and Travis Head, of course, putting them in this position. Siraj runs into bowl, gets his footing wrong, I think. And we'll try once more. We saw Australia at 76 for 3, or 3 for 76, I should say, on day one. India sensing a breakthrough, and that is when that partnership began between those two Centurions. Siraj is in, he's full, and this is defended by Carey for no run. And Ravi, the way that Travis Head played as well, Steve Smith was getting stuck in, his strike rate was around the 30 mark. He'd faced 100-odd balls at that stage as well, and just was looking to accumulate, was looking to bat time. Travis Head just came in and played the way that he does, and took the counter-attack to India, really, and that has really changed this game, wouldn't you say?
You can see the importance of that innings. He turned the game on its head. As simple as that, because, you know, this 270, 280 was a good score on this track, but 400 now.
Siraj in, and this is again defended by Carey for no run.
Is a very, very good score, and Australia, no, anything from here, anything extra from here is a bonus.
Yep.
You know, it's only going to play on the minds of the Indian batters when they come out. They'll have to play really well. And Australia know, they would have watched from the dressing room, that if they're consistent with that line and length, you know, there's enough in this pitch to, you know, keep them honest.
And will there be cracks which will bring even Nathan Lyon into play?
No question. And the bowler's footmarks.
India will have to bat last as well. Siraj is in short this time and is pulled away in front of square out towards the boundary over to the right as we look on, and there is protection there, so just the single is taken. 407 at this stage, still 3 wickets in hand. I mean, if India woke up today, Ravi, if this was day one of the Test match, Rohit Sharma wins the toss. I know hindsight's 2020, but you might be tempted to play Ashwin, you might be tempted to bat first, definitely.
No question, because, you know, at times when I saw that side, I said India has picked this side to field. You know, because when you look at the amount of first-class cricket played, I was really surprised that, you know, because it was a straight-up selection between Umesh Yadav and Ashwin. I mean, there's no contest there. You know, there's only one winner. So you've obviously picked a side where you want to field at any cost. And that's not the way to go about it.
And you're relying a lot on overhead conditions, which didn't last very long yesterday, just the first session, really.
Yeah.
Siraj then is in, and this is defended by Cummins. This one keeps a little bit low, actually. He was playing off the back foot, off the toe end of the bat into the offside.
Yeah, and just, you know, emphasizing on that, Umesh Yadav is no Jasprit Bumrah. You know, I can understand if Bumrah was there, then you might be thinking of going in with the side you've gone here and then opting to field first. But otherwise, it's a no-brainer. You know, you've got to give credit to skill. The man's taken 480 plus wickets.
Exactly.
You know, he's got all the skill in the world. He doesn't need a pitch. He's got guile. There are 4 left-handers in the Australian batting lineup.
He seems to regularly miss out on these overseas tours, particularly to England last time out as well. This one's a little bit shorter from Siraj. He negotiates it well. Cummins defends out towards point, still yet to get off the mark. Pat Cummins has faced 8 deliveries so far, and Siraj still bowling with good pace and good intent.
You can see on the screen now the color of the surface. You know, that light brown is more India subcontinental kind of color. You know, and this is hard. The surface is hard. So, you know, when the cracks open, it'll be like a day 4, day 5 track in Perth, the old track at the Wacker, or even at the Gabba. And you know how the bounce can be variable then, or even Adelaide for that matter.
We saw what the likes of Curtly Ambrose did there over the years in those conditions. This one is short left down the leg side by Cummins. Siraj coming round the wicket for that final delivery. And Australia, after 106 overs in this first innings, with lunch fast approaching, are 7 for 407.
Come a little closer. We need to have a heart-to-heart. Did you know Australian-made Healthy Care coenzyme Q10 helps sustain the CoQ10 levels in the body, which maintains cardiovascular health and enhances energy levels? Find Healthy Care CoQ10 150mg for $34.99 and Ultra Strength CoQ10 300mg for $33.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Yeah, 110 up.
That with us here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Shardul Thakur to continue. This one is full. It's driven square out towards deep point by Carey for a single. Ravi Shastri leaving us on commentary for now. We'll be back later on this afternoon in sessions 2 and 3. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan. 12 minutes until the lunch interval. Phil Long is here with us as well.
Waving at us.
We'll stick his mic up so he can talk to us. Hello, Phil.
There I am. Yeah, I've sat down. Let Ravi slide in, so I'm sat down below. That's why I was waving. A score of 400 now, 407 for 7. I'll tell you about that in a moment after this ball.
Shardul is into Cummins again, who drives, misses, and it's past the outside edge through to Bharat.
Yeah, we've mentioned a lot about this being a June Test match at the Oval, and that's you know, the unique first time it's happened. As far as Oval Test matches go, this is the first time a team has passed 400 in their first innings since 2015, when Australia made 481 against England.
Did someone make 100? Someone we might have heard about and spoken about a lot in the last...
You think? It's either Bradman or Smith.
Thakur continues here, and outside off, left alone by Cummins this time around.
Significant test match for Pat Cummins, 50th test. There was a period in his life when he wouldn't have even dreamt of getting this far, and he spoke about it to the Australian press a few days out from this test match, where he didn't expect to play a second test. Get to number 50. Incredible performer with the ball, and has demoted himself to number 9 in the last 18 or so months, hiding behind Mitchell Starc.
Thakur delivers to him again, and once more left outside off. I thought that's a little bit harsh, I think, given the talent that he does possess with the bat. I mean, look, across all formats, really. I remember in the IPL a couple of seasons back, actually, doing commentary on that, and the Kolkata Knight Riders at that time paid so much money for him, $1.5 million or whatever it was for the season, and he was proving his worth with the bat. Couldn't take a wicket that season, but was actually hitting half centuries, hitting quick 30s and 40s. Has got a lot of capability with the bat, and he drives this one, but straight to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I went through a lull, I think, post the 2018-19 summer, where I almost felt like he started batting with a bit too much responsibility. I think Pat Cummins is generally at his best with the bat when he's looking to score, playing a lot of shots. Like we said, Nikesh, he has shots all around the wicket. But he just seemed to go into his shell, and it's taken him a while to get out of it. Got some crucial runs in the Ashes, you'll remember, in Manchester 4 years ago. But yeah, Mitchell Starc's batting, I say the same about Mitchell Starc as well. His batting's dropped over the years.
Indeed. Thakur is full onto the pads of Cummins, who finds the gap there just in front of mid-wicket. Should get a couple, and does pretty comfortably in the end. Shami with the fielding.
I've got absolutely no stats to back this up, but it's amazing how that does seem to happen over a lot of bowlers' careers, doesn't it? They come in, you know, good averages, bat at 8 or 9, and then slowly, you know, things slip away.
Right, end of another over. Australia 7 for 410.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Back with SEN Test Cricket. This first session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Mohammad Siraj into Alex Carey then, who defends out into the covers, and there is no run. Australia very happy with the Beaumont scoreboard at the moment. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 7 for 410 as we tick ever closer to lunch. And that point you made, Phil, about bowlers rather, and their batting declining over their careers. Stuart Broad being a prime example, with the Ashes coming up, of course. Top score of 169 at Lords against Pakistan in that now infamous test match. Nobody remembers the Broad 169 really. Is remembered for all sorts of other negative reasons. But after being hit in the head, it was at Old Trafford by Varun Aaron
in his face
of India.
He broke his nose.
Broke his nose, bruising under both eyes. The helmet was in pieces. never been the same since. Has kind of tried to reinvent himself under the captaincy of Ben Stokes. Calls himself, or is called, dubbed the Night Hawk rather than the Night Watcher. Comes in, gives it a bash. Sometimes promoted up the order to do so as well. And I think he's playing a lot better with that, and that's kind of the point we made about Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. These lower order batters, when you give them that freedom, when they are playing freely, that's when you see the best of them.
Yeah, I think it was the period when Steve Smith and David Warner weren't around, that 1 year post Sandpaper Gate, is when Pat Cummins, Australia's middle order wasn't strong enough, and often it was Tim Paine and Pat Cummins who had to bail Australia out.
Siraj is short to Carey, who ducks underneath this one.
And he became the kind of batter, a lower order batter, that's been signalled a wide, another wide in this innings.
Yeah, it
tells you a lot about the uneven bounce they've been getting. And he just went into his shell, like I said earlier, and he was batting time, he was surviving, but not really looking to score runs, which was needed sometimes, especially when India toured Australia in 18-19, that summer.
Yeah, a bit of a bailout job on a few occasions in that series. Remember Tim Paine playing a couple of good knocks. This one is short down the leg side from Siraj and left well alone by Carey.
Just going back to this pitch, Ravi Shastri just mentioned the cracks in what Nathan Lyon may be able to get out of it. We haven't seen a lot of Jadeja at all in this innings. He hasn't bowled a ball today. I saw him working with Rahul Dravid and Paras Mambre before the start of play, trying to get him to bowl slightly fuller than he did yesterday, but the Indian fast bowlers have kept him out of the attack for now.
Field changes being made here as well, so
some confusion in the field.
Fine leg moving around a bit squarer to a more sort of long leg position. We've got a deep square leg just in front of square, actually, and we've got a deep mid wicket out on the boundary as well. So just everyone shifting across. The confusion cleared, and Siraj is in again. He goes full on the off stump, and that is poor. With a field setting like that, he just allows Carey to give himself some room there and guide it down towards deep third. Races away for four. Brilliant bit of timing there from the keeper. Just moved slightly leg side, but the ball was outside off anyway, and maybe he was trying to do the double bluff there, Siraj. It didn't work.
Yeah, industrious shot from Alex Carey. He's so much smoother when he hits boundaries through the offside. Wonderful timer of the ball. Made quite a bit of room even before Siraj had delivered the ball, and it landed exactly where he wanted it to land. Slightly full and outside off, nicely guided away.
Siraj tries once more, goes short this time, and it's played awkwardly but well in the end, down towards fine leg by Carey for a single. Australia 7 for 416 now.
A big tour for Alex Carey as well. Didn't get too many runs in India. Started promisingly in Nagpur, didn't he? Not a lot of batters did get runs in that early part of the series. Good strong tours of Pakistan and Sri Lanka. His keeping just improved. Got himself a test 100 during the summer as well.
Yeah, made 56 on that in that India series. 36 of them were in the first test at Nagpur.
Siraj changing his line here, coming round the wicket to the right-handed Cummins. A couple of slips in place. We've got a short leg, got a leg slip as well. Any idea what he's going to bowl here?
Full and wide outside off.
Well, he did do the double bluff to Carey a couple of balls ago. And he comes Siraj, does go short, and Cummins was equal to it, ducks underneath it. KS Bharat can't take it, diving away towards his left, and that's 4 byes in the end. All valuable runs here for Australia. They'll take them any way they can come. They're building a really nice first innings here. 7 for 420. And that one just sort of carried on swinging further down the leg side after it pitched and beat KS Bharat. Quite harsh to go down as byes.
Yeah, that was a reverse swing after it passed the stumps. Like Waqar Younis bowling. I mean, ball was delivered by Mohammad Siraj, but then Waqar Younis took over as the ball went past the stumps. That went a long way.
Siraj back over the wicket this time. And he comes, does go short again, and again it's down the leg side, this time taken by KS Bharat as Cummins leaves alone. So we are going to get 1 over in before the lunch interval, with Australia 7 for 420 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Mohammad Shami then replacing Shardul Thakur to bowl this final over before lunch. I'm surprised we've not seen any Jadeja. Maybe this could have been the over.
Could have been, but Mohammad Shami is the strike bowler, and India realized that, yes, they've had a good session. Like Ravi Shastri told us, this is already a big score. If they can eke out 1 more wicket, especially if they can get Alex Carey out, the last of the recognised batters, and breathe a little easier.
Shami then into Carey, who flicks to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. We also spoke about Travis Head and the role that he has had, not only with the big century, the 163, but the rate at which he scored yesterday, particularly in that partnership with Smith early on. I suppose from an Indian point of view, they don't want to get themselves in that position where they lose 3 wickets fairly early on. But even so, who is going to be and play that Travis Head role? Do they just have to collectively do it from right from the top?
Yeah, they'll have to do it their own way. They don't have an X-factor batter like a Travis Head in the middle order. There's no Rishabh Pant, of course.
Shami is full outside off there to Carey, who drives off the toe end down towards mid-off, no run.
Well, Ajinkya Rahane has played a few innings, not like the one that we saw from Travis Head, but he can counter-attack when required. But yeah, I think a lot will depend on their openers, Rohit Sharma in particular, who did so well in 2021.
Century here in the Test match against England, and that was a no ball called as well. So another delivery, another run onto the total there for Australia. Shami tries once more. This one is defended into the leg side by Carey for no run.
Now, you mentioned Ajinkya Rahane. He got back into the Test team really on the back of that IPL form. I mean, we mentioned yesterday the times of India calling him a Test discard. Yeah, his IPL figures this year, a strike rate of 172, 326 runs.
Yeah, good runs in the Ranji Trophy as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what he alluded to as well. I think the fact that he's played a full season of domestic cricket, hasn't done that in many years, has really helped him rediscover his best form. Shami charges in again, and this is full outside off. It's driven, but only as far as Thakur there at mid-off. No run. It's interesting, isn't it, how many of these Indian players get shoehorned into the Test side. I know Rughani's had a good first-class season as well, but you do often see those players in the shop window in a big competition like the IPL, and all of a sudden they're thrown into either ODI cricket, completely different format, or Test cricket, which is even further away. It's interesting how often that happens these days. Mohammad Siraj being another example of that, although did perform well in first-class cricket. It was really his IPL form which caught the eye a few years ago. This one left alone by Shami, outside off by Carey.
I mean, you'd like to believe that the National Selection Committee, the current one and the previous one, do factor all of it in. And Mohammad Siraj, like you said, was the leading wicket taker in the Ranji Trophy for 2 seasons back-to-back. That's led to his selection for the Test team. But yeah, good performance in the IPL before a big tour or a big series. Oh, there he is on TV. Our colleague Ravi Shastri was just sitting next to us a few minutes ago.
That's why he left early. Do a bit of sunbathing by the sight screen down below. Shami is in, and this is driven just to the right of the fielder there at cover, who does well to stop it, Akshay Patel, but they get through for a single. So Pat Cummins will be facing here for the last delivery before lunch. Australia 7 for 422. You can see white handkerchiefs on the heads of some people in the crowd. Lots of floppy hats, lots of sun cream. Beautiful day by London standards. Getting into the low to mid-20s.
Sharp sun, which feels like an Australian sun today.
Mr. Shastri back on screen.
Enjoying himself.
Looked like he was doing the tracer bullet gesture there when he knew the camera was on him. Right, final delivery before lunch. Shami is into Cummins, who's beaten past the outside edge, but survives. So India, well, they'll be happy with the session, having taken those 4 wickets. But Australia, in terms of the match situation, still going at just under 4 runs and over overall, and they have racked up some serious runs here so far after being inserted on day 1. They go into lunch on 7 for 422. Pat Cummins unbeaten on 2. Alex Carey on 22. A couple of wickets each in the innings so far for Siraj and Shami. Shardul Thakur with 2 as well, including the big wicket of Steve Smith, getting him to drag one on after he made 121. Travis Head falling for 163. And Australia's lunch will still pace pretty good, I think, Bharat.
Yeah, high fives in the Indian camp as they walk off the field here at the Oval. It was very much their session in terms of clawing their way back into the game. But it started off with Steve Smith hitting those 2 boundaries and bringing up yet another Test century on English soil, yet another Test century at the Oval. But Australia still well on top. 422 is a lot of runs on this pitch.
So long.
Yeah, very quickly, the tail of that session, 24 overs bowled. We'll moan about that again. They scored 95 for 4 wickets for 95 runs in those 24 overs.
So Australia still scoring at a very good rate. We'll see if they can continue or if India can take these final 3 wickets quickly and then see what they can do in the sunshine here in South London. We'll of course be back with the second session in full here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And Drinkwise, remember, if drinking, Drinkwise. Paul Sebastiani is going to take you through the lunch break. You can give him a call on 1300 736 736.
For Stephen Smith, out towards the deep mid-wicket rope, back at the ground where this remarkable ton machine first clicked into gear in 2013. It was here in South London where he struck his first Test 100, and now he's earned the right to salute for his 31st. Playing his way, doing things on his terms, and along with Travis Head, putting his side in the strongest of positions in this World Test Championship final. Stephen Smith is one of the greatest to ever do it. Shami delivers and Head carves away at the deep backward point, strikes it beautifully. Out for 4 and another milestone for the South Australian. Up to 150, 152. It's been a brilliant innings from the moment he arrived. Fitting that he gets there with a slash behind point. His 23rd 4 to go with a 6, and well on his way to a double ton as well. 3 for 343, striking at 93. He's been perfect. As Siraj approaches Head, 3 men back, short ball down the leg side, something on it, he's gone. Head's been caught in the trap. Siraj set him up. Great captaincy from Rohit Sharma, having a plan and sticking to it. And Travis Head was always going to keep taking on the short ball, but he feathers Siraj down the leg side. KS Bharat, an easy chance pouched, and it ends a monster partnership. This pair putting on 285 of the best.
Averages in the 90s. This is edged and taken. What a catch that is by Shubman Gill. Second slip. Cameron Green going for the big booming drive. Shami gets the breakthrough. And listen to the noise around the Oval. It was a short stay at the crease for Green. A short of a length delivery, just rising a little bit extra, catching the top of the bat. And flew towards Shubman Gill's head. Siraj tries once more. This time Stark does get bat on ball. He knocks it to mid-off, goes through for the quick single. Direct hit. He's run out, I think. I think he's going to be well short of his ground. And Mitchell Stark just walking straight back to the pavilion. He's not even going to wait for the third umpire's decision. It has gone upstairs, so we can have a look. But brilliant bit of fielding. Akshar Patel, the substitute fielder, just diving, picking it up and throwing in one motion as well. Lovely bit of fielding there. And another thing to lift this Indian crowd here, that's going to be surely Australia 7 down now for 402.
SEN Test Cricket here live at the Kia Oval, the World Test Championship Final, the middle session of the second day. For Drinkwise, remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, welcoming in some listeners to start off in New South Wales and on the Gold Coast. Adam Collins with you, Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long with me. Quite the session, 4 for 95 in 24 overs, so going at a decent lick and 4 wickets to keep the game moving. Stephen Smith advancing to his 31st Test ton, 9th against India, 7th in England. Travis Head passing 150, then getting out, but India fighting back nicely.
India fighting back nicely, but you'd still think, Adam, that Australia have a huge total already on the board. They still have 3 wickets left. Maybe they would think they could have done without the run out of Mitchell Starc, but otherwise it was good bowling from India. They finally arrived today like they had a plan. They knew how to bowl to Travis Head and they wanted to give it a go rather than just discard it after just a few overs. And it worked. He hit them for a few boundaries. He pulled really nicely, but then they caught him in that trap. And Steve Smith, like you said, got to that 100 very early on in the day. And Shardul Thakur troubled him yesterday, didn't he? With the outswingers, he changed his line very smartly to Steve Smith. First ball of the day looked like a bit of a loosener, but Steve Smith also had spent so much time out in the middle, just left his bat hanging.
It was completely against the flow, wasn't it? It was Smith with Thakur in his first ball. I should say the score's 7 for 422 if you're just picking up our coverage. But yes, Smith, the first ball from Thakur, an innocuous outswing, eclipsed the inside edge, back onto the woodwork. He couldn't believe it.
He couldn't believe it because Steve Smith had, like we've said a few times, booked himself in for a long haul. He'll get another chance to bat at the Oval, if not this week, then later on this tour. And he'll be looking forward to that already. He looked in complete control till that point. A little bit of argy-bargy between him and Mohammad Siraj very early on in the day is what India probably needed to get fired up. You could see at the end of that first over, Rohit Sharma was happy that his bowlers had a fire lit under their bottom, and Mohammad Shami bowled really well. Umesh Yadav still a disappointment, but the cracks are opening up, and like Ravi Shastri said, 422 is a huge total. They felt even something like a 240 or a 270 would be a decent total, but Australia made so many more already.
Speaking of Ravi, I can see him in the back of the box, so you're going to jump out. We'll hear from you through the course of the session. We're welcoming listeners as well in Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, Tasmania and the Northern Territory. And you're picking up the coverage here at the Kia Oval with Australia 7 for 422 as we wait for the middle session to start on this second afternoon. A glorious day in South London. Quick call of the card for those who are joining us from the footy and other commitments through the day. Australia resumed that 3 for 327. Steve Smith started on 95 and hit 2 fours. First 2 balls through the onside to raise that 31st Test ton. He was the second man dismissed this morning. The first was Travis Head. Made it to 163 before he was caught down the leg side in the trap from the bowling of Siraj for 163, a partnership at 285 with Smith. Cameron Green caught a second slip by Shubman Gill from the bowling of Shani for 6. Mitchell Starc was run out for Akshar Patel at mid-on. Nice piece of fielding for 5. And the aforementioned Stephen Smith bowled off the inside edge for 121. So a session where there were 4 wickets, 95 runs. India needed to win the session, Ravi. It was essential after the final stanza yesterday. They came out and did well this morning and got a boatload of wickets, and they'll be happy with the 4 they've snared so far.
No, absolutely. They needed that kind of energy, and they needed those wickets early to keep them in that session of play. And when they got Smith and Head back-to-back, it obviously made a difference.
Phil Long, you're with us as well for the first half an hour. You've been looking at the Steve Smith numbers and where this all fits in.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about Steve Smith this morning, quite rightly so. Started this innings, he was at 20th position in the all-time Test run scorers. Yesterday afternoon, he went past Inzaman ul Haq and Javid Miandad. This morning, he went past Graham Gooch, who was on 8,900 Test runs. So he's now in 17th position. Next on his list, Graham Smith, 9,265, and Hashim Amla, 9,282. If he goes beyond those two, the next is that 10,000 club.
Yes, what's the names to go past? Inzamam ul Haq, Javid Miandad and Graham Gooch, 8,900, which means that he's zeroing in on 9,000 Test runs as well. Plenty of time for that through a long Ashes summer, which follows this World Test Championship final. Alex Carey leading the way for Australia back to the middle. He's on 22 from 43 balls. Pat Cummins, the captain, who walked in at number 9. He's 2 from 17. Quite the interrogation in the quarter of an hour before lunch, Ravi. They went the short stuff and it nearly worked.
No, and you could see the pitch, was playing up too a little bit. And what Australia would like is that the runs they've got on the board now is very, very good. And whatever runs from here, I believe for Australia is a bonus. Because all the Australian bowlers are now in play immediately when they come out to bowl, including Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, so if they were to bat for another half a session, that'd be a great result and take them well beyond 450. Then they can unleash Cummins and Boland, who especially seem well suited to a surface like this, where it has been nipping around, hasn't it?
I think that would be ideal from Australia's point of view.
Yeah.
And they would ideally want to bat the whole session. But if they get a sniff at India for, say, about 30 minutes, 35 minutes before tea, and then again use that new ball after tea, would be just about perfect from Australia's point of view.
So Richard Illingworth calls the players to attention. It's going to be Umesh Yadav from the pavilion end. Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. In its middle session is brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. Carey's got 2 slips and a gully behind him. A deep point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a couple out for the short ball. Umesh, first ball of the session, right arm over, pushed out towards mid-off. No single. So Carey, it's an occupational, well, it can be a hazard, but usually it's a big part of the job as a keeper, batting with the bowlers, and Carey's done a decent job of that over the last 12 months.
And he's very good because he knows when to cash in. He knows when to counter-attack. He's got the range of shots to do that. He's good against spin, if spin is introduced. So a good man to have in a situation like this.
Carey thumping the bat into the turf at our Vauxhall end. Umesh, the veteran, over the wicket, bowls Soom here, fallen, driven and cut off in his follow through. Takes a look at his hand. Goes with some force, but saved at least a couple. Umesh Yadav, who is bowling his 19th over, none for 64. So he's pulled it back a little bit after having a profligate start yesterday.
He did, certainly did. And even today when he started, the rhythm seemed better, the way he ran in just before lunch.
Patrons filing back into their seats after the lunch outside. Umesh bowls again to Carey, play and a miss. That just moved away from the left-hander. It's full, probably there to be hit, but not quite. A tempter from Umesh Yadav, who's been playing in these contests against Australia for such a long time, all the way back to 2010. How different world cricket looked when he was a youngster coming through.
Absolutely. And just talking about Alex Carey, I think he'll be on the lookout for the boundary as well, the boundary ball. That intent will remain because he's got his captain with him and not too much batting to come.
Carey facing up. Umesh bowls here. Tries to drive him, but just miscues it out towards mid-off, no run. Carey had a dreadful run of it in India earlier this year. 65 runs at 9.3, highest score of 36 at Nagpur, but 25 runs across 5 other innings. So he did struggle there after a pretty impressive home summer, which included his first test ton. That was at the MCG, where he was striking at 75. So again, kind of typical wicketkeeper role, keeping the board moving down the list at 7. Facing Umesh here and playing and missing again, albeit a delivery that doesn't quite carry through to the gloves of Bharat.
This will be the problem for the Indians when they come out, to tackle this variable bounce. And with the Australian bowlers being taller and quicker, it's not going to be easy.
Oh yeah, that's watching the replay back here for Tyre Power. The end of financial year sale now on. That did, I mean, shooting through would be a bit of a stretch, but it's hit a part of the pitch that the camera is zeroing in on here, where there looks to be a crack on this second afternoon. Umesh bowls and Carey. That takes off. Goes above his horizontal blade. Tried to flay it through the offside, not to be. So a maiden first over after lunch. Stays at 7 for 422 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale on now. Cummins gets a strike back on 2. Carey's on 22. Carey, who toured England 4 years ago as the backup keeper for Tim Payne. He only played 1 game on that trip, though. He was mostly carrying the bags, I suppose. That was a tour game at Derbyshire where he didn't bat. So it's his first professional red ball innings in England. A bit of white ball cricket over here. The World Cup of 2019, the one-day World Cup, where he went quite nicely. So an opportunity for the man who's had the job for a couple of years now, 31 years of age, with 5 Ashes Tests ahead of him.
Yeah, he's got the experience and he's got the goods, you know, to do a good job for Australia at that number. I think this Ashes series coming up will be great exposure for him. And with the bat, he's no mug. He'll make some useful contributions, that's for sure.
So we're going to start with Shami from the Vauxhall then, continuing his spell. His 28th over. He's got a couple of wickets. Bowls here. First ball for Cummins for the Sessions, pushed into the offside, no run. So a lot of discussion overnight about where Ashwin might have fit, but this is the attack they've got. They've got to find a way to take 20 wickets, and at least they've taken 7 so far.
Absolutely. And, you know, just talking about the bounce again, you know, and how the Australian bowlers will come into place. Having a chat with Ricky Ponting at lunch, and, you know, I was just saying, it reminds me of a track on day 4, day 5, Adelaide, when the sun's beating down, crack starts opening up Perth, even the gap up. It's similar on day 2 itself.
3 slips. Cummins facing Shami. In-swinger. Big in-swinger. Great take from KS Brad. He's had a good couple of days with the gloves. Away to his left. There was some indecision in the Indian camp, or so it felt from the word we were getting out about whether they might play Ishan Kishan on debut, given that the perception is in England that, well, you won't be keeping up to the stumps too often. How important what might a wicketkeeper be, but he saved so many runs from the swinging ball.
That was 4 byes if it was Ishan Kishan, because he's a foot shorter than KS Bharat, so his height did come into play. He's done good. He's got better and better as the innings has progressed.
Quite a tall keeper, Bharat. Shami again to the crease. That's the in-swinger again. Cummins a bit fuller, equal to it, pushing down the pitch, no run. So starting looking to bring the stumps into play for Cummins.
Yeah, he's dismissed Cummins a few times in that fashion. He's gone through his defence, bowled him with the foolish length delivery that comes back in. But most of the time, you know, that's with reverse swing.
So you're out there and saw the pitch in some detail at lunch?
I didn't go see the pitch. I saw it in the morning, and then you see it enough on the coverage, you know, close, and you can see the cracks opening up, you know, quite a bit.
It's already had a couple of reinventions in the space of one day from where it started yesterday morning. Shami bowls, in swinger again. Cummins places it through mid-wicket. Nice timing out towards our part of the ground. Comes back for a third. The relay throw required. 7 for 425. First runs of the session. Cummins up to 5 from 21 balls.
Nice shot. Good balance when he played it. Didn't fall over. Just allowed the ball to, you know, come on to the bat. These are useful runs. You know, when the tail starts wagging, that can be the most frustrating for the opposition, especially if they've had a long time in the field.
Yeah, the pitch that Cummins will bowl on later today, it does look a lot different to how it did when we showed up. It was brown with heavy grass cover, and now it looks a more traditional sort of day 2 track. Bit of green still in it, only just. As Shami bowls round the wicket to Carey, takes him off the pads as well. That should go all the way out to the rope, and it will. There was half a chance it might have been cut off by the sweep of Bajara. Doesn't get there in time. So 7 runs from the last 2 balls. First boundary of the session to Alex Carey, who moves to 26, 7 for 429 Australia.
These are all useful runs. Like I said at lunch, anything what they get now is bonus, and you know, the feeling one gets from the outside is they realize the value of these runs. They want to get it once, and they want to get it once big, if possible.
The track only gets better here at the Oval, so India will enjoy that. We saw that when your side won here in 2021, coming from behind. Shami bowls, and Carey again on leg stump, helps it down to fine leg in front of what was formerly known as the Lock Laker stand. Gets 7 for 430. Carey up to 27. At the end of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont tiles, and their huge sale is on now.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Ravi Shastri with me. I'm Adam Collins, and with the balls, Umesh Yadav. 2 slips over the wicket, bowls to Carey, play and a miss. So the second time one from Umesh since lunch has taken off and bounced into the gloves of Bharat. Round his throat. Nicely bowled, nicely taken.
When you see such kind of deliveries, you know what it does. The sun might be out, you might think the pitch is flat, but it keeps the bowler honest. And that will be the big help from Australia's point of view. When they come out there, they know they've got to get the ball in the right area, and the odd ball will do, more than enough for them to get a wicket.
Just a little bit of variable bounce as well to work with. Umesh delivers and Carey goes back to defend. I mentioned the new stand on the far side of the ground. That probably wasn't quite there when you toured in 2021. Maybe it had just gone up. It's got a corporate name that sits on it. But the balcony at the very top there is a brilliant place to watch cricket because it's higher than the stand we're in. You can look over to the city.
Yeah, it's beautiful and it's new. There's no question about it. A lot of innovations on this ground. The dressing rooms used to be in the main building of the pavilion.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So these are all new as well.
There's another development scheduled over there in the Bedser stand in the next few years as Umesh bowls to Carey and beats him outside the off stump with a good one. Made him play defending from the crease. Not a lot of footwork, but Umesh, this is a much better spell since taking up the attack from that pavilion end after lunch. So, the old dressing rooms up there in the pavilion don't get used too often these days. They dress in the Bedser, but that's the next construction here. They're going to knock that down and make it look like the new stand to its left.
Okay.
The one we're in here, the JM Finn, this is the Vauxhall end. It's been here for going on 20 years now. Umesh bowls and Carey off the back foot pushes, but off the inside edge it ends up with the bowl and no run. So like a lot of these grounds in England, they continually modernise. It's not like sort of the major stadiums in Australia where you might have 2 or 3 massive stands and more a Coliseum environment. In England, it tends to be smaller stands scattered around the ground.
Yeah, and even Lords, when you see the nursery and the amount of changes there as opposed to what it looked like in the 80s, big difference.
Again, Umesh on the charge. Bowls here. Carey back defending. Wants a quick single just behind point. Gets one. Well played. Pat Cummins especially, who called him through for the non-strikers end. 7 for 431. Carey's 28. Yeah, the development at Lords, the nursery end. I mean, to think how that looked when you were a player, when there was no spaceship for the press box. There was certainly no grandstand. It was 2 quite low-sitting stands through the 80s, and now it's a behemoth up there. It looks magnificent.
It is, and great, hospitality suites there to watch the cricket.
And they're doing another development as well at Lords. I saw in the paper this week they're knocking down the tavern stand and building up there.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Which started its life as a pub. Was it still a hotel when you started your career?
Yes.
The tavern? Yeah.
Yes, very much.
Umesh delivers here to Cummins, who leaves close to the off stump to complete his 20th over. 112 in the innings. Australia 7 for 431 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sail with Cummins on 5 and Carey on 28.
Video calls, multiple connected devices, data-hungry apps, and huge file transfers. It's easy to see how your current internet quality is slowing your business down. Talk to Commander about upgrading your business NBN connection. The upgrade gives you access to faster speed plans and a more reliable connection, and it's free for eligible businesses. Commander's been providing business customers with communication solutions for over 30 years. Learn about NBN Fibre Connect at commander.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Got Ravi with us for one more over. Louis Cameron's also jumping in. Former Victorian seamer. Journo at cricket.com.au. Shami bowls new over. Full and straight to Carey. Dug out to mid-off. No single. Good afternoon, Lou.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Ravi. What a nice afternoon it's become.
Yeah, it is. But you can see tired legs now when Shami's running in. He's been the lone soldier in the last 18 months who's played game after game across formats, but it's just beginning to show now in this spell.
We were saying earlier today, I'm interested in your perspective about coming from playing a lot of T20 cricket, as they all did, of course, in the IPL until last week, into a test match with not only no practice game, but just so little time to get their test match loads, if you like that term, up. I'm interested in your take on that, as Shami away from us, Vauxhall end, bowls round the wicket to Carey, who plays and opens the blade down to deep third. He'll get a boundary for that, I reckon. He does. The man at deep backward point had a chance of hauling it down, but not quite. 7 for 435. Carey's second boundary since the interval. He's 32. Cummins down the other end on 5. So do you buy into that much, that the Indian seamers, because they've been only playing 20 over cricket, the adjustment was harder for them?
Well, no question about that, because it's one thing bowling just 4 overs and the game getting over in 3 hours. It's totally another thing when you have to stand 6.5 hours on the ground and then bowl your 20 overs for the day. And then come back the next day and do the same thing. It's not easy.
It's a lot's made of being able to change between formats in the modern game. Carey facing Shami, hit on the back pad, via an inside edge. Shami pulls out of the appeal. You often hear from batters that they don't find it quite so hard going from format to format because they're so used to it. It simply can't be the same for bowlers because of the different strain on their bodies, right?
Absolutely. And you could see with the first 2 deliveries from Mohammad Siraj today to Steve Smith, 2 half volleys on middle and leg that went to the boundary. It takes time.
It took him a while to psych himself up for it, didn't it? Like he did bring the energy, and it was a great spell that he bowled. But it took him 3 balls to get into it.
Yes, and thanks to the spider cam.
It was just after Smith raised his tongue. The spider cam got in the way. Shami bowls, Crowder involved, Carey clipping out to deep backward square for 4. We mentioned the new stand over to the western side of the ground. That's exactly where it ends up here. Carey, his 3rd boundary since lunch. He's 36. Australia 7 for 439, as you said when we came on air together, Ravi. Very handy runs these.
Very handy, and like Travis said, he's a good timer of the ball. That one raced across the turf. The placement was good. He has the ability to hit these boundaries, and he knows that at this stage, these are all very, very valuable runs. So he's on the lookout to go on the attack at any given moment of time.
He found that gap perfectly as well. Didn't have a lot of room to work with. 2 out for the short ball. A slip and a gully. The catch is behind the wicket. A deep backward point, an area that Carey likes to score to as well. Protecting that rope. Shami bowls and Carey drives to mid-on, no single. I only raise that in reference to scheduling because that, as the calendar gets harder and harder and these extra T20 comps pop up, that's a factor for cricketers who want to play all formats.
And when you come for the preparation, so important that you play a match, match or 2, because precisely for the reasons I just mentioned a little while earlier. One thing, bowling those 4 overs, getting off the park in just 3 hours, as opposed to being on that field for 6 hours, for 2 or 3 days, and bowling your overs, quota of overs.
Yeah, that's in contrast with Australia's approach at the moment. Shami to complete the over on leg stump again. Carey goes in front of square. A 2nd boundary in the over. Carey has raced through the 30s. He moves to 40. Into the over 7 for 443 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie burgers, Wahlberg style.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins with Louis Cameron joining us. Ravi's moved aside. We've got Bharat Sundaresan coming up in about 10 minutes. Phil Long's also with us on all the numbers and stats and facts through the course of the week. Phil's got one. He's got his finger up. What do you got while we're waiting for the new over to start?
We mentioned it briefly before lunch. But, this is the highest score now in the first innings of an Oval Test since 2015.
Which was Australia up against England, with Smith making 100. Funny that. Umesh new over, full and straight and dug out by Cummins. It's where now one of 3 Test 100 Smith got at this ground. What did Australia make on that occasion?
They made 481. The first innings scores since then, 3 in the 300s. Then England made 294 in 2019 against Australia. 191 for India in 2021. And South Africa last year, 118. So there was a move very much downwards, which has been readdressed today.
It might back up why Rohit Sharma won the toss and bowled yesterday, if all those scores are under 400.
Umesh delivers and Cummins inside edge onto his thigh pad, spills out behind square. They get a single for it. Yeah, the little factoid I didn't have at my disposal yesterday. The last 34 times that India in a test match have won the toss, they've elected the bat. So the first time in quite some time that they've elected to field. Bharat's reaching for the headphones as well. Not quite sure.
Not sure what he's doing.
What's going on here? He's switched seats with you. 7 for 444 Australia. Now back to Carey. He's hit 4-4 since lunch. Applying suitable pressure, especially down the other end. WinViz on our screen here for Tyre Power. End of financial year sale on now. 78% Australia, 14% India. Quite punchy. Umesh bowls and Carey on leg stump. They keep feeding him there. Another single. Out to find leg beneath us. He makes it 2. Great running, Alex Carey. Sprinting back to the danger end. He's 42. 7 for 446 Australia. Phil Long.
Of course, all those tests in August, and we don't want to labour the point about this being an early test, but it is June. Australia's earliest ever visit to the Oval was the 9th of August back in 1909. It means that this time they would play here twice before the earliest time they'd ever played here before this time.
Wow.
And kind of just picking up on what I was saying, it's the only time they played in June, only time they played a test match in June. So, you know, Rohit might have kind of factored all that into his decision.
Umesh bowls to Carey, who defends down the pitch. Yeah, there's the rhythm of the summer. Ordinarily would see it finishing here. Funny ground for Australia. They've gone long stretches without winning here. So the first time they won here was 1882, the start of the Ashes. Had to wait until 1930 when Bradman did his thing with a double ton. 1934, another Bradman double ton. 1948, the Bradman farewell. So 3 on the trot there. Well, not on the trot because they didn't win here in 38, but you get my point. Umesh bowls and Carey tries to work it off his hip but can't. Their next win here was in 1972, so 24 years on. It was a Lilly 10-wicket match and centuries for both the Chappells. Then 2001, so 29 years on from that, which was the War brothers' last test in England, where they both made centuries, and most recently the 2015 test that Phil referred to before, the Clark farewell. Chris Rogers as well. Steve Smith century, David Warner 85, and then Peter Siddle took 6 wickets in the match, and Australia won comfortably by an innings, making England follow on. Umesh bowls and Carey beaten. In that channel outside the line of the off stump, Umesh is working away nicely. End of the over, 7 for 446 with Carey 42, Cummins 6. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sale.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I'm active already and looking for ways to stay motivated and get more out of fitness each time I go to the gym. I want ongoing guidance, new programs and tracking.
I want to develop a better understanding of my workouts with a trainer and learn new things about physical health, mental health, and be shown how I can eat better.
Ready to make more progress? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel motivated and inspired. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
Our middle session here at Kia Oval is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, Louis Cameron with me. What's the word down in the press box, Louis? How did you interpret the first session?
Missed opportunity for India. I know that they did take a few wickets, but I just feel like there is lots in this wicket. I heard Steve Smith talking before play about how he thought India bowled yesterday, and he just said that their lengths weren't quite right. They didn't hit the top of the stumps often enough. I know India have kind of fought their way back into it, but I don't think this is a 450 first innings kind of wicket. I don't reckon their decision to win the toss and bowl.
Jadeja for the first time today. Our Vauxhall end round the wicket. First ball from Cummins, placed down the mid off for an easy single. Long off, I should say. 7 for 447. The captain 7.
I don't think that decision was that bad a call. I think Pat Cummins was going to do the same thing.
He was,
It was probably the right call. I think leaving out Ashwin was a mistake, but, you know, not unforgivable. I think the biggest issue they've had is poor bowling. There's been some really nice balls bowled when they put the ball in a good length, but there's just been too many loose deliveries that's allowed Australia to get off the hook.
We'll stay round the wicket to the left-handed Carey, and he hits him on the pad via an inside edge, and they were up and about for a moment thinking the ball was going to spill back onto the woodwork. Not quite. We'll have a second look for Tyre Power and the financial year sale on now. Louis, talk us through it.
This might have been a drop catch. I'm just wondering if Alex Carey got an outside edge on that.
Yeah, he did. From the commotion, I thought it was the inside edge, but it was the outside edge. Put down by KS Bharat. A chance for Carey on 42. Facing again. Going up and over the top of mid-wicket. Giving that everything. Elevation as well. Goes for 6 over deep mid-wicket. Alex Carey gets to life and uses it straight away. Motors on the 48, 7 for 453 Australia.
Terrific batting from Alex Carey. It's been a cracking kind of counter-punching innings, isn't it?
Jadeja bowls, Carey reverse sweep, shout for lead before he's missed it. All eyes on umpire Gaffney, who keeps his finger down. Might they use DRS here? For Imar Insurance to trade his mate, call 1-3 Imar. Considering their options, they've got 2 up their sleeve. Was the reverse sweep. Carey did get out this way a number of times in India, and they are going to refer it. Richard Kettleborough, our third umpire for Imar Insurance to trade his mate. Call 1-3 Imar. Here he goes.
He's not out. Front foot checked, it's a fair delivery. Or front on spin vision.
So talk us through the first replay here, Louis Cameron, when we see it. That'll be for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. Just waiting for television to give us a look. So he's round the wicket, isn't he?
Yeah, it's been a shot that's gotten Alex Carey in trouble a lot, playing the reverse sweep. He gets that front foot right down the wicket, which could help. We're seeing the impact. It's just snuck through onto his back leg, and I reckon he's in a lot of trouble here. It's just whether it might be missing the off stump. I'm a bit disorientated by him switching around, but it's kind of hit him in the groin almost, and there's definitely no bat involved. So they need to get the ball tracker up.
Or possibly whether it's flicked the glove on the way through. They'll check that first, I'm sure. So an interesting over. Drop catch 6. Shout for leg before in 3 deliveries. Stuff tends to happen when Jadeja's bowling, especially against Australia, against whom he takes his wickets at 19. Just waiting for any parts of the technology per Richard Kettleborough upstairs. India looked pretty happy.
Wake Richard up.
Yes, he's not had a lot to do, has he? So ultra edge first. Was there something on it? Bat way in front of his front pad. Gone under the bat. And we get to the glove. No concerns there either. And the Indian fans know this is game on. It's not going to be going over the top, Louis. It's going to be hitting in line.
Just take it right back, please, Gavin, if you would. Thank you.
Was round the wicket.
Yeah, just keep it rolling.
And the interesting bit will be whether it's hit his pad on the way through to his groin, because that'll be where the ball tracking machine starts its prediction from. Seeing it go through.
There is a little murmur. Yeah, a little spike on the pad.
So that's going to be where the ball tracking is going to go from.
And that's in line with the middle stump. So unless it's gone straight on with the arm. Here it is. So it's going to be 2 reds to start. It does straighten. That is out. That is hitting the off stump halfway up. An excellent review from Rohit Sharma. A fine piece of bowling from Ravinder Jadeja. The ball after being hit for 6. He traps Alex Carey on the reverse sweep. It's his downfall again. Australia lose their 7th wicket, make that their 8th wicket with the score on 453, Louis Cameron.
And it's a shot that Alex Carey put away completely when he went to India early this year. He got out to Jadeja, he got out to Ashwin. He just decided not to play it. It is one that brings him a lot of runs, but he decided to bring it back out in his first over facing Jadeja, and it's been his downfall again. It's been a cracking innings from Alex Carey, and it's taken Australia up past the 450 mark, so I don't think he'll be too unhappy.
So Nathan Lyon walking out at number 9. Make that number 10, I should say, with Boland only to come after him. Test best of 47. So much experience in England across 3 Ashes series. And we know he loves to sweep as well. Typically his best shot. And you'd expect in the 2 balls he's got to face off Jadeja, the sweep will be deployed, Louis.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is brought out. It's interesting, this crowd is really up and about. It kind of feels like we're back in India and they've got Australia 853, not 8 for 453.
I will say, though, that was a partnership of 51 from 66 balls between Carey and Cummins. Carey doing the bulk of the scoring. Captain down the other end, only on 7. So, crucial runs. Lions first ball from Jadeja, pushing it out to cover on the front foot. No Broom first up.
Sweep coming this ball.
So deep backward square drops back with that expectation. Short leg going to slip in close. Deep point, long off on the offside. Jadeja bowls and Lyon disciplined. Forward defending. End of the successful over. Jadeja has a laugh with Lyon. Drop catch 6, wicket in the over. That of Alex Carey on the scoreboard for Beaumont Tiles. Huge sail on now. 8 for 453 Australia.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our middle session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise. New over, Umesh Yadav in from the pavilion end to Pat Cummins, the captain. Out to point, it goes for an easy single. Giving a strike straight back to line. He's on 8. 8 for 454. Phil Long.
Yeah, Louis Cameron just mentioned the crowd. It was like being back in India. That over was like being back in India, wasn't it? We had a dot, a 6, a review. The 6 put up the 50 partnership, 2 dots, the crowd went mad. Yeah, it was like being back in Delhi.
Yeah, and Jadeja taking a wicket. That seems familiar.
And a reverse sweep. He had everything, yeah.
Great observation from our scorer, Phil Long, throughout the summer. Indian fans very much involved here. 3 slips for Lyon. Umesh's first crack at him in defending. In behind it so far, Umesh Yadav wearing the number 19. Deep backward point. Mentioned before you came on, Lou, that for a seamer, so I'm thinking Cummins and Boland, your more traditional, trying to hit the seam, wobble seam operators that you've talked about through the week as well. This surface should suit them really well.
I think it will, yeah, and I think it suited the Indian bowlers, and I don't want to harp on it, but they've been, they haven't been as good as I thought they would be, because these...
Umesh bowls and Line, inside edge, not quite, through to the gloves of Bharat. Nearly sliced him in half.
Yeah, these Indian seamers are very well credentialed. They bowled really well in England before. They bowled very well in their tour in 21, 22 with the extra kind of COVID make-up game. They were excellent in Australia, both in 2018, 19 and 2021. So these guys know what they're doing, and they haven't been good enough, I don't think. And in terms of facing Scott Boland and Pat Cummins in particular on this wicket, wouldn't be looking forward to it.
Umesh, long sleeves on, bowls here to Line, whips him through the onside, out towards fine leg. There's one there. He's off the mark. 8 for 455 Australia.
And the other part of that I'm really looking forward to is watching Mitchell Starc bowl, because he only played 1 test in 2019, and I think there was a bit of a theory that maybe his best doesn't come out in England, that he's too fast and too erratic, and that can play into the batter's hands. But he's gotten a lot better as a test bowler in the last few years, and yes, that wobble seam getting added to his arsenal has been a big part of that.
In again is Umesh from the pavilion end, over the wicket. Hits Cummins, who swings out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't get any of it. Hits him on the back thigh pad, but that's a sign of intent from Australia's skipper, who's 8 from 27 deliveries. Yeah, you look at the numbers for Cummins, it's the last 4 years has been his best in terms of the return, average, economy rate, that kind of thing. And it all postdates him, being broadly overlooked, with the exception of the Old Trafford Test here in 19. They wanted more consistent bowlers, thus Pete Siddle playing in 3 of the 5, and James Pattinson being picked ahead of him as well.
Who are all excellent bowlers and probably deserve their spots. But I think it just kind of tinkered with Mitchell Starc's mind, and he wasn't entirely sure what they wanted out of him. I think he got in the mindset of not being able to bowl bad balls rather than thinking about what brings out the best in him. But he's in a much better place now, I think.
Last ball of Umesh is over. A couple of singles so far. Delivers here, bouncer way over Cummins' head. One of those that I reckon should be called a wide, and won't be called a wide because they almost never are. End of the over, Nikesh Rughani taking over from me with the score at 8 for 455. Cummins 8, Line 1. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I'm new this year. I haven't been active for a while. I want to have more energy for the kids and just feel better about myself.
I feel like I don't have enough time, so I want someone to guide me and help me feel positive about my fitness and learn how to best use my time.
New to gym life? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps new members feel reassured, feel comfortable and feel like you belong. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Jadeja to continue. And this is just clipped away leg side by Lyon for no run. Nikesh Rughani alongside Louis Cameron, and Bharat Sundaresan alongside us as well. And we keep sensing these potential openings for India. Australia gone past the full 50 mark already, as this one's defended into the leg side, and WinViz, win predictor on the screen. 78% Australia at the moment.
Isn't it a bit too early? Like, first innings hasn't finished yet. We still don't know what India are going to do in the second innings. I know it's based on a lot of data and not questioning WinViz here. Don't look at me like that.
Jadeja in again. Previous delivery was defended. This one just guided in front of point for a single by Lyon. I suppose the question is, look, the stats will always be available, and it's based on first innings at this ground in England, whatever it might be, but just to put it up on the screen, I suppose, is a bit premature at this stage.
And to suggest a team that hasn't taken a single wicket yet is a 78% chance of winning a test just seem a little bit presumptuous.
Yeah.
Indeed. Jadeja then into Cummins this time. Defends out into the offside for no run.
I was waiting for Bharat to bring out the old wait till both teams have batted.
Oh, no, I'm not one for cliches. I create my own.
Fired in this time by Jadeja and well defended by Cummins. Rattles through another over there. Ravindra Jadeja, Australia now. It's 8 for 456.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe in the second session, brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Umesh Yadav from the pavilion end into Lyon, who punches confidently off the back foot past mid-off, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. Rohit Sharma was in pursuit. Gives up about halfway to the boundary. Lovely bit of timing there from Lyon. Up onto his toes. Beautiful straight bat as well. And kind of in that territory now where every run from here on in will frustrate India even more.
That was Damien Martin-esque from Nathan Lyon on the up. Punched off the back foot. Minimal foot movement. Very impressive.
Just pulls out the odd shot every now and then, Nathan Lyon. He can get knocked over by a straight ball, but then just pull out a shot like that.
It's great hands, doesn't he? It's good, actually a good-looking batter.
Oh, Umesh respond. He goes straighter. He wraps him on the pads. Lyon shout for LBW. A muted appeal, really. It looked as though the ball was heading down the leg side on that occasion. For a review.
There are some tailenders, aren't they, Louis, who might not score a lot of runs, might not be rated as batters, but they're good to watch when they have a bat in hand. And Nathan Lyon is definitely one of those.
Even thinking when sometimes he gets clean bowled and he'll play the shot and he'll hold the pose on the shot he's just played, and his stumps are everywhere.
Yeah.
Little inside edge on that LBW appeal as well from Lyon on its way through to the pad. Umesh delivers once more and Lyon drives, not that powerfully this time. Rohit with the fielding at mid-off.
Speaking of Nathan Lyon, I just saw that the new besties from the India tour have already rekindled their friendship. Nathan Lyon and Virat Kohli already have had a little chat. Spent nearly hours on the field chatting with each other. I think Virat Kohli spoke more with Nathan Lyon during those month and a half or 2 months we were there than maybe his own family. That was a lot of chat. Good chat.
Yeah, all good-natured, and a lot of these players do know each other well, having played against each other, with each other in some cases in the IPL. This time Lyon is wrapped on the thigh and the ball just trickles away in front of the slip cordon. Another good in-ducker there from Umesh Yadav, who seems to be finding something every now and again. His figures don't make for good reading, none for 74, and was expensive yesterday, was very wayward with his lines and lengths. But, just finding his rhythm a little bit now.
That could just be the title of his book. Every now and then make something happen, but his figures don't make for good reading. That's just Umesh Yadav in a nutshell.
It's a long title.
It is. Umesh is in once more, and this time Lyon tucks away off his hip out towards deep square leg. There's a bit of work to do. I think it's Shami down there at fine leg who does the fielding. They get through for a couple of runs. Another one for you.
Nothing. I'll leave shoulder arms to the Umesh Yadav book. I'm not saying that it won't sell well, but
must be about time for a new project for you. You've got the 2021 series book out of the way.
Indeed, yeah.
You've got the title for this new book anyway, so
yeah,
halfway there.
It will be flying off the shelves. The only issue will be the font size on the cover. I'm just wondering how small they're going to need to make the font if they want to get a picture on there as well.
An e-book only.
Umesh delivers outside off this time, and line is back, cutting into a vacant point area. I was thinking about two. There's a big open gap there, but they settle for the single. Jadeja with the fielding there. You don't want to be taking too many twos to that man. So end of another one. Australia 8 for 463.
My favourite film scene to reenact is Tom Cruise's entrance in Risky Business.
The movie The Notebook, and the scene where she is with her boyfriend and she said, if I'm a bird, you're a bird, and they're reenacting a scene in the ocean.
The iconic Luke, I am your father scene.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their motto is, if it's legal, it's possible. So you have the freedom to celebrate your life your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Ravindra Jadeja from the Vauxhall end once more. And he comes into Lyon, who's forward in defence, into the leg side, and there is no run. A reminder that our World Test Championship final is also live tonight across New Zealand on SENZ, brought to you by Racine, in New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Jadeja around the wicket, fires one in, outside off. It's defended out towards extra cover. Rohit with the fielding.
Ravi Shastri spoke about this pitch sort of looking like a subcontinent pitch.
Jadeja continuing with his usual style, but again defended into the offside.
Or even in an old Adelaide Oval or a Wacker pitch, and the secret on those pitches was to bat time in the first innings, not just put a big total on the board.
Jadeja goes fuller this time, and it's driven back to him.
Almost make the most of the batting conditions as much as you can. And this is the best period, and Australia are making the most of it.
Lyon again forward in defence. Classical stuff so far from the number 10.
Yeah, and you wonder whether it's a case of they might even prefer to be bowling right now.
Jadeja goes a little bit straighter. It's an inside edge into the leg side from Lyon. So Jadeja rattles through a maiden there. Australia 8 for 463 with our session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Change in bowling with Mohammad Siraj replacing Umesh Yadav from the pavilion end. Getting a lot of shots of Ravi Ashwin on the screen over the last couple of days. Enjoying some yogurt there with his bib on.
Well, he is a South Indian. I mean, it is that time of the day when you dig into some curd, I think. We don't call it yogurt where I come from.
Curd.
It's
curd. This pink coloured something.
It is still curd only.
Raspberry curd.
Siraj then comes in, 2 slips in place here, and Cummins is off the back foot, just knocking it out towards point, takes the single.
And just coming to the point that I was making before, that debate about what, you know, when's the best time to bat on this pitch, or when's the best time to bowl, and with Australia, you know, still being in control of the game, even though they're 8 wickets down, you know, would you just shut up shop? Would you just, you know, declare and start bowling straight away? The conditions overhead probably would suggest they're not, but I still think there's a lot in this wicket, Bharat.
There is, definitely is, but with the sun beating down on it, it's only going to get more difficult to bat on. And right now, it's still not that difficult, and when you have wickets left, you just hang in there.
Siraj charges in again, and that's a lovely looking shot there from Lyon, but punched straight to short extra cover.
I mean, it's a logic that it gets used a lot in the subcontinent. No longer in India because you don't get many flat pitches. But last year when Australia were in Pakistan, that's what Australia did. You bat and bat and bat and bat. Even if it means you bat into the morning of day 3, you still give yourself enough time to bowl the opposition out twice. I'm not expecting Australia to be batting tomorrow morning here. I think the tactics are right.
Siraj into Lyon once more. Lyon is driving just towards mid-on though. No run once again. 8 for 464. So then, yeah, you can see by the intent as well, even though we're into the lower order now. And Cummins usually looks a lot better when he's attacking the bowling. They're still quite happy to just bat time at the moment. Plenty of time left in the test match, although we have seen some rain potentially forecast for Saturday, certainly in the afternoon, and quite a bit more on Sunday.
That's where day 6 comes into play as well. So any weather pushes us into the reserve day.
Siraj is in short and he goes for the hook. Ball flies down towards fine leg, and it's Byes just swatting at fresh air there, Nathan Lyon, but that ball too high and wide for KS Bharat as well. Yes. Always find that harsh when it goes against the keeper's figures.
As well as Siraj has bowled, he's been really wild with the short ball. I don't think he's made KS Bharat look any good. I'm sure KS Bharat is superly chuffed with some of the short balls he's seen from Siraj. He's had no chance, but they've all gone against him, like you said, Nikesh.
Yeah, for Byes signal. I mean, that was pretty close to being a wide as well. Flew, I would say, looking at the replay in association with tyre power, just over his head. He's bowled him this time. Siraj with a full delivery, knocks back the off stump. Lyon going for the full-blooded drive through the offside, swatting at fresh air. And Siraj pumps his fists as he takes his 3rd of the innings. Australia now 9 for 468.
The old 2-card trick. Short ball, push the tail ender back. Nathan Lyon, you could see his weight was hanging back. It was a wild swing. Exposed all his stumps, and Siraj didn't miss.
And he held the pose, didn't he? We were talking about tail enders who look good no matter what. I mean, even though he'd swung and missed and his poles were everywhere, he still looked pretty good. I had my first cricket coach at a senior level, Greg Shippard, used to talk about Kodak moments. You want to hold the pose. Yep. Normally you want to make contact with the ball for those Kodak moments, but I guess, you know, the photo can't tell.
These days, though, with all the technology available, Instagram, you know, photo editing software, you could crop the picture. It's basically Instagram versus reality, right?
Oh, that's
the reality is with the stumps being clattered, the Instagrams, the stumps are cropped out, and there you go. You can tell I've done this before, right?
Yeah. I'm sure the listeners can make out who is on social media more than the other. Just listening to you.
I'm probably not as good as I should be. I think Colo's the man, isn't he? Constantly on there with the stories and the posts.
And maybe they need to change it from a Kodak moment to an Instagram moment. I know Greg Shippard is big on changing his coaching methods and his language around, you know, younger players coming through. So
there you go.
If you're listening, it's an Instagram moment, not a Kodak moment. Yeah. People under the age of 25 wouldn't know what Kodak is.
25,
yeah. 20, 30.
Yeah.
I'm sure they exist in some way, shape,
I'm surprised Louis knows what a Kodak camera is.
Something I saw Mum do.
Fair enough. Family videos, maybe,
Right, so down to the final pair then. Scott Boland in here, facing up to Siraj. 3 slips in place, and he knocks his first delivery out towards deep mid-wicket. Just a flick of the wrists to get himself off the mark. End of a successful Mohammed Siraj over. SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Australia 9 for 469.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
With us here live at the Oval, Jadeja will continue with his left arm spin from the Vauxhall end. Scott Boland, it will be on strike here as well. So India sensing an opportunity here just to finish off this Australian innings and get the pads on. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill will be visualising batting out there as Jadeja is into Boland, pushes him onto the back foot. He defends well back down the pitch.
Yeah, it's been a tough day and a half for Rohit Sharma on the field. First time captaining India away from home.
Jadeja into Boland again, fired in this time, but again well defended.
And he'll get no break though. He'll still be thinking about how India can just knock over this last wicket and put an end to this Australian innings, but he'll soon have to start thinking about his batting.
Silly mid-off in place as well as Boland defends. Again, back down the pitch, just happy to hold his bat there. Just dead bat the ball down the pitch.
He did get a lot of runs 2 years ago when
Jadeja goes a little bit straighter, and again Boland equal to it.
But missed out last year, was injured. So Jasprit Bumrah captaining India, that one-off test against England.
Jadeja goes leg side-ish this time, and it's flicked out towards square leg by Boland. No run. Phil Long's alongside us, and how many captains have India had in this World Test Championship cycle? Is it 5 or 6?
I think it's 5, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Virat, KL Rahul, Bumrah, Rughani and Robert.
This one is floated up, a tempter outside the off stump to finish off the over from Jadeja. Boland not interested, shoulders arms to that one. And Australia still 9 for 469.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your tyre pressure isn't right or your wheels aren't aligned, it can affect your car's fuel efficiency. For more ways Tyre Power can help you save, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Talking of coffee, one of our resident connoisseurs, Peter Lalor, is back alongside myself and Bharat.
I got a decent one today at Balham Station. If someone's looking for a coffee, yeah.
Well, decent. What are we talking, like 5 out of 10? Siraj continues. In here to Cummins, who has a wild swing into the leg side, can't beat short mid-wicket. Good stop there by Pujara, diving away to his left, no run.
It was about a 3 out of 10. At least didn't burn my tongue and it tasted like coffee.
Not like someone swirled some hot water around in the bottom of an ashtray like most English coffee. I bought across.
And we're off.
I bought across. What a pack of winkers. Half a kilo of beans from Marrickville, and I picked up some nice beans in Ireland.
Oh.
Yeah, not bad at their coffee in Ireland.
Irish coffee.
Irish coffee, yes.
Yeah, well, yes, it was made in Ireland.
You get the other types of Irish
but it's
coffees,
just
don't you, as well?
It's an absolute burden once you develop a taste for good coffee. It's like developing a taste for good wine or good beer. You know, you become a snob. Nothing's good enough. And you become one of those people that are really hard to like.
Siraj in again to Cummins, who winds up and then defends into the gap in the leg side.
And in your case, it's the same with people as well, right, Pete Lalor? Yeah.
Tell you what about that cricket, hey? There's some things there that I reckon that when the bowlers are batting, they're in two places at once, aren't they? I mean, they're trying to make runs. They're trying to make life difficult for the other side with the bat, as difficult as they can. But they're also looking for things that they can exploit when it comes their turn.
Yeah, looking for clues.
Nathan Lyon, he was up the other end when Alex Carey got out LBW, wasn't he? Now, that didn't turn massively, but it turned. Yeah, and on that angle that was delivered, for that ball to straighten, I think, well, Lyon would have been...
Siraj outside off stump, and Cummins has a wild swing at this into the hands of the fielder there at cover, who wasn't quite on the single, was set in that position halfway to the boundary. I think it was Ajinkya Rahane with the catch. Takes it comfortably in the end, just balloons up to him, and that's the end of the Australian first innings. What an effort it has been. 469 all out. Mohammad Siraj finishes with a 4 for 108. Has been the pick of the Indian bowlers, it has to be said. From an Australian point of view, Travis Head, the standout performance, 163, and it's not just the runs, it's the manner in which he did it, striking at 93.67, just 174 balls for that innings. Steve Smith at the other end took a bit of time to get himself going, then really got into his stride towards the back end of yesterday and this morning as well. He made 121. Other good contributions from David Warner at the top of the order for his 43. Alex Carey making 48 off just 69 balls, and Marnus Labuschagne, the only other man in double figures, with 26, as well as that 4 for Mohammad Siraj, 4 for 108. Mohammad Shami picking up a couple, 2 for 122. Shardul Thakur, 2 for 83. Ravindra Jadeja, 1 for 56 from his 18 overs, and Umesh Yadav wickеtless for his 77. We were talking about this earlier with Ravi as well. I mean, even when they were edging up close to 400, they've already kind of done their work, really. 469 on this pitch, in these conditions, Peter. Given the fact that the cracks are only going to get wider, the bounce is going to get more variable as well. The Aussie fast bowlers, and Nathan Lyon indeed, must be licking their lips at the prospect.
Yeah, well, I was just saying that before Australia declared when the 10th wicket fell. But that there was detectable turn there from Jadeja in the ball delivery that got rid of Carey. Not massive turn, but a grip, and it moved a little bit. And just watching now as they come out with the brooms and start to work on their pitch, there's a lot of brown dust flying up in this breeze, in this English breeze.
I think the last wicket of Pat Cummins as well, you could see Mohammad Siraj rolled his fingers over the ball. It was just 103 kph, and it gripped off the surface, and that's what led to Pat Cummins hitting it in the air and straight to that fielder. He was trying to force the ball, but even that delivery would give Australia clue that if they bowl well, which you would expect them to do, they are one of the most consistent bowling lineups in the world. There are wickets to be had on this.
There are indeed, and that wicket, India celebrating another one for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. So Australia 469 all-out centuries for Travis Head and Steve Smith. So India with lots of work to do. They'll be coming out with Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill to open the batting in a few minutes' time, and we will be back with that session after this short break, and Adam Collins will take up the call.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, bars, shower screens, and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
This season, I've got my eye on the team in orange. Signet, a very powerful unit. I love what the Signet laptop power bank brings. A-grade midfielder, capable of doing all the grunt work. Will charge all day. Bring all your devices into the game, including laptops. And then you've got your ever-reliable Signet Apple and Android charging cables. The perfect wingman, linking all your devices to Signet products for a seamless charge. Let me tell you, on game day, you can't go past the orange team. Power every moment with Signet. Available at major retailers and Signet.com.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au. I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
Smith, one away from 100, and he'll get it from the second ball of the day. Back-to-back boundaries to start. An emphatic start to day 2 for Stephen Smith. Out towards the deep mid-wicket rope. Up comes the lid. Gives it a kiss. Waves his bat to the pavilion. Back at the ground where this remarkable ton machine first clicked into gear in 2013. It was here in South London where he struck his first Test 100. And now he's earned the right to salute for his 31st. Playing his way, doing things on his terms, and along with Travis Head, putting his side in the strongest of positions in this World Test Championship final. Stephen Smith is one of the greatest to ever do it. Shammy delivers and Head carves away at the deep backward point, strikes it beautifully. Out for 4 and another milestone for the South Australian. Up to 150, 152. It's been a brilliant innings from the moment he arrived. Fitting that he gets there with a slash behind point. His 23rd 4 to go with a 6, and well on his way to a double ton as well. 3 for 343, striking at 93. He's been perfect.
Siraj outside off stump, and Cummins has a wild swing at this into the hands of the fielder there at cover, who wasn't quite on the single, was set in that position halfway to the boundary. I think it was Ajinkya Rahane with the catch. Takes it comfortably in the end, just balloons up to him, and that's the end of the Australian first innings. What an effort it has been. 469 all out. Mohammad Siraj finishes.
SEN at Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Australia all out for 469, losing 3 wickets in the hour or so after lunch. Carey, leg before wicket to Jadeja for 48. An important partnership for 51 with Cummins, it must be said. Lyon, bowled by Siraj for 9. Cummins caught by Rughani from the bowling of Siraj for 9 as well. Bowler not out 1, 38 extras, 469. An innings that lasted 121.3 overs. Shami, 2 for 122 from 29 overs. Siraj, 4 for 108 in the end, picking up a couple at the end from his 28.5 overs. Umesh Yadav, none for 77 from 23. Shuttle Thacker, 2 for 83 from 23, including the big wicket of Stephen Smith with his first ball this morning. And Jadeja, 1 for 56 from 18, breaking up that partnership between Carey and Cummins straight after lunch. Adam Collins with you, Pete Lawler with me, Phil Long as well. Longy, you got something for us?
Yeah, I wonder how relevant this is. Australia today, 142 for 7 off 36.5 overs.
I suppose, Pete, they would have thought when they got here, we spoke in the build-up to today's play, they had the chance to take this completely away from India. I mean, in fairness, 469 does a decent job of that, but in isolation, that feels like maybe they could have done a bit better, but I suppose we're splitting hairs a wee bit.
you always want to do a little bit better, don't you? I think they would have liked 550, 600, shut the game out. I mean, you know, but would also like every day to be Christmas, you know, or Saturday. You don't get it. That's an imposing total. But a lot of the life, it's really interesting. Day and a half, that pitch has changed colour dramatically, hasn't it? The green has gone out of it. It's dry. I was saying before the break, when they had the brooms on it, when the roadies were out there preparing the stage for the next band, there's a lot of dust flying off it. Going to be really interesting to see how this wicket deteriorates. Did I hear somebody say there's a few cracks in it earlier?
I saw, well, they had television, and on our screen here we get the coverage from the ICC and all of their close-ups and all the rest of it, and we see them for tyre end of financial year sale, and they identified one part of the pitch at our Vauxhall end where one took off and one shot through. And it looks like the early makings of a crack there. So something to think about on a good length.
People were speculating that might have been from some indentation. The wicket was a little soft earlier, but it was taking off very early yesterday, so that must have been a pre-prepared crack.
Yeah, well, where it was taking off, I think that was more the juice still in the surface. But that's, as you point out, well and truly gone. The colour reflects that. It's always a better pitch to bat on day 2 here in South London. Opening batting for India, walking out here, Rohit Sharma made a century here at the Oval. The last Test match he played here back in 2021. And that was a magnificent come-from-behind win for India. And his first ton away from home, Longy.
Yeah, Sharma made that 127 in his only appearance here. Shubman Gill yet to bat at the Oval. Then Pujara, Kohli and Rughani, that heartbeat of the Indian team. They average at the Oval, respectively, 19.5, 28.2, and Rughani, 9.16.
And isn't it interesting? Who's got the new ball and marking out their run-up at the Vauxhall end? Mitchell Starc, who could barely get a game last time he came to England, but he's moved up in the rankings. And I think he might like bowling in these conditions.
Says a bit about the way that, as a Test cricketer, his career has improved the deeper he's gotten into his 30s, Starc.
Yeah, he's become a very reliable bowler. Yeah, he's grooved his action. He's neatened it up a little bit. There's not that great gap between his best and his worst, which was always the big knock on him. And I think he's got stronger too. He always had a lot of problems, didn't he, with his feet, his ankles, his landing positions. He doesn't seem to have those issues anymore. You can usually tell when he's having a bad day because he starts, calling out for the mallet and
the thumper.
The thumper.
Yes. So Starc's playing his 10th Test in England, 33 wickets at 31. Most of those came in the 2015 Ashes series. So at the Oval, he's played a couple of Tests here. 3 nunfers and a 3-fer. That was in 2013. Had a really good 2022, averaging 28. And the 7th Australian to 300 Test wickets. That was at Brisbane last December. 306 at 27.5, a fine career. His 78th match for Australia in this form. And just waiting to set off from our Vauxhall end. Something going on with the sight screen because, well...
Something's always going on with the sight screen.
It's a day ending in Y.
There's people going back their seats. The stewards getting involved. So there's a lot of movement down there. I think they're happy now.
So Rohit Sharma, the captain, playing his 50th Test match. He's taking the first ball. 3 Australians in the cordon. Warner, Smith, Khawaja. Green in the gully. Starc away from us. First ball of India's first innings. It's a bumper. And Rohit Sharma gets underneath it, although he didn't really need to. It's one of those bounces that was way above his head. And he gets the signal from umpire Gaffney. That's your first one, mate.
What are the odds on that? You almost always expect Mitchell Starc just to put it up in the slot.
Yeah.
First ball, don't you? Clever bowling.
Do what they don't expect.
Yep. And this is the batters at their most vulnerable, isn't it? Particularly after a day and a half in the field, don't have the miles in their legs, they'll be feeling a bit stiff, feet won't be working early. So now let's see where this next one's aimed. Adam, what's your bet?
Full and straight. Starc passes Gaffney, delivers here, back of a length, and Rohit helps it away to deep backward square for 4. Got inside the line easily. No real pace off the surface there either, which is worth noting. Starc working into it. So none for 4, their first runs, India. Rohit Sharma. He took a long time to establish himself as a permanent Test player. I mentioned he's in Test 50, so is his opposing number, Pat Cummins. Average of 46 in Test cricket. And, of course, made that brilliant 120 at Nagpur to get India going when Australia played India earlier this year.
Curious start from Mitchell Starc, banging them into the pips like that.
So Starc again got the 6-3 field. Up here and delivers, and it's fallen straight now. Pushed out into the offside, and a couple of cheers from the crowd. I'm pondering what's going on.
Doesn't seem to be doing too much in the air or off the pitch just yet.
So they'll have Pat Cummins and Scott Boland looking down towards fine leg. That's where Boland's positioned at the moment, although I'm sure it'll be Cummins taking the new ball. Can't imagine a scenario where Cummins bowls first change, although in saying that he has done that quite a bit over the years. That was more when Josh Hazlewood was in the 11. Not the case this week. Still coming back from injury. Starc. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls to Rohit Sharma closer to the stumps. That's the full and straight one. Out towards the captain Cummins, who gives his left arm teammate just a round of applause. That's where he wants it. That's where he wants him threatening. Inside and outside edge.
Yep, it's taken him two deliveries to get into his stride, but he seems to be there. He's got a few blokes to give him some advice out there, Pat Cummins, hasn't he? Travis Head, the South Australian captain's in his ear already, talking about field settings.
Quite a bit rides with Rohit here, I reckon. He's the highest ranked Indian batter at the moment, 11th in the world. As Kohli's gone further and further down those charts over the last 3 years. Starc, his 5th delivery here to Rohit. On the pads and clipped away again, but Boland's down there at long leg, keeping it to 1, so none for 5. He'll get 1 delivery at Shubman Gill in the first over of India's reply. Gill playing his 16th Test match, a couple of centuries, but one of those was against Australia in his most recent start, 128 at Ahmedabad.
One of the most exciting and promising young batsmen to come into the game in recent times, Shubman Gill. Love watching him bat.
Still find it hard to believe that he wasn't in the Indian side to start that series earlier this year. Got brought back for the 3rd Test at Indore.
It's a bit of loyalty to KL Rahul.
Yeah, just 23 years of age. Played a big role in India chasing down that tally on the final day at Brisbane too as a younger man. Starc bowls and Shubman Gill leaves alone. That completes the first over of India's reply. None for 5. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now. All the runs to Rohit Sharma.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. Pat Cummins will be opening the bowling from the pavilion end. Our middle session on day 2 of the World Test Championship final is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, Drinkwise. And our coverage across the course of the summer is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Cafe. Adam Collins, Pete Lawler, Bharat Sundaresan back with us as well. Good afternoon, Bazza.
Good afternoon, guys. This is exciting. In a way, it's good that the Australian innings finished when it did. Felt like it was about time we got to see what the Australian bowlers get out of this pitch. Mitchell Starc just looking for his radar still.
Pat Cummins, his first ball. He's got a short leg. In close, in addition to the 3 slips. Bowls to Rohit Sharma, leaves alone outside the off stump. Pat Cummins, 50th Test match. Had to wait 1,942 days between Test number 1 and Test number 2. From South Africa in 2011 to Ranchi in 2017. But he's missed very few Test matches since, albeit the most recent 2 that Australia played, but that was rather than any particular injury as his body settled down what he needs to do at age 30.
I'm going to put Phil Long on the job, on the task, and see if ever 2 captains have both played their 50th Test matches together.
I'm going to put him on the job. Here's Cummins bowling here to Rohit. Turns him into short leg. Under the lid. Travis Head smacks into his tummy on the bounce. Paddy Cummins last time around in 2019. How's this for a record? 29 wickets at 19.6, but 8 times in that 5 test stretch, he took a 3-for or a 4-for. He was Mr. Consistent when Australia retained the urn 4 years ago here.
It's almost like he came into his own, didn't he, during that Ashes tour.
Yeah. The number 2 ranked bowler in the world, Cummins. Delivers here. Rowett leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump, which is where Cummins lives, just there.
And he did say before the test, Indy, that this is the freshest he's felt, physically speaking, in a long time. 3-month break, like he said, of course, mostly due to the unfortunate passing of his mother. But he's got a break which a lot of cricketers these days, especially those who play all formats, don't get. So body's feeling really good. When he was asked about if he thinks he can play all 6 test matches, he sounded very confident. He wants to be out there and he wants to make the most of this.
Cummins up here on the charge. Bowls here. Rohit Sharma leaves alone again. That's the one that comes back. We've spoken a lot already about the Oval SEN delivery, which has become Cummins' stock ball in the last few years. And as he lands it kind of on the 4th test stump line, I love his pitch maps they make on TV. It's the same line, just he alters the length, and that's the best example of it. Our replays here for tyre power, end of financial year sale. I'm not even entirely sure Cummins knows which way that's going. No. If it darts away, it'll hit the edge and darts back in. The stumps are in play.
Well, that is essentially the definition of that scrambled scene, or the essence of it. That the bowler doesn't know which way it's going to go. It's one or the other.
Aggressive field, 3 slips of gully, short leg. Don't see that too often these days. Cummins bowls Rowett, takes on the short ball, down towards fine leg. That'll be on the bounce to Mitchell Starc. They'll get a couple. Rowett up to 6. In fact, they were happy with 1. None for 6 the score.
Lucky to get away with that with just 1 run.
Yeah.
It's a poor delivery.
It was. Such an instinctive shot for Rohit Sharma as well. He gets out to it. I remember Australia targeted him a few times.
There were so many words written about Pat Cummins giving Rohit Sharma 3 half volleys on the pads at Nagpur to get him going in that 100. First test of the series. The 2 captains duking it out in test number 50. This time at Gill, the younger man. Cummins to him here. It's full and driven beautifully through the covers. That's what makes Shubman Gill such a difficult proposition. He can drive you on the up like that. Shot to finish. He's off the mark with 4. Couple of overs gone, none for 10 India. Our scoreboard is for Beaumont Tiles. Huge sale on now.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
Front foot no ball called retrospectively. Cummins has to re-bowl the delivery. Gill on the advance again before steering down to deep backward point for a couple. Excellent over for India. Pat Cummins 8 from it. So none for 13 after 2. Gill joins Rohit Sharma on 6. Waiting for our big moment for the session for Australia for Maccas. Now, I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas, and Mitchell Starc will be looking to bowl the delivery of the day also for Maccas. Order by McDelivery on the My Maccas app.
Reassuring start for the Indians. Finding in the middle of the bat straight away. You know, those last 2 deliveries shouldn't kill. 4th, 5th stump line. Just no problem at all. Shouldn't happen in England. Shouldn't happen with the Duke's ball and English pitches, but it's because it's not an English sky.
It is, yeah.
They've taken the lid off.
Australian sky, Australian sun. It burns. But big test match for Shubman Gill. He's hasn't played too many test matches in England, but
played that World Test Championship final, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think he came back for Edgbaston last year.
He's played 2 tests in England, I think.
So Rowett's facing Starc. Left arm over, second over, top edge, down towards spine leg. It won't quite carry to Scotty Boland. Cuts it off on the rope, or does he? The Indian fans reckon he might have knocked it into the rope. They might take a second look here. They might be encouraging the third umpire to take a peek. So they're yet to put the score up on the board. They ran 2.
I wonder if they're looking for a catch down there.
Yeah, I mean, they're
targeting that area.
So watching it back, he did bobble it, and he did drag it back just. That replay for tyre power, end of financial year sale.
And they're definitely targeting Rohit Sharma there. Like I said, they got him out like that late in Sydney 2 years ago. I mean, it's an impulsive shot for Rohit Sharma. Just swivels and goes with it. They keep doing it. They're looking for that top edge.
None for 15 with the 2. Rowett's 8. Stark to the captain again. Down the leg side. Carey diving away. Stark hasn't started well.
Just going back to Shubman Gill, he's been anointed as the Prince of Indian batting. Always good with these titles, people involved with Indian cricket, aren't they?
He feels to me like a bit of a Mark Waugh. I think Sid Bonga wrote this in Cricket Info. There's a lot of Mark Waugh in him in that opens the batting in one-day cricket. Got a ridiculous white ball record. He's made centuries in all 3 formats for India already, the youngest to do that comfortably. But bats at 4, of course, as well. He's shuffled around the order. He might be the long-term successor to Kohli at 4 if they
very much
want to reshuffle that way. It's Rowett facing Stark here. Closer to the stumps. Better delivery. Past the edge. That shaped nicely after seaming. In the gloves of Carey, low down. First one we've seen beat the bat, Phil Long.
890 runs in this year's IPL for the Prince. 300s. I wonder if he's the Prince because he will replace the King.
I mean, it is the King who anointed him as the Prince. So Virat Kohli has been the one, at least on social media, talking him up as not just being the next big thing. He said the baton has been passed to him already.
Meanwhile, Pete and I, not into hereditary privilege, are we? Stark races away from us, Vauxhall end. Delivers here to the captain, Rowett, squeezing it out through backward point. It was full and wide. It was T20 stuff. Gets a boundary for it. So Rohit Sharma up to 12 with 3 boundaries. None for 19. They trail by an even 450.
The previous delivery, very fast ball that shaped back in from Stark, but he didn't quite get that one right. That's what he's trying to do.
It's almost one of those deliveries you bowl in the 19th over of a T20. Trying to hit the wide Yorker, but Rowett, instead of leaving it go, as his convention, says, I'll have 4 runs there, thanks for coming. Only a gap of 12 metres between backward point and gully we're seeing on TV. He bisected those fielders.
Both those balls came back in marginally.
Up again, passing up high Gaffney. Stark delivers here closer to the stumps, driving through point this time, or through cover, I should say. There'll be 2 more. Brisk start for India. Still 1 left in the over, 8 runs from it. None for 21.
He's got tried to bring those last 3 deliveries back into the right-hander. I'm expecting him just to, that one that goes across.
Yeah.
The fourth, it's the
or he might go back to the short ball and see if Rohit Sharma is still interested. He will be. A good point, Pete. He's tried shaping it back in. The length's been all over the place so far from Mitchell Stark in these 11 deliveries.
So Stark needs to find some rhythm here. Last ball of his second over. Rowett's 14 from 15 deliveries. Bowls here, Rowett driving again to point, and there'll be runs, albeit just one of them. Nathan Lyon does the tidying up. None for 22, 9 runs from the over. 3 gone on the Beaumont scoreboard. Huge sail on now with Rohit Sharma 15 and Shubman Gill on 6.
Bigger, better, leany, meeny, money, mo, and flower. You're the chosen one.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe on our screen. We're getting a shot of the big wheel on the south bank there, across the road from, well, not far away from the Parliament building, Big Ben and all the rest.
I can see that out my toilet window.
There's that piece of commentary from John Arlott when Bradman was batting here in his final test. We all know the second ball that Bradman faced, but the first, which was a dot, which Arlott describes as being driven away towards the Houses of Parliament. Cummins starts his second over. Clipped out by Rohit Sharma in a mid-wicket no run, which might have been a bit of an exaggeration given they're about 2 miles that way behind our commentary box.
It's not that far. I had a wander down there the other morning. It's quite sobering to see the tribute to the COVID dead down there. Have you seen that on the Albert embankments?
Yeah. Oh.
You know, since we were last in England, a little bit's happened. They've got red hearts on the embankment wall for the English who died of COVID.
Yeah.
220,000 of them. Gee, it brings it home.
It does.
What's happened in the between, doesn't it?
It was a hideous time over here. Cummins bowls to Rohit Sharma, closer to the stumps, and leaves it alone. In that channel again, Cummins working away. the better of the two Australians so far.
Back of a length.
We were saying earlier, but the COVID-affected cricket seasons, we had 1 year where it was entirely behind closed doors. 2020, which I was covering a lot of that in the various bubbles and so on, which was so unusual being in an international venue doing a test match or a one-dayer where there is nobody there and you're commentating and you hear the players talking to each other.
Yes.
We had to run a little fake soundtrack underneath it because it sounded so odd not having any background noise. Cummins again into Rowett, bowls here. Rowett off his hip. Might be a leg by. It'll be one, that's for sure. None for 24. Looking towards umpire Illingworth. It was a leg by.
Yes, I did that
signal.
I did that first game at the SCG when Australia playing New Zealand. They locked everybody out. You said, what the hell's going on? I went and sat in the stands. I was the only person at the SCG sitting in the stands until security found me. Told me I couldn't sit there. It was a breach of a new COVID regulation.
I had spent some time with the curator or the groundsman at Lord's a couple of weeks ago. Carl McDermott, Irish fella, has had the job for about 5 years now. Well, actually, he started in 2019. It was his first year at Lord's, and he lives at the ground, obviously, because that's his place of residence where he works. Cummins bowls, and defending here is Gill. I say obviously, but that's part of the job, right? If you're the curator at Lord's, you've got an apartment there at the building. And he was the only person allowed in the four walls of Lord's for 3.5 months.
Wow.
So imagine that as, obviously we're all limited in what we're allowed to do, but for him, his daily walk was just mowing Lord's over and over again and getting it ready for the eventual return. He had a newborn at the time, so he was in the pram, had the pram around Lord's time and time again.
Imagine if that child goes up to become a cricketer.
Has to. Cummins here, bowling to Gill on 6 from 4 balls. Back of a leg, rears up. Plays it well with soft hands to Nathan Lyon at point.
So one thing we will see with Shubman Gill is he will play at everything. We saw that with Cameron Green. Chased a wide one, full one. Good delivery from Mohammad Shami. Teased him outside off stump. He did follow it. Even though batters from both teams have had some training sessions with the red ball, it takes a while to get off that mindset of feeling for the ball.
And the Duke ball's not the sort of ball you want to reach for.
Exactly.
Cummins to finish. Towards us, towards Shubman Gill. Bowls here, Gill on the drive, but Cummins athletically to his left, denying probably a couple of runs. End of the over, none for 23 after 4. Be a change in commentary after the break. Nikesh Rughani taking you through to tea. Rohit Sharma's on 15. Shubman Gill is on 6.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With us on SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Scott Boland entering the attack for the first time, and we're welcoming Harsha Bhogle for the first time in this session.
Yeah, and already a bowling change. And the view generally expressed, been talking to a few people about this surface. It's amazing how many people think Scott Boland is probably going to be the most dangerous bowler on this surface, where the ball is just nibbling around a little bit up and down as well. And he'll just bowl at one spot, won't he?
And these are the kind of pitches he's grown up bowling on. What he's done year after year for the last 15 years.
Boland then makes his way in. Rohit is on strike and leaves one just outside the off stump. Into a loosener there from Boland. It's the extra height as well with the cracks in this pitch. The height that he comes down from, not the most expressive pace. Certainly will exploit that variable bounce, you would feel, certainly as the match goes on and on, with the sun beating down and the pitch just getting drier and drier.
And I think his skills are often underrated as well. Yes, he does hit the same spot over and over again. He's got these subtle changes of length and he uses the seam really well. You'll see him just nibble away there.
Boland, and again, delivers a little bit straight, and Rohit works this off the back foot, but only as far as short extra cover for no run.
And he hits the bat. He might not be the quickest. He's not slow, He does hit the bat a lot.
Why would you change your new ball bowler in 2 overs unless you were a little unhappy with the line he was bowling? Or do you think the other end is the better end for Mid-Stark to be bowling from?
I think it's the latter. It's a bit of both. I think Mitchell Starc was struggling with his radar from this end.
Boland then, top of his mark, runs in, delivers, and Rohit is forward in defence. Classical front foot defence that time. Leaking a few runs here early on, the Aussies, and you're right, Starc not quite getting his radar right. Boland in his 8th Test match, 28 wickets already, average of 13.43. The average is creeping up a little bit.
Oh, he played that one Test match in India. He bowled really well in that Test in Nagpur.
He did.
If it wasn't for Pat Cummins being captain, who knows, maybe he might have played another Test.
Had a lot of control, didn't he? He was the only one in that innings from Australia. He's in again to Rohit, who's again forward in defence. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion. Big shout of no.
He's bowling about 136. That's not to be trifled with. 136, 137 is big, strong person. He'll keep hitting the deck all day. And he needs to be big and strong, because with that run-up, with that delivery stride, if he's going to be the stock bowler, just keep running in, control one end, he's got to be that. Having said that, I know it's only 5 overs, but India have looked all right so far.
We have 2 batters who are very easy on the eye out there for India at the moment. As Boland is in, it's slightly fuller, it's driven by Rohit. It can't beat the diving effort there at short extra cover. Marnus Labuschagne going away to his right to prevent a couple of runs at least there.
After the first 3 overs, Harsha, India 22 without loss. I feared someone on social media would have started calling this wall ball. It's the last thing we need.
You're taking that seriously, are you? Social media, yeah. The IPL is over, just as well. Oh, it's something else.
Boland then. Final ball of this over is shorter, and Rohit looks to punch this off the back foot. It whizzes past the outside edge through to Alex Carey. And he starts off with a maiden there, Scotty Boland. SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. India 23 without loss.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Pat Cummins continues from the pavilion end. He's in here to Shubman Gill, who's back and defending this one. Now towards mid-off. India 23 without loss still.
You use that expression, they're both easy on the eye. If they put on 100 together, and I'm not saying they will, but if they do put on 100 together, it'll be a spell of batting that you'll remember, because neither of them inflicts any wounds on the ball. They sort of respect the ball, almost gently caress it. I remember saying about VVS Lakshman once that he was almost apologetic about the way he hit the ball and saying, if you don't mind, would you reach the boundary for me? I think you'll find a little bit of that with these two.
Cummins in again to Gill, slightly shorter, and he's pulling off the front foot. He gets it past that man at short leg and away towards the square leg boundary for a couple of runs.
It's a shot all his own. It's a shot that we've seen a lot of in white ball cricket, which is where we've seen the most of Shubman Gill. His red ball career hasn't really taken off, but just that trigger movement, I think it got him a little high on the bat, and that's why it didn't go as far, in fact just below the handle. But we see that shot a lot in white ball cricket. What's he doing? He's averaging 36, I think, in Test cricket so far. But in 2023, he's got a Test 100. He's got a T20 International 100. He's got a one-day double and 3 IPL 100s. And we are in June.
It's been that kind of year for him.
True all-format cricketer, and they've nicknamed him the Prince, haven't they? The heir to the throne. The next star of Indian batting. Cummins into him again, and this time it's pulled in the air over mid-on. He's got better hold of that one. It's down to the boundary towards Cow Corner for 4. Safe shot relatively, with the man Up inside, saving the single. And Gill helps himself to 4 more. He moves on to 12, India 29 without loss.
Look how straight he's hit that ball. It tells you how early he has seen the ball, how early he's got into position to play that ball, because he's hit that just wide of mid-on. And he's seen that so early.
Seeing the ball like a football at the moment, just coming off that successful IPL season. He was runner-up with Gujarat Titans. He's back defending this one from Cummins, though, into the offside.
Hang on, Australian radio station, when you say football, they just say soccer ball. I don't think he's seeing it as a football.
Might be a bit more difficult, you're right, with an Aussie football. It's an interesting story. I'd gone to one of India's bat manufacturers once. We're doing a little feature, and after it was done, he said, this footy. He said, what is this footy? He said, how many people play this footy? They give me such large orders. I don't know what they do. I'm not complaining, but they give me such large orders.
Cummins then delivers again, and this time it's tucked off the hip by Gill out towards deep square leg. He will take the single. Roy on strike for the final ball.
How do I explain to a man in Jalandhar in the north of India what footy is about, having only seen one pre-season game myself? But from whatever I've seen, I loved watching it. I love the athleticism, the shape of how they play the shape of the ground.
It's a fabulous sport, Harsha. It is a wonderful sport.
I never tire of saying I've got a jersey, so my team has always been Geelong.
Oh,
any of you guys watching Cats? Yeah, man.
Cummins in to complete the over into Rohit. He's wrapped on the pads. Big shot for LBW, given straight. Richard Illingworth had no doubts about that. Finger went straight up. Australia think they've got their first breakthrough. Rohit in discussions with Shubman Gill as to whether or not to review it, perhaps for height. A shake of the head, his bat is under his armpit, and he's making his way off the field. India 30 for 1.
Don't ever underestimate how difficult this must be for Shubman Gill. He's looking at his captain down there, and essentially he's telling his captain, even though he's standing wide, the bowler's bowling right arm over, he's standing on the other side, and he's probably just judged on height. And he's got to tell his captain, no, I think it might have gone on and hit the stumps. But this is a huge moment in the game by probably the best bowler to right-handed batsman in the world game at the moment. And one captain has sent the other back.
And he can beat both edges, right, at will almost, Pat Cummins. We've seen him beat the outside edge so many times. But this time, the length was fuller. Probably the fullest ball he's bowled so far in this spell. Just whizzed past Rohit Sharma's bat. And a good point, Harsha. It took a while. Shubman Gill, I think, just read the situation well, and we'll see in the replays whether he got it right or not. But
it's very difficult for him.
Yeah.
Because look, he's bowling right arm over. As a non-striker, you're not standing next to the stumps on the other side. You're standing pretty wide, so you're seeing it from a completely different angle from the way the bowler's bowling. So I think other than height, it's very difficult for the non-striker to say, was it hitting, was it not hitting?
Well, that was the final ball of the over. It looks pretty close on the first initial replay we saw. We'll take a short break with India 30 for 1.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Cheteshwar Pujara then coming out to join Shubman Gill. We talked about Rohit and Shubman being easy on the eye. Pujara not always so, but mightily effective over all his years in the side.
Averages 50 against Australia.
Loves playing against the Aussies.
Sussex captain.
And used to playing in these conditions of late. Scott Boland to start a new over into Shubman Gill, who's forward in defence. There was a great stat about Pujara. I'm sure Phil Long can back me up on this. He scored his first half century for Sussex the other week. The rest have all been over the 100 mark, haven't they? Always converts those 50-plus scores.
And then he came up against the mighty Leicestershire and it all went wrong.
We had the Leicestershire chief executive in our box a few minutes ago, Sean Jarvis. A club, if you are listening in Australia, not used to much success, but on the rise as Shubman Gill's again forward in defence into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's going to be a big over for Shubman Gill. Scott Boland will test his outside edge. And he's you can still see he's batted well so far, Shubman Gill, but he is feeling for the ball. There will be that one that he'll hang outside off stump.
That wicket of Rohit Sharma. Australia celebrating another one for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives.
And the replay showed would have hit the stumps. So just as well they didn't take the review.
Shubman Gill faces up again to Boland, and again forward in defence, almost planting the front foot before the delivery had even been bowled.
And you can see already there's a mighty stingy bowler. Everything is just in one channel. That's it. You look at different forms of the game and you say, does he have variations? And then you come into this form of the game and say, do you need the variation? The only variation is once it hits that spot, which ideally is batters neither full forward or back, and is it nipping a few inches this way or a few inches this way, and that's good enough for a career.
Boland in again, and he's bowled him. Shubman Gill shoulders arms. This one just nips back enough to rattle the off stump. The bails come flying off, and Shubman Gill looks down at the pitch like a confused man, but he's on his way back for 13, and Australia removing both openers within a couple of overs, and a lovely delivery, just clipping the top of middle and off.
And he'll look back at that, Nikesh. He'll look back at that and say, how big an error of judgment was that? Because it's not nicked the outside of the off stump. It's nicked the inside, almost middle. But we were saying exactly that about Scott Boland. A little bit of this and a little bit of that, a little in, a little out. And that is good enough to cause the doubt in Shubman Gill's mind. And it can be extremely disconcerting for a batter when he's going back to the crease to see the response from the crowd. Everyone's applauding. And he's just got to tell himself, no, that's for the guy coming in.
That is for the guy coming in. So the Prince departs, and King Kohli strides to the crease. India's most experienced pair in Test cricket, out there in the middle together, both having not faced a delivery yet, and Pujara and Kohli already having to do a repair job here, with India still trailing by 439 runs. They are 2 for 30.
Scott Boland has never played a competitive red ball game in England before. This is his first. He's taken him 10 balls to get a wicket. And yeah, it was an error of judgment from Shubman Gill, but that's what he makes batters do. Because he makes you make decisions, ball after ball after ball after ball, you end up making some bad ones. And that's exactly what happened with Shubman Gill. And Scott Boland is on his way.
Right, Virat Kohli on strike. In comes Boland to Kohli, who defends his first delivery. It's off the under edge of the bat almost and trickles away towards gully. A little bit hesitant there, Kohli, but at least he got bat on ball. And I tell you how big a deal it is that Kohli's out there. Adam Collins is out in front of us. He's got the long lens out as well.
Oh, he's got the cannon out, is he?
He has.
Oh, the cannon's getting longer.
One ball left in this Boland over then.
Yeah, you get these bowlers, don't they? They don't give you an inch. They constantly make you play every ball. On a flat deck, maybe the predictability helps you, but here it's the bowler's game.
Boland into Kohli again, who is forward in defence more authoritatively this time, defending out towards mid-on. No run. Successful over there. Wicket maiden for Scotty Boland. SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. India 2 for 30.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Back live at the Oval with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Bharat Sundaresan has left us while we take you through to the tea interval. Nikesh Rughani alongside Harsha Bhogle. And here's a man, Harsha, who is seeing it like an English football at the moment, in English conditions. Jethesra Pujara hasn't faced a delivery in this innings yet, but Played a lot of county cricket over the last few years.
Yes, but with no disrespect to the county system. Every time someone says with no disrespect, you know there's a strong line coming. He's got all his runs in Division 2. And now so has Manus Labuschagne, to be fair. But it means he's got a lot of batting behind him. He understands the conditions very well. He said something very interesting to me about the best batter. He said in county cricket, the best batter bats at number 4. He said, I'm willing to bat 3 for India, but the best batter always bats at 4.
Pat Cummins into Pujara, who defends and almost drags one onto his stumps. The ball bouncing just over the top there. He was almost playing, it wasn't all that short, but he was playing off the back foot, looking to defend that one. Soft hands, so the ball bouncing and bouncing back and just over the stumps in the end. Pujara was hopping about there just for a moment.
Television's just showing us pictures of where he's been bowling. And what's interesting is, as his spell has worn on, he's just come a little closer and he started to vary that line. The length is fairly constant, just varying the line a little bit is Scott Boland. Now Cummins, 5 slips.
Charges in, delivers to Pujara, shoulders arms this time, and that one wasn't too far away, judging by the oohs and the ahs from that slip cordon.
Yeah, one of the longest running soap operas on Australian television is called Pujara. And I remember that 2018 series, and Pujara just batted and batted and batted. And I think one of the Aussie players might have said to him, we've seen more of you than we've seen of our partners in recent times.
It was very true. 3 centuries in that series for Pujara.
But him and Cummins, it's a titanic battle, because he will just keep blocking and blocking and blocking. And the 21 series took so many blows on his body. You talk of Pujara and Pant playing together.
Cummins into Pujara again. He's back defending this, just flicking it away fine behind square on the leg side.
I remember one
with a single.
One of India's leading bureaucrats, finance bureaucrats, actually saying the economy needs a Pujara and a Pant together. You need resilience and you need aggression. And I thought that is how much the Pujara-Pant metaphor from that incredible 2021 series permeated Indian minds. But that was also the series when Pat Cummins really came into his zone. I thought he bowled magnificently. I think there's little doubt. Go around, ask people in the know, and they'll tell you he's probably the best bowler in the world to right-handers at the moment.
Yeah, but certainly on the money so far in this innings. Bowling here to Kohli for the first time. In comes Cummins, and Kohli defends out into the leg side towards mid-on. Virat Kohli, another man who is under a little bit of pressure, just like Cheteshwar Pujara in recent times, across all formats really. Had a brilliant end to 2022 from sort of August onwards, that Asia Cup where he hit his straps, scored that century, got the monkey off his back, so to speak, against Afghanistan in that competition, and then of course has gone on to score centuries in all formats, coming off a successful IPL personally for him in terms of run scoring. Couple of centuries for him in that competition, but different format here, and he leaves one. He gets an inside edge, in fact, down towards fine leg. Didn't know much about that, Kohli, but he gets off the mark in very unconvincing fashion. Again, a ball just nipping into him, bouncing a little bit extra off that good length, looking to shoulder arms, and almost dragging it in the direction of that leg stump.
Is that just the break that he needs? Just looking at some numbers, Cummins versus Pujara. He's got Pujara out 7 times at an average of 24.5. He's got Kohli out 5 times at an average of 16.4. And against right-hand batters in England,
Cummins in again, and this time Kohli does leave well alone. End of another over. We'll pick that up after this short break with India 2 for 35.
I would say the song that kind of represents my life is Life on a Highway.
Staying Alive by Bee Gees.
Probably a Celine Dion song.
I'd definitely have the Beatles.
24/7, 365. It's about enjoying absolutely every day.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Back with us here on SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And remember, a shout out to our New Zealand listeners. Our World Test Championship final is also live tonight across New Zealand on SENZ, brought to you by Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, just to take that story further. So against Pujara, 7 times out at 24.5. Against Kohli, 5 times at 16.4. In the Ashes of 2019 against England, 21 wickets. This is only right-handers. 21 wickets at 14. Then Scott Boland, 24 of his 28 wickets have been right-handers at 11.3. India have 10 right-handers.
Boland then in here to Pujara with his low back lift. He defends out towards that gully fielder. This throw comes in at the stumps. They think about an overthrow, decide against it. India's still 2 for 35. So what's the moral of the story? India need to get some more left-handers in. Where's Shikhar Dhawan these days?
Where's Shikhar Dhawan? I think India have gone past Shikhar Dhawan, at least in the red ball game. But where's Rishabh Pant? And you see that dominant influence Rishabh Pant had at number 5. You look at India's averages in the last 2 or 3 years, and in the middle order, nobody's done better than Rishabh Pant has.
You could take that as far as world cricket as well, as Boland is in again, and Pujara with a thickish outside edge, played with soft hands, bouncing in front of Gully. Cameron Green with the diving stop there.
It's a long way down for him.
6'7" of him. But again, we were talking earlier about the transition from the IPL.
Yes.
For the bowlers, certainly, bowling 4 over spells and then bowling 20, 25 over, 30 over spells in this. Cameron Green, the batter as well, just seemed a little bit too keen to get on with it, didn't he? He was in that Mumbai Indians kind of mode, and played 2 months there.
And playing shots that he would have been required to play for 2 months.
Boland into Pujara again, who defends to mid-on this time, no run.
I mean, look at the shot that he got out on, throwing his hands, trying to force the ball through the offside, which is what made him an invaluable T20 player on those pitches in India. But it's part of the game. He's a very young player. He will be able to make the adjustments. Look, there's going to be a lot of people, if India don't go on to win this test, if the batting doesn't do well, there's going to be a lot of people waiting to beat the IPL. It's not that one is right and the other is wrong, or one is good and the other is bad. You just got to make the adjustment. That's life.
Boland delivers once more, just outside off this time, and Pujara leaves alone. The ball makes its way through to Alex Carey. Well, we talk about the IPL, and look, I love the IPL. It gives us a lot of entertainment for 2 months every year. Is there an argument? I mean, we've talked about IPL franchises potentially offering players contracts for them year-round. The Mumbai Indians being one to have rumoured to have been done it with Jofra Archer recently. Are we going to see a time where we see an IPL season a similar length to English Premier League football, soccer season, whatever you want to call it, and that is the premier cricket competition in the world? As Boland is in, and Pujara this time flicks into the gap there, out towards mid-wicket, should get a couple. Does pretty comfortably in the end.
I don't think he'll get that far, because football has, right from inception, football has essentially been a club game that occasionally morphs into a nation versus nation game. Cricket has always, ever since the first test match was played, 1877, wasn't it? It's always been a nation versus nation game. And the idea of club rivalries and club versus country, it's something that's, 5, 7, 8 years old, that's all. But in 3 or 4 years, it's going to be a 94-game tournament, up from 74 now.
Boland delivers once more. Pujara defends off the back foot this time. What would that require in terms of teams? Team expansion, I would think, Harsha, as we see another over come to an end.
Yes, indeed. I think sometimes we try to attack today with yesterday. And a lot of us who speak glowingly of yesterday, and we do it for a reason. It's been really good cricket. I'm not saying Test cricket is entirely yesterday or T20 is entirely today and tomorrow. But a lot of us are so much in love with what we have seen that we assign a certain villainy to whatever comes and challenges our status quo. And that is what T20 has come, is challenge our status quo, but ask the people who make up the numbers, they'll tell you a different story.
Cummins into Kohli. It's short. He sways out of the way.
They will tell you, of course, I love Test cricket, and it's a thing to say. What are they watching? So enjoy Test cricket while we can. It's beautiful today.
Indeed. And We did see some beautiful stuff in Test cricket, albeit not in the traditional form, from Travis Head making that 163, the leading run scorer in association with DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. And that really kind of changed the tempo of the game. Australia were 3 for 76 at that stage. Steve Smith was in his shell a little bit early on. As Cummins delivers once more outside off stump this time. Kohli leaves alone.
Because Test cricket is difficult. And if you're trying to tell a young kid today, do that which is more difficult, are they going to just gently gravitate towards maybe batting 25 balls and bowling 24? Or are they going to say, no, I'll battle it out in bowling conditions, I'll battle it out, I'll get hit on the body, and I will make a really brave 52 for my side. Now there's romantics like us who will glorify that 52, and we must. It's a higher form of existence. But it's fighting a losing battle against the times I greatly fear.
Cummins into Kohli, who defends off the back foot this time, out towards mid-off.
And it is our job as storytellers of the game to tell people why Test cricket is life played out on 22 yards. And hopefully a lot of younger people watching will say, yes, I think there is some truth to it. Let me go out there. Rohit Sharma's not got runs in the first innings, but life gives you a second innings. Let me come back and see what happens in the second innings. It is across all sports, across all formats, for my money, the most demanding form of the game, the most glorious.
Indeed. Cummins at the top of his mark then. Runs in past the umpire, delivers, and Kohli again shoulders arms just outside off. I mean, from my point of view, Harsha, my sort of teenage years were defined by one great Test series, which, you know, then led into that real passion for this form of the game. Always loved it growing up, always watched a lot of it, but that 2001 series between these two sides, the start in Mumbai, the finish in Chennai, could, you know, two polar opposites really, and everything in between, the drama of Eden Gardens. You then go to the Ashes of 2005 in this country as well, ebbs and the flows and the building up to the final day's drama. Just unbelievable stuff in those particular series. As Cummins is in, Kohli defends back down the pitch this time for no run.
I see what you're coming at, but my mind just drifted away to thinking, if someone was a teenager in 2001, who are these children I'm working with these days? Oops.
I'm 38 now. I feel like an old man.
38? The pink of youth. You should be getting out of bed and skipping your way to the bathroom.
Tell you what, if I was a few years younger, I could have still made a go at trying to become a professional cricketer with all these T20 franchise leagues around the world and different tiers of it as well. So this should be the last ball before the tea interval.
Another session that's gone Australia's way, even though India took all those wickets. But the 2 wickets that they've taken top order, I still think Australia now would think the session was theirs.
Final ball of the session coming up then. Cummins into Kohli, who leaves alone once more just outside off stump. And India will go into the interval on 2 for 37. Pujara on 3, Kohli on 4. The 2 wickets to fall, Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma. Sharma trapped LBW by Pat Cummins, and Scott Boland nipping one back into Shubman Gill, who was shouldering arms, and the ball just clipping the top of the middle and off stumps as well. So 5 wickets in the session overall across both sides. 84 runs scored. Australia still in an extremely dominant position. India trailing by 432 runs. And Harsha, just a quick word on what the chat will be in the Indian camp at this tea interval. Will there be much said?
I don't know what can be said, because it is fairly obvious. You keep batting and batting and batting and wait for the tide to turn. Can you keep on batting? Because you cannot chase down the score that Australia have put up by going and counter-attacking. From 37, you counter-attack your way through 150, you're still 300 behind. So I think it's resilience. Hang in there, don't lose your wickets, tire the bowlers out, and then see where the runs come from.
Harsha, thank you very much for now. We'll hear more from you in the final session of the day. So those 2 wickets for Australia, they'll be celebrating them during that interval from that session with Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. Just to quickly recap on what happened earlier today, Australia all out for 469. Travis Head, the leading run scorer in association with DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years with his 163. Steve Smith, 121. 4 for 108 for Mohammad Siraj, the pick of the Indian bowlers. And India going into tea on 2 for 37. We'll be back after this tea interval with the final session of the day. But for now, we'll take a short break and see you on the other side.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India on SEN Cricket.
Cummins in to complete the over. Into Roy. He's wrapped on the pads. Big shot for LBW, given straight. Richard Illingworth had no doubts about that. Finger went straight up. Holland, and again, and he's bowled him. Shubman Gill shoulders, arms. This one just nips back enough to rattle the off stump. The bails come flying off, and Shubman Gill looks down at the pitch like a confused man, but he's on his way back for 13, and Australia removing both openers.
SEN Test Cricket live from the Kia Oval, the World Test Championship Final for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe and India in their reply to Australia's 469 bowled out in that middle session of day 2. They've made their way to 2 for 37. You can hear in the disbelief Nikesh Rughani's voice when Shubman Gill was bowled shouldering arms for 13 by Scotty Boland. Of course, Scott Boland in his second over. And the first wicket to fall was Rohit Sharma, the captain, playing his 50th Test match out. So Pat Cummins also playing his 50th. Leg before for 15, so that left them 2 for 30. And Kohli and Pujara have added 3 and 4 respectively as we head towards the final session. Glorious afternoon in South London. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me, Phil Long as well. Good afternoon, Baz.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Phil. No surprises that the ground MC has picked an Indian song. There was a competition going on, or they had to choose between 3 songs. The 2 English songs and Chak De India. Obviously, it's Chak De India. And Harbhajan Singh was walking off. He did a little bit of a jig.
I mean, I know this is a neutral venue, but the ground presenters are certainly, shall we say, playing to the Indian audience. It is quite amusing to listen to between sessions. In terms of what happened in that middle session, I picked up something from CricViz during the break. That ball from Scott Boland, they have this measure of what percentage chance the ball has of taking a wicket on all things being equal. 33% chance, the highest of the Test match. So that says a little bit of just how threatening Boland was from the get-go after Stark struggled a wee bit from our box all then, taken off after 2 overs.
And even from the first over onwards, Pat Cummins, it's very clear that they've come onto the field and read the pitch really well. Pat Cummins did spend a lot of time out there in the middle with the bat in hand. He didn't score too many runs. And the target is the stumps. You can see that the approach is bowl a lot straighter. There haven't been too many balls outside off stump. Scott Boland, the wicket-taking delivery itself, yes, but the way he set Shubman Gill up, with 3 or 4 balls outside off stump, just tempting him to just fish at it, and then the in-cutter, brilliant bowling.
So it's going to be first ball of the final session faced by Pujara, and it leaps off a length from Scott Boland into the gloves of Carey. He just finds a way whenever he's bowling for Australia of getting it right straight away. There's no room for looseness as far as the Victorian veteran's concerned.
You would love what I spent my tea break doing, Adam Collins. I barged into the print box downstairs and yelled at all the English print journalists saying, well, this is what you were waiting for. The Boland shows begins. Boland's ashes coming up.
Certainly has that vibe, doesn't it?
I mean, from the moment he got the ball in his hand, like you said, Mitchell Stark had sprayed the ball around in his first 2 overs.
And there are some numbers that are around that as well. As Boland delivers here and getting forward is Pujara pushing out to the offside. Jared Kimber, who will be our colleague doing a bunch of the analysis during the Test matches against England coming up next week from Edgbaston. So Stark is one of the very best, according to Jared, new ball bowlers in Test matches. In the first 5 overs of the ball-by-ball era, he has the 5th most wickets, 44 at 26. However, that's mostly with the Kookaburra. With the Dukes ball in England, he averages 32 in the first 5 overs, striking only 3 times. And he's got a theory here as Boland moves away from us towards Pujara, bowls here, clips away beautifully. That's bread and butter for Cheteshwar Pujara. Not a lot wrong with the delivery. But through the onside, he's immaculate. Moving the 7 with his first boundary, 2 for 41.
Yeah, it's bread and butter with some mint chutney on the side for Cheteshwar Pujara. A lot fuller than what Scott Boland has bowled so far. He did allow Cheteshwar Pujara to clip him for a couple of runs just before the tea break, but this one, a half volley really. Very rarely do you see Scott Boland miss his length. It won't happen again for the next 3 days, so...
We're able to set that conventional field. 3 slips of gully. Also a man around the corner. Leg gully. Boland bowls and pushing into the onside is Pujara to mid-wicket for 1. Cummins does the fielding. He's 8-2 for 43. So the extension of Jared's theory is that the Duke's ball doesn't swing quite so much straight away. It takes the lacquer to come off a wee bit, and I agree with that from playing a lot of cricket over here. The ball swings more after you've been out there for 20 minutes or so, whereas the Kookaburra tends to swing straight away. So the extension of all of this is that maybe Stark is a better option at first change when playing in England with the Duke's ball. I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, he didn't open the bowling when he played that test in Manchester, did he?
He didn't. Boland delivers and pushing into the onside as well. Here's Kohli. There's no single there.
I wonder if Hazelwood had been deemed fit for this test match and he had played ahead of Scott Boland, whether Mitchell Stark would have still taken the new ball. Chances are he might have, but I wouldn't have ruled out Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood taking that new ball and Stark bowling behind them. It's like you said, Adam, that's exactly how they used him in Manchester, and he bowled well. It's the only test match he played in that series, or he had to wait till Manchester to get a go in the Ashes. And he bowled quite well at first change.
It's the only time I can remember him bowling first change for Australia as well. Boland delivers. Last ball of the over and pushed into the offside by Kohli. 2 for 42, 1 over into the final session on day 2. Live at the Kia Oval. That's our Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sale on now.
Sheen Panel Service. Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Sheen Panel Service.
Cameron Green is going to replace Pat Cummins from the pavilion end to start this third session. Green didn't pick up a wicket in India in the 2 test matches he played at Indore and Ahmedabad, but did take his first 5-wicket bag in test cricket at the MCG in the test he played before that.
This could be a canny bowling change. I think it's, and we've said this a few times over the last day and a half, that as well, bowling from the Mickey Stewart pavilion end is where the bounce has been uneven. Cam Green, tall man.
Good point. Can he find that spot? To Pujara here. 3 slips, back of a length, defends into the offside. No run.
And Cam Green, like the other 2 right-arm seamers we've seen so far, straight on the money, attacking the stumps. There have been a few that have just jumped at the batters. We saw that in the Australian innings. Travis Head, while he was batting at this end, a couple from Siraj just reared up at him. Maybe that's what Pat Cummins expects happening when Cam Green's bowling. Also good to just get him into the game early.
Green bowls here and Pujara plays into the onside. No is the call eventually. Kohli scampering down. Pujara, of course, in glittering form for Sussex in the county championship. We've spoken quite a lot about lack of red ball prep for this match across the 2 sides, but this year 300s in a row for Sussex, averaging 68. At that club, he averages 91, I should say, over the last 2 years. So really enjoys playing in England. And at the Oval, played the tests, well, 3 tests here. He made 4 and 11 in 2014, Norton 37 in 2018, and 4 and 61 2 years ago. Facing again, Green opening the face of the bat. Nathan Lyons scampering around from backward point. They get a single, 2 for 43. Pujara up to 9. And the most recent test match that Pujara played in England was last year at Edgbaston. That was the final match of that odd series with England that was spread out across 2 separate summers, and he made 13 and 66.
It's actually Manas Labuschagne who fielded that ball, and I know why you said Nathan Lyon, because he's generally the man in that backward point position, but he was
right. Yes,
he was at a fly slip position for Cheteshwar Pujara. Very interesting.
Right, so Kohli's turn, more conventional field. Green bowls and Kohli plays in front of point. Another single, well played. He's 5. 2 for 44. So we had Lyon down at fly slip. Couldn't see him in front of our recording equipment here, but that's okay. He'll drop back there again. See where he lands. So it's Labuschagne at, you'd call that gully, but I think he's going to jump over a couple of paces to more a backward point. And then Lyons at he wouldn't quite call it third man, although they're going to send him back now after all of that. The experiment's lasted 2 balls, so Labuschagne will go to 4th slip now. Line just behind point, where he's done so much work across his 12 years in the Australian team. Pajara has faced 16 balls for 9. Green here on the back foot, punching through point. His second boundary of the session. Great timing from the balls of his feet. Takes him to 13. India 2 for 48.
Yeah, we spoke a lot yesterday about Travis Head and how he enjoys hitting the ball through the offside of the back foot. Well, this is where Pujara feeds on as well. A little bit of width from Cam Green. The natural bounce that he gets from his height. And Pujara just helped it on his way. We've seen it do that so many times over the last 100 tests or so.
Into Pujara, using his feet, shuffling down and turning into the onside for another single. So looking to put some pressure on the Green straight away. 2 for 49. Pujara up to 14. He's got 5 centuries at test level against Australia. He's 25th test rather against them. More than 2,000 runs. Average of 51. 15 scores above 50. So a formidable record. That included that wonderful run he went on in 2018. Century at Adelaide, Melbourne, and a big one at Sydney. It's not always been in spinning conditions. He's been able to do it against the quicker bowlers in favourable conditions for the Australian seamers too.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back tours where he faced nearly or well over 1,000 balls, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't get too many runs in 2020, 2021. India won famously.
So into Pujara. Boland starts a new over. Delivering here. Boland forward comes Pujara, pushing into the offside. No run. Our coverage is for Nikesh. Here's the 30 years of the cafe.
When I see Scott Boland bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara, though, Adam, I do wonder, will we see battles like these in the future? Pure test cricketers, first-class cricketers up against each other. One format players who play just the long form.
There is something quite lovely about this, isn't it? Boland, 33 years of age, been doing this a long time. Into Pujara, delivers here. Pujara on the front foot, defends to Cummins at mid-on. Hazel playing because Josh Hazlewood's not available. It'll make for an interesting conversation. Phil Long's with us as well. You got something for us?
No, well, Bharat was just saying, will we see this in the future? I think, unfortunately, we probably know the answer to that, don't we?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, there will be players coming through who wish to be just test players, as Chandra Singer for Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, they might not have the skills to play other formats. Yeah.
I think there'll still be room for the occasional player like that. In complete doom and gloom. Pujara's 14, Boland to him here. Again, a bit of movement off the seam into the onside. Eventually ends up Boland at 87 miles an hour, 142 kilometres an hour in the way we say it over here, back in Australia, but obviously different on the TV screens here. Yeah, it might be like how there used to be room for one Maverick in the top 6, who would usually batting 6. Who would bat at a much higher tempo. I think Adam Gilchrist batting at 7 made that more common practice. But there was always room for a bit of flexibility. Someone from your white ball team who'd make your test team 30 years ago. Short ball here from Boland, rarely spotted. Getting underneath it is Pujara. It was very short. But yes, it might have just turned where the expectation will be that you've got 4 or 5 guys that go pretty good lick, which is what we have with England, for example, at the moment, and maybe 1 or 2 who might serve as something of a safety valve, in which case the Pujara types might still find a way into a test. I don't know. It's hard to know for sure. That's my hope.
That's the hope, Hey, it doesn't mean that Scott Boland doesn't have white ball skills. He does play,
of course,
all formats for Victoria and in the BBL.
Well, I think it's more... You see it more often with the bowlers, don't you? Boland delivers here and he beats Pujara with one that goes the other way. So Boland's had 2 come back prodigiously off the seam in the over. And as we'll see on our replay screen for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale in just a moment, that's pitched and just moved away delightfully. Yeah, had to play it. Gorgeous.
Just the shape on that delivery to die for. How are Australia going to keep Scott Boland out of the side?
Well, he's already bowled the delivery of the day for Macca's. Order via McDelivery on the Macca's app. Looking for another one here. Boland to complete his 5th over. Delivers, and off the inside part of the bat again, Pujara. What a great contest between two old stages. 2 for 49 into the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont's Hulls, Hugh Shale. Pujara 14, Coley 5.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. It'll be 1:45 in the morning. Eastern Seaboard in Australia. Hello to everyone with us still. Green bowls over the wicket. His second over. Coley leaves alone. Send us a text. Where are you listening? Have you got the radio under the pillow? Is that still a thing? Is it the iPhone with a little earbud in?
Yeah.
Are you sticking with us all the way to the close of play to see how many wickets Australia might take? 0433 98 11 16 if you are in Australia. You can communicate with us in the commentary box throughout the course of not only the World Test Championship final, but the 5 Ashes Test matches that follow starting next Thursday at Birmingham.
It could be like me, walk the dog very late at night.
Green delivers. Coley leaves. I remember with me, it was probably the first Ashes series I was able to do that and get away with it was 93. I would get home from school, whenever that was, 4 o'clock, 4:30. Yeah. I would performatively go to bed then. Say to my parents, right, I'm off to bed, all good. and I'd set my alarm for 7:30 so that I could wake up for the first ball from England, stay up till whenever they let me stay up, and then pretend I was going to bed again, only to get the radio up and listen until I inevitably fell asleep. Green delivers. Coley back, pushing defensively out to mid-wicket, no run. It's such a relatable thing, I reckon, from our great friend Jim Maxwell, who's down the corridor working for the BBC this week. Talks of a similar thing when he was a kid, going all the way back to Alan McGilvray when he was the narrator of Australian cricket on the radio, and Jim remembers being at boarding school in the 60s, in 1964 and 1968, as a teenager, listening to what was going on through the night. Before we had the technology we have today, of course, different kind of signal. Green bowls, and Coley off the hip down towards long leg, gets a single, moves him on to 6, 2 for 50, a milestone reached. The flags wave beneath us for the Indian side. Of course, ball-by-ball commentary came to Australia from England for the first time in 1948. That was with McGilvray, but before that, the synthetic commentaries in especially 1938 and 1934 were coming through. They were in the Sydney radio studio with the eraser and the pencil and so on. So there's that rich history, and we're proud to be part of that now on SEN Test cricket. Thanks to Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Green bowls, 3 slips, and he's bowled him! Pujara's watched it onto his off stump. That is quite the delivery from Cameron Green. 2 of India's top 3 are gone watching. 3 for 50. They're in all sorts. Pujara was leaving alone on the basis of line, but that's come back a long way. Cameron Green's first professional game in England. That is an absolute beauty.
I told you it could be the masterstroke from Pat Cummins. We were surprised when we saw Cam Green at the top of his mark right after the tea break. Attacking the stumps again. Pitch slightly outside off stump, but jacked back a long way, hitting top of off. We thought Scott Boland had bowled the ball of the delivery. Cam Green might have just done a little better.
India are still 419 runs in arrears with that. Huge celebration from the Australians. Cam Green ran all the way to backward point, celebrating another Australian wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. And I'll tell you what, that is the Macca's moment of the session so far. Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's as India's number 5 walks out, hasn't done his job for a while. Ajinkya Rahane, he was the vice-captain for such a long time, led India to a spectacular series win through COVID in Australia in 2020-21. Back in the side after an impressive domestic season, and with serious work to do. India in a big hole. Cameron Green, you beauty.
What a ball that was. Just soaking it all in. Seeing the replay again. Must have pitched somewhere between 4th and 5th stump. Because Pujara had no idea. He thought of playing in last minute, tried withdrawing his bat. It was a bit too late.
And that's just the difference with the Dukes ball, isn't it? And can move far more than the Kookaburra. And when it does, and you get it on the money like Green did there, creates that extra element of indecision for a batter. Even a batter of Pujara's experience in this country. Off he goes, off a middle, bent back. One ball for Rahane to deal with in this successful over. Green from the pavilion ends, catches everywhere, leaving alone outside the off stump. Over complete, successful for Australia on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tile Shoot Shale. India 4-19 behind. They're 3 for 50.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time.
Can I get mid-string?
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Mick Cafe. And Collins, Brett Sundaresan, the chief cricket correspondent for the Australian, Pete Lalor, jumping in as well. We only got one replay of that green wicket on telly for Tyre Power end of financial year sale. I think he might have just run his fingers down the seam. I don't think that was the wobble seam. I think that might have been the off-cut.
It was shaping out and came back.
Yeah, I think he ripped his fingers down it. All the more impressive. Here's Boland, starting a 6 over, away from us, delivers here to Kohli. Skews it out to cover. There won't be a single.
Well, a guy like Pujara just doesn't get the line of delivery wrong.
Yeah, here he is. One more replay. Yeah, I reckon. I genuinely think he's run his fingers. That wasn't what we've been discussing a lot. The scrambled seam. That's a more traditional skill set.
It kept coming back in. It kept coming back in, and that's what beat Pujara in the end. Generally, such a good judge of his off stump. Eyes closed. You see in the replay, looking up wistfully towards the heavens.
Boland up and bowls, and leaving alone is Kohli outside the off stump.
Australians having success bowling at the stumps. Sharma, LBW, that one trapped by Cummins. Beautiful delivery. Then when we saw Shubman Gill leave one to bowl, and probably from 4th, 5th stump, I thought, well, there won't be an Indian batsman who'll leave another delivery after seeing that. And
it just brings the Australian bowlers into play, and then
Pujara does the same thing. And it's not like Pujara hasn't had a bit of practice over here in the lead up to this game.
Well, this is it. He's had a great preparation. Kohli on 6, facing Boland, playing him with utmost respect. Right over the top, knocking it on the head in defence outside the off stump.
No, but it's the pressure that Scott Boland has built at the other end. You see, gets them, I said before the tea break, makes them make decisions ball after ball after ball after ball. It's like having a nagging voice in your ear. There's no respite when you face Scott Boland. And you look for some respite at the other end, and you have Cam Green attacking the stumps. With his skills, this is not going to be a very easy bowling attack to contend with for any team.
Boland's got 3 slips and the gully. Bowls to Kohli. Down the ground, off the stumps. Spits out towards Cummins at mid-on, no run. Kohli, a lot on him here. I read a stat at T that when batting after a side has made 400 in the first innings, as Australia, of course, did when they were dismissed for 469 earlier today, he averages 93 in Test cricket. So it says a bit about the way he loves having his back against the wall, Pete.
Yeah. I was going to use that exact phrase. He's a back to the wall sort of cricketer, isn't he? He loves a fight. He goes out there to pick a fight, isn't he? You know,
he doesn't do that anymore as much as he used to, right?
Not as much as he used to, but he hasn't changed all. You know?
Boland up, bowls again, clipping. More turning, really, from Coley, easing it down to Mitchell Stark at fine leg. We'll see him again in the final session, I'm sure. 3 for 51 now the score, giving Rughani the strike for 1 ball in this over. Phil Long.
Yeah, Rughani at the Oval. 2014, Norton 4. 2018, Norton 37. 2021, 14 and naught.
Thank you, Longy. Rughani all up in Test cricket, averaging 39. He's got a couple of centuries against Australia, both of them at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. One in 2014 and one in 2020. Famously in 2020, one of the best captain's knocks I've ever seen. In England, averages only 26, though. 1 century, long time ago. Boland into Rughani, delivers here on the back foot, up and over the top of the cordon. He'll get a boundary, off the mark with it. End the 15 overs. This Test match moving quickly. 3 for 55, India. They trail by 414 runs. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Adam Collins, Sundaresan, Pete Lalor, Phil Long and Cameron Green. Here he comes, bowling here, leaving alone outside the off stumps for At Coley, the former captain.
Colo, why are we playing the World Test Championship at the Oval? As much as I love the Oval, but here we are, like in working class, Kennington, Lambeth, you know, among the commission flats and the gasometers. Surely the World Test Championship should be played at the Oval. At Lord's.
They're not able to play it at Lord's. And there is a reason for that, a commercial reason. There's front foot no ball signalled retrospectively there by umpire Kettleborough. 3 for 56. I'll come back to it after this green delivery. To Coley, 3 slips at Gully. Coley down towards fine leg for 1. 3 for 57. He's up to 8.
Yeah.
Lords has existing commercial partners that are inked in for 1 million years and all the rest of it, and they can't have their branding pasted over. Whereas at the Oval, you'll notice that none of the stands are having their commercial names used this week officially, and over to. What used to be known as the Loch Laker, it's got a commercial name now. That's covered up this week. The stand we're in is normally called the JM Fin stand. That's covered up.
Right.
Whereas at Lord's, there's the media centre has a bank that it's named after, and Lords aren't permitted to mess with that. All down to money, really. But I'm glad we're here. Green bowls, inside edge, not far away from Rughani's off stump. Might have hit a pad on the way through as well before Travis Head raced in. So all over them here, Green. I mean, I think the fact that this was the first Test venue in England means something.
This is where Test cricket died. Well, English Test cricket died, didn't it?
2 years after that, 1882. But more to the, this is... I mean, I might be overplaying this point a little bit because of the way that the ticket prices are set these days. This always feels like more of a people's ground than Lord's to me.
So perhaps a bid for working class credibility from the ICC.
Green bowls and driving through the offsides. Rughani through cover, just eased it in that direction. It won't make the rope. They will get 3. Rughani up to 7. 3, 4, 60 it'll be.
Isn't the next WTC final set to be in Lord's in 2 years' time? That's what the original ICC schedule had said.
To be where, sorry?
At Lord's in 2025.
I don't believe, well, unless the commercial deal expires before then and they can, that might be the case. Because the first one was meant to be at Lord's and they scuppered that because of COVID. So it went down to Southampton where the players could stay at the hotel at the ground. And this was meant to be at Lord's. And about a year ago we found out that wouldn't be possible. Green now gets a crack at Coley on 8. Back of a length, Coley. Quick single, dabs it down to Nathan Lyon at point. Well run. Crowd love it. Coley's 9, 3 for 61.
Good cricket, that.
Yeah, very good. But I thought the whole point of playing the World Test Championship final in England was to play it at the home of cricket, Lord's. If Lord's can't host the WTC final, do you see it moving? Ahmedabad? Maybe.
Well, I did hear, there was a great story from Will McPherson in the Telegraph over here. yesterday, or in the morning yesterday, saying that they'd actually prepared 2 pitches out here this week. I'm not quite sure what the second one was, but let's put that to one side. Green bowls, Rughani defends with one hand off the bat to take pace off the ball. The idea being that if there is any protest here this week, Joss Stop Oil have had a significant presence in London over the last couple of months in various sporting events, that if they dug up the pitch or something like that, they could play somewhere else. To which a colleague of ours promptly said, yes, play somewhere else in Ahmedabad. See you there in a few days.
Yes. Being the stadium built in honour of the Indian Prime Minister.
Yes. Whether they go, the pitch is torn up, we'll get on the plane.
There you go, the good eclipse, well, whatever. Where would you play it if you played it in Australia?
Green bowls, and pushing into the onside is Rughani. It ends the over. It's 3 for 61. We'll come back to this conversation point after the break. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge tyre sale on now.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Can have a look at him.
We're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Cafe. Adam Collins with Lalor and Sundaresan for one more over. Starks back into the attack. You're asking where would a one-off test match be played in Australia if it were the World Test Championship. I mean, I'd argue Melbourne for reasons of history, but maybe a bit of a hint there is that is 150 years a sesquicentenary? Is it sesqui? That's 150 years. I'm pretty sure that's the term for it. You both
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Stark starts that spell from our Vauxhall and delivers here. Full and driven. That's the shot of the day from Kohli so far. Out through extra cover in a fashion that we've seen hundreds and hundreds of times before. 3 for 65. They trail by 404. Great yarn in the paper on Sunday from Dan Breddick reporting that CA have got tentative agreement with the ECB to play a sesquicentenary, I think I'm getting that right, test match, 150 years from the first, in the March of 2027. So, of course, we had the centenary test in March 1977, which was a great celebration of test cricket, the same margin as the first test in 1877. And it looks like we have that treat coming up just under 4 years from now, as Stark bowls again to Kohli on 13 and leaves alone outside the off stump. So on that basis, I'd say Melbourne. Pete, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I guess on that basis you're right, aren't you? But there'd be a bit of a battle about it. And obviously Melbourne has greater capacity, but it is for the big events. You know, that's when cricket really works at Melbourne. For my money, it doesn't work unless it's full, the MCG. After that, I much prefer to watch cricket at Adelaide Oval or the SCG. But if it's Stadium Rock, you go to the MCG. I was at that test. My dad took me to 2 days of that test.
Do you remember which days? Do you remember what happened? And we can sort of backdate.
No, I'd have to go back and check.
That was my dad's first time at the MCG for cricket as well. Stark bowls down the leg side, clip down to fine leg. They'll get a single, 14 for Kohli, 3 for 66. My dad was there for the day Rick McCosker walked out mummified.
I wasn't there for that.
Yeah. Opening the batting in the second innings.
All I'll say is if, say, they do take the WTC final to Ahmedabad, maybe there'll be a rider.
God, no.
There'll be a rider. If your country qualifies, your country's Prime Minister will get a chance to be paraded around.
I saw that Batmobile that we found in the basement at Ahmedabad. They used it at the IPL, Lalor.
Did they?
They did. They used it again. Not for the Prime Minister, but just for a cavalcade around Ahmedabad Stadium. Here's Stark bowling, leaving alone is Rughani outside the off stump. Got some text coming in. One here from Todd McKenna in Sydney. Staying out doing deliveries around Kellyville so I don't get in trouble. Cheering at the broadcast at home. He's loving it. Thanks, Todd. And a message from Andrew in Strathdown. He's saying, I was just discussing with a mate how the 93 Ashes series taught me how to stay up later than required. Sounds like we might be the same age, Andrew. And how that skill set's been transferred to numerous other sports. I'll never forget seeing Chappelli swear live on air upon returning to an ad break too soon. Thanks for the great call. Cheers, Andrew. All your text in at 0433 98 11 16 if you're in Australia. Mexican wave beneath us here. Indian fans are restless. Stark bowls and It's pushed out towards mid-off by Rughani in the short sleeve jumper, no run.
Speaking of Ian Chappell, as you know, I'm a volunteer director with the Chappell Foundation. We have got a very, very special dinner coming up this year.
You've got one ball, get it out.
Ian Chappell, Greg Chappell and Trevor Chappell live on stage. Unique. It'll probably be the last time ever. And I mean, it's just going to be a great night.
How do we get tickets?
I'll let you know.
Through the Peter Lalor Twitter account.
There are no tickets available yet, but there will be.
Good cause. Last ball of the 17th over. Stark delivers here down the leg side again. Not a great restart. 6 runs coming from Stark's third over, first of the spell. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. 3 for 67 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails, huge sale. Coley 14, Rughani 8, Nikesh coming in for me.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I work well with progress and advice from fitness experts, which supports my fitness goals. I do tend to overtrain at times, so I appreciate extra guidance when needed.
I know my way around the gym already. I like to track my progress, be recognised and train with a personal trainer to give me that extra push.
Ready to go to the next level? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps experienced members feel recognised and rewarded. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
With SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie.
The Indian innings has got a bit of a bad cough, Nikesh, at the top of the order there.
Just a little bit. 3 for 67. Virat Kohli still out there, so not many Indian fans in the crowd making their way to the exits just yet. Pat Cummins is into Rughani, who's forward and defending. Trickles away onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Ravi Shastri in alongside myself and Peter Lalor here as well.
What would an Indian coach be telling his top order about leaving balls outside the off stump to these Australian bowlers later today?
Bad leaves. You know, both of them an error in judgment. Tell them to go more towards the ball. The off stump was exposed, one of the things you can never do in England. No. Got to know where that off stump is.
Cummins charges in, delivers. Rughani's forward pushing at this one, driving square, but straight to line there at point. The Shubman Gill one was more interesting, Ravi, because it didn't just clip the off stump. It almost hit middle, didn't it?
Cannon into middle and off. So he'll be watching that. He's a young man. He's got a lot of ability. But those are the adjustments you got to make. Maybe get a bigger stride forward. I mean, you can see the way at times even Virat Kohli is playing today.
Yeah. Have we got an issue with the ball? We have.
Yeah, I think so.
Been knocked out of shape from cannoning into the stumps.
Yeah,
exactly. Not going through those hoops, which the umpires
out
use.
of shape. Yeah.
So they are going to look to probably change this ball.
It did look knocked up quite early in the innings, didn't it? 5 or 6 overs in, it was scuffed around, because it will happen here with all these wickets.
Wickets, but it's been an issue really with these batches of Duke's balls ever since the COVID pandemic.
Exactly.
Because the Duke's balls were made in Walthamstow in a factory just east, sort of to the northeast of London, and it's run by a British Indian gentleman, the Duke's cricket ball factory, but he employed workers to come over from Sialkot in Pakistan who used to be specialists in hand stitching these balls. And it was difficult getting these guys over post-COVID or during the COVID pandemic when things were still going on across the world in 2021 and into 2022 as well. So the production was then outsourced to Sialkot in Pakistan, and the quality checks couldn't be done at this end. So there was some sort of issue with the quality not quite being as you'd expect with a Duke's cricket ball. And I think that has continued as well. And we see a lot of this in test matches in England. Saw it quite a lot all last summer, really. Those test matches that England played against New Zealand, against India, the one-off, and then South Africa as well. Constant checking of the balls and lots of changing as well. So
yeah, there was even talk of the Kookaburra being used for the series, or a choice being given between Dukes and Kookaburra, but it's always been Dukes in England.
It should always be Dukes in England.
Yes, it should always be,
But as I say, the Duke's reputation taking a little bit of a hit over the last couple of years.
There's a fascinating story in this year's Wisdom. I think it was published in The Guardian recently too. about how they came up with the protective coating for the leather for the Duke's ball. And apparently it's... I'll continue it after this delivery.
So change of ball has happened. Cummins in with the new cherry, and Rughani is pulling this one immediately out towards deep mid-wicket. Doesn't get all of it, gets enough to take it to the boundary for 4. Rughani on the charge here. He's played a couple of attacking shots, just carrying on his good form from the T20 stuff for the Chennai Super Kings over in the IPL. India 3 for 71.
Yeah, and these two bat well together. You know, they've had some great partnerships across the globe. And Rughani is a busy player. Whilst he's there, the scoreboard will tick along. You know, he came out in a very positive frame of mind in this year's IPL. So the intent will be there. It has to be measured. This is Test match cricket. He's got to see and weigh the situation.
Cummins into him again, and this time he's beaten, I think, past the inside edge with one that just nips back. And this is what Cummins is so good at, beating both the outside and the inside.
Wobble seam, wobble seam. That's all we seem to talk about these days. It's the latest fad in cricket, isn't it?
Was the wobble seam that got Rohit Sharma out leg before, the nip back.
And in conditions like this, it's something that you can fall back on, because there's no movement in the air, is there? Not a lot of grass or juice in the wicket.
Bit of a breeze picking up around the oval. Still bright sunshine and no clouds up above. Cummins makes his way in past the umpire, delivers, and Rughani shoulders arms to one. Full delivery just outside the off stump. India still trailing by 398 runs. SEN Test Cricket live from the Oval, brought to you in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And, Beaumont's scorecard, Beaumont tiles, huge sale, of course. It doesn't read well for India at the moment, trailing by 398 runs. Still lots of support. The Dole drums are playing, Ravi, in the background. That's one thing India can always be sure of.
Sure of. Fabulous atmosphere. Just beginning to make some noise now.
Cummins in once more, and again Rughani leaves one. This one way wide of the off stump. End of another over. India 3 for 71.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13-IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket back with the live action. Here is Mitchell Starc. There's to bowl once more here to Virat Kohli, who's unbeaten on 14. Another reason why the crowd are up on their feet, and the atmosphere has just picked up in the last half an hour or so. Starc in over the wicket to Kohli, who's forward in defence.
It's not about how much he'll get or what he's going to do, but this is probably the best I've seen Kohli move in a long time. Not just today, just prior to this, watching him from close quarters. It's a nice steady headed. When he's about to make contact with the ball, the feet are moving freely.
Kohli, a man in imperious form since around August last year. Starc is into him again. It's edged and it's taken.
Oh, that's a
brilliant catch there at second slip, leaping high into the air. And Kohli on his way. A brilliant delivery from Starc as well, angled across, the extra bounce as well, taking the shoulder of the bat almost. And the King is on his way back for 14. Starc gets his first.
That's a brute of a delivery. That's taken off. It's leapt off a length. It surprised Kohli. This has not hit the bat. It's hit the glove. It's a good length delivery. That's leapt at Kohli. It's hit his glove, and a simple catch to Smith at second slip, but that's gone like a spitting cobra.
Well, Smith was actually up like he was going for a mark in AFL. I mean, he flew that ball. We saw one do that to David Warner yesterday. Really rear up at him. One or two at gosh, where's my brain going? The South Australian, Travis Head.
Travis
Head was saying that new ball could be a bit difficult to handle, but that was a brute. And I was just thinking, I've seen about 19 balls from Mitch Starc, and it's been too early to say he's having a bad day, but he looked like he was having a bad day, and then he does that.
And if Australia wanted that one delivery in the innings, and they'd written a name of one player on that would have been Virat Kohli.
Yeah, but that's impossible to play that delivery, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is a brute.
Well, I mean, look, the fans aren't quite leaving in their hordes, but just a few just trickling out towards the exits, maybe just going to get a few drinks or something to eat while Virat Kohli makes his way back to the pavilion. Ravindra Jadeja, the new batter in India, 4 for 71, in deep, deep trouble here. 398 runs they trail by. Australia playing the perfect match, really, after being asked to have a bat first yesterday morning. Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? When Rohit Sharma won the toss under the dark clouds here at the Oval. It was cold, it was overcast, it was all set up really on paper to be a bowling morning for India. They did manage to get Australia 3 for 76 and created a couple of really other good opportunities in that morning session. Australia got stuck in, and once the sun came out, the runs started to flow. Right, Mitchell Starc into the new batter here. Ravi Jadeja goes full this time. It's an inside edge. Jadeja doesn't know much about that. The ball trickles away, just backward of square on the leg side. Got 3 slips, a gully, backward point in place. And Starc with his tail up all of a sudden after not quite getting his radar right early on.
Slips caught and chirping. Australians are up and about. They can taste this one. That's done. They've done a lot of damage to this Indian innings, and I wonder. Might do a bit of damage to Kohli's thumb. What did you think? Caught it on the end of his thumb, is it?
You're dead right, Peter. You could see him take the glove off immediately. He wasn't showing it, but you know.
Starc is in, and this is full and left alone outside off by Jadeja.
That hit him properly on that thumb.
He's shouldering arms, and it's right up high in front of his face, and it's still got the thumb there.
Just past the shoulder of the bat, and could have been a very painful one indeed, and painful for all of India at the moment. For 1.5 billion who will be interested in the outcome of this match, switching their television sets off maybe in huge numbers over there right now into the evening with the fall of that wicket. Australia taste victory already so early on in the match. This is for Jadeja, edges in the air over that slip cord and over the fielder there at Gully. He's looking to flick leg side, leading edge, and gets off the mark in unusual style.
But again, that surprised him. Got to see where this ball is come from. It's pitched. No, it's the swing. It's the swing. Moved late. Got the leading edge. This is really good bowling. Just getting into the groove now. Mitchell Starc probably needed that wicket. The rhythm is looking good. The swing seems to be back. And this is a real testing time because India have got KS Bharat after this. They don't have Rishabh Pant playing in this game.
Final ball of Stark's over is coming up. It's Rughani on strike. Still 3 slips and a gully in place. Stark remains over the wicket, delivers outside off, and again one that swung back but comfortably wide enough of the off stump for Rughani to leave alone. India now 4 for 72.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Back with us here live at the Oval. Jadeja, it is on strike here, facing up to Pat Cummins, and we talked about the swing in the previous over, Ravi Shastri, from Mitchell Starc, but it's not just the swing, it's the pace as well. Swing at high pace. I mean, you think back to Dale Steyn and bowlers like that, Mitchell Starc on his day as well, when he gets that rhythm going as well. Swing at high pace, even more difficult.
And Nick, especially if it leaps off a length, the time to react is so little.
Cummins then into Jadeja, who gets a bit of a leading edge just away from that fielder there in the covers. And gets away with a couple of runs, actually. Good running between Jadeja and Rughani. That's one thing you will get with Jadeja out there. He'll be looking to turn those ones into twos, but again, just not a convincing shot there. No ball signalled as well. Bit of a bonus for India.
Australia can smell blood in the water. Brought in the bat pad there. Travis Head's come in.
We'll see a couple of shorter deliveries. Cummins here continues over the wicket to the left-hander. Delivers again, and this time it's guided by Jadeja, but just to that backward point fielder. And there is no run. No ball off the previous one. India could do with another couple of hundred of those. The scoreboard ticking up a little bit. 4 for 75 at the moment.
Well, you can judge the state of the game by the amount of Indian flags that are in the air, and there's not a single one now.
They're quiet now.
No, when they were getting wickets this morning, it was a great sight. Those stands over there by the Archbishop Tennyson School, which I read is closing. It's one of the oldest schools in England, I think.
Cummins runs in again, bowls, and Jadeja's forward in defence. More convincing shot this time. You still hear the odd bit of chanting, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, which translates to glory to Mother India. Nothing about Bharat Sundaresan's mother. Yeah, that school across the road, we've got a good view of it just over the stand there. That's, I think, where we picked up our accreditations from in the lead up to this match. Lots of lovely old buildings here with lots of new buildings cropping up as well. New apartment blocks over to our left, just behind the JM Fin stand, which we're located in. Another one just rising off a length here from Pat Cummins. Negotiated well into the offside. Jadeja gets through for a quick single.
And even this ground has changed a lot over the years. You know, the new pavilion, the old pavilion used to be the dressing rooms would be in the main building, which is a heritage structure. It's all changed now.
To our left, the gas holders, they're having flats built inside them.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yep.
Gasometers, aren't they? Is that what you call them?
Yeah, so where you can see the sign, make the home of Test cricket your new home.
Really?
Your new home could be inside that. Decent view as well.
What?
Cummins into Rughani then. It's just flicked away. Fine, down towards long leg. Gets another single. Will your view be obstructed? I mean, I suppose they've got to be careful of where they put the windows and stuff. But yeah, great view. But they are talking of expanding this ground in terms of the seating on both of those stands to our right and left as we look on as well. So if those become double and triple tiers, as we can see from one of the newer stands on the far side of the ground, then these apartments might lose a little bit of value. There's still a few houses along the sides where if you've got a room there on this side of the ground, you could watch some free Test cricket, free Surrey matches as well all year round. Cummins into Jadeja, who's wrapped on the pads. Big shout for LBW. Umpire Illingworth says no. And, Cummins just checking with Alex Carey. And, decides against taking that review. Mooted appeal in the end. But again, asking the questions.
And he slipped into a good length, Cummins. You know, in England, especially when you come from Australia, where you're looking to hit the deck. There's no ball in any case. Looking to hit the deck, you just got to get that foot closer to the batsman. It's a minor adjustment, but it's not all that easy. A lot of bowlers have struggled with it. Someone like Mohammad Shami took a long time to get that length right. Ishant Sharma took a long time to get that length right. And I think Cummins will be doubly dangerous if he does get it right.
No ball then, so India 4 for 78 now. Still a couple of balls left in this over. Cummins charges in again, delivers, and Jadeja defends off the back foot, and there is no run.
It baffles me how you can get the length wrong. I mean, surely everybody knows by now what are the right lengths to bowl in whichever country you're due to play in. And so Stark, Cummins, and to a lesser degree Hazelwood have been practicing at New South Wales since about April with an English winter in mind. And one assumes that they would be bowling English lengths.
I'll tell you why, Peter, because you feel different as a bowler.
Cummins. And again, final ball of the over is just worked down towards fine leg by Jadeja. I think it was off the pad. Umpire Lingworth agrees. Leg by signalled. End of another one. Australia 4 for 79 here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Mitchell Stark then to continue from this Vauxhall end. Jadeja it will be facing up here. So 4 from 10 at the moment. Stark runs in. Over the wicket, delivers. It's full. It's driven beautifully by Jadeja. No need to run for that. Lovely on drive for 4. And this is one of the reasons why he's been promoted in recent times up the order in the Indian batting line at Ravi. And during your tenure, he just started to sort of develop as a proper top 6 batter, didn't he?
Because we recognized that talent and said he must be given an opportunity to express himself. And a lot of people forget he's got a very organized technique, very simple, doesn't move too much, good strides forward or back. And he plays late, so which is good for English conditions.
Stark will look to adjust his length here. Does, goes a little bit more of length rather than full, and that's left well alone by Jadeja. He's got 3 triple centuries in first-class cricket and had those actually coming into the India side initially. Does play his first-class cricket in Rajkot. Does that make a difference? I mean, it's pretty good conditions out there usually.
Yes, very good batting strip. That Pujara is from Rajkot as well. He's got a 100 too. But it's only when he was pushed up the order that he started realizing his potential. You know, the ability to make the big scores.
Stark into him again, and this one is too wide of off stump to interest Jadeja, who leaves alone.
You were saying before that it's difficult for bowlers to adjust their length. Is it because it just becomes natural to bowl a certain length for the conditions you're used to, and it's hard to change?
Absolutely, and you feel different initially. When you try to do that, it might be just that 6 inches. You feel different. You see, you get it in your mindset that something is amiss.
Right.
You know, the timing of that release then becomes important. So hence the practice, hence the constant search for that area. You might have to release the ball a little later, a little earlier. I beg your pardon.
Stark is full to Jadeja, this time a checked drive back to Stark in his follow-through.
Similar to when you're looking to go right up to the back. The release is earlier, as opposed to when you're bowling a bouncer, when it is much later. So to get the right timing of that release, to get the ball in that right area, and to feel good, get that feeling you've not lost anything in pace, the rhythm is still the same, and hence that hours and hours of practice.
Well, no surprise, Scott Boland's right at home on a wicket like this, or a Pat Cummins. It's quite similar to an Australian wicket.
Stark into Jadeja, again left alone outside the off stump. 4 for 83. India, 1 ball left in this over. 21st of their innings. They still trail by 386 runs. Leading run scorer in the game so far, Travis Head, really did take the grain by the scruff of the neck with Australia. 3 for 76 in that first innings, and that leading run scorer brought to you by DSC Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
Ravi, if the World Test Championship was to be held in India, which ground would you hold it in? Would you respect history or the event?
Stark into Jadeja, who's wrapped on the pads, looking to flick away leg side. Big interest from Stark, not as much from the slip cord and Alex Carey, and I think that one may well have been sliding down the leg side. I think the Australians all agree, so over is called with Australia 4 for 83.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
4 for 83 India then, as Cummins prepares to bowl another over. We'll pick up that point with Ravi Shastri and Peter Lalor about which ground you'd hold this match on if it was to be held in India. Cummins into Rughani, leaves alone outside the off stump. Are you going Eden Gardens for the tradition, or somewhere like a Wankhede Stadium, or are you going for Ahmedabad because you can get the big crowd in?
Now listen, the reason why they're having it here, as Peter just mentioned to me, is it has to be a clean ground where there's no advertising.
But in an ideal world in India, in an ideal world,
you won't find a ground in India without advertising.
Okay, so you could. Yeah. Would you go for tradition?
I'll go for tradition. I'm on the older grounds, you know, where cricket has been played, Test cricket has been played for a long, long time.
Cummins into Rughani again, this time defended into the onside for no run.
Australia hasn't played in Kolkata since the 2001 Test. Never got to cover a Test match there, Ravi.
For a shame. That's a. I mean, just I've always said the people of Kolkata make Eden Gardens what it is. I mean, just the passion, the interest.
Yeah.
I mean, just getting into those seats even at 9 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, filling it up.
Yep. Growing up, it just had that vibe. Eden Gardens, listening to cricket from there.
Cummins into Rughani once more, this time defended into the offside. Very different ground, though, in 2001 to what it is now. Less capacity. I mean, they had the old sort of concrete seating on some areas back then. You could cram a lot more people in, and seeing the final day of that match on television as well. Officially, it was about 100,000 the capacity. I'm sure there were an extra sort of 20, 30,000 in there that day.
Oh, yeah, easy.
So if you're going with tradition, the Brabourne Stadium, another one of my favourites.
Brabourne's a fabulous stadium to watch. But there'll be... Chennai is good now.
Cummins again to Rughani. This is full. It's driven square beautifully and away from that fielder at point. Runs away to the boundary for 4 over to the right as we look on. And Rughani into his stride here, 17 from 21. He's looked good so far.
He's looked good. He's looked the most comfortable, most fluent. He's not been hurried. I mean, you need a luck on this, little bit of luck on this track when you're batting, because if the bounce is variable, you need that kind of luck where the ball misses the outside edge, or if it does hit the shoulder of the blade, flies over the slip cotton, as we saw with Travis Head.
Cummins goes a little bit shorter in length, but still pretty full delivery, well defended into the offside by Rughani. 1 ball remaining in this over. We've had an hour since the tea interval. Australia managing to snuff out a couple of more wickets as well. Cheteshwar Pujara and Virat Kohli, the latest 2 to go. Kohli getting an absolute snorter from Mitchell Starc, one that took off from a length with the angle as well from over the wicket. Kohli just getting a glove on that. Really good catch taken at second slip by Steve Smith, leaping up. Cummins and again to Rughani, who's wrapped on the pads. Another shot for LBW, this time given. Richard Illingworth took just a moment to have a think about that. The finger went up, and Rughani has gone upstairs for the review as well, pretty immediately. Did he get some bat on this?
Yeah, he went up very quickly. If he's not got some bat, again, Peter, Lola, the length you were talking about, the practice from the month of April, it's again the right area.
Yep, we've been putting it up there. You go for a few runs here off the square, such a fast square, but if you get it right with that variable bounce and that little bit of wobble seam movement, these are the results. And already we've had a few Australians attacking the stumps and have profited from it. Waiting to see a review of this, but it looked, we're behind the batter here, but it looked plumb.
Yeah, and good point you made about Australians attacking the stumps. Yesterday, India bowled 14%.
Oh, is this an over?
Oh,
Just starting the DRS view with Aymar Insurance. The tradies mate call 1-3 Aymar, and we've just seen that it looks like Pat Cummins, it's marginal because the line, the white line, has just been worn away. But I think this is going to be signalled a no ball. The review has stopped. We've seen it on the big screen around the ground. We've seen it on the screen in front of us here. We can't see the opposite angle because Marnus Labuschagne, fielding there at mid-off, is covering that line. And I think third umpire may well have seen enough from the first angle to signal that a no ball. But because it's a review for an LBW, they just want to be doubly sure about this one. And we're just getting a zoomed in.
Well, there is no line there.
There is no line, but you can see where the line is on either side of it. And that is going to be
clear no ball.
No ball. It does. And listen to the roar from the Indian fans as well. Well, I'm not sure why the no ball wasn't picked up slightly earlier than that, because they usually are checked almost immediately, but it wasn't initially picked up. And Ajinkya Rahane survives, so there will be one more delivery in the over as well. And Rahane continues, much to the delight of the Indian support. There you go, the flags are waving.
The flags are back up. How many no balls has Cummins bowled in this innings?
That's 5 in the innings in total, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's only got himself to blame then, hasn't he? 5 no balls.
Yeah, that's lack of playing matches more than anything else. So the rhythm will come. You know, it'll get better and better as this game progresses.
Right, Cummins then in once more to Rahane. This one takes off a length as well, and that's wrapped at Rahane on the glove. His right glove comes off immediately. He examines his fingers. He'll probably be getting some treatment here. I think drinks will probably come out as well. So we'll take a quick break here with India in this test match here at the Oval. 4 for 88 SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. A moment of controversy. Just a bit of a delay here out in the middle. We had that DRS review for Aymar Insurance. The tradies mate call 1-3 Aymar. Here we go, Louis.
They're the tradies mate. That's Aymar.
First time we've got that right across 2 days of cricket. Adam Collins and Louis Cameron picking up the call. Hello, Lou.
Hello, Adam. Well, we haven't had that many reviews, have we? We had the 2 early on day 1. Did India use their third one in the end?
I don't think they did. No, they used it twice in quick succession. That was out, by the way, the overstep from Cummins. I'm mostly frustrated because it kind of messes with the thing we had going on with the fall of wicket for India so far. So, Rohit, 15. Shubman Gill, 13. Pujara, 14. Kohli, 14. It was going to be Rahane, 17. I was going to ponder,
nice,
have there ever been a grouping of dismissals for the first 5 wickets that only spans 4 numbers? That, like, I mean, of course, if you make a minimum number of 10 or something like that, because there'll be instances where sides have been rolled for 50 or something and a bunch of ducks.
Yeah, so a variance of 4 between 13 and 17. Yeah. 5 batters all getting out within 4 runs of each other.
I mean, it's not the Fibonacci sequence, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. But Rahane might get out next ball. Who's to know?
I think it was Essex with 4 for none in a county game earlier this year. Sorry, they weren't 4 for none. They'd lost 4 for none, and they might be 4 for 4 or something because they'd been.
Yeah, they were bowling. It was Middlesex who were batting in that game. Yeah.
And the top 4 was 0, 0, 0, 0. So
and the 5 and 6 not out was 0, 0 as well.
There you go. So that's 6 all on the same score if you want to be pedantic about it.
And the 5 and 6 went on to make quite a few runs, if I recall correctly. John Simpson and who have been batting with? Long, you might remember. Anyway, not to worry. We're going to have this delay continuing because of the hand of Rahane being looked at still by the...
Yeah, and your sequence for those opening wickets, 1 wicket each per bowler, and also 2 fours each for each batsman in those scores.
Yeah. There you go. Most elegant. So that's the Indian physio, Kamlesh Jain, out there with with Rughani at the moment.
It was the ball after the review, the IMAR review, that just reared up and hit Rughani on the bottom glove. Not dissimilar to the one that got Mitchell Stark.
Okay.
That got Virat Kohli off Mitchell Stark, that clipped the right finger on his glove. There's just that, and this is what I was kind of talking to you earlier about. There's a lot in this wicket. There's a lot of variable bounce. There's a lot of seam movement, and it's why I think Australia's first inning score is way overs, because this India, they haven't. Yes, they have left some balls on the stumps, but it is very difficult to bat out there.
If you zoom out, it helps bolster why England feel like they've landed on a winning strategy by batting more quickly, because if you get away from a side and you can affect their mindset and they're bowling fewer good balls on a surface that's likely to be responsive, then by very definition you're likely to end up further ahead in the test match. And they don't mind if they lose wickets. What they're trying to do is score while the going is good and create opportunities to score by putting bowlers under pressure.
And being willing to bowl first by going, A, often these wickets are best to bowl on day one, maybe early on day two, and B, they're not breaking up quite the same as they used to. It's probably slightly different in England, and one I don't quite understand as well as in Australia. But, with the drop-in pitches now representing the majority of test matches in Australia, batting on day 4 and 5 often isn't that difficult. Slightly different in England, but it does look like it is easy to bat for longer into the test than it used to be.
So we're going to reset here our coverage for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Had a replay of the wickets, 2 of them to fall in the session. Pujara knocked over by Green, one of 2 Indian players leaving it onto the off stump. Those replays for tyre power, end of financial year sales. Stark away from us. 3 slips of gully. Bowls here full and driven by Jadeja. That'll go down to the rope and move him into double figures as well. Jadeja is 12 with that boundary. India 4 for 92. There's still 381 runs in arrears. I was down in the press box before, Louis, and whisper it. Follow-on was discussed. If they do keep going the way they are, and how Australia might, of course, in ordinary circumstances, they wouldn't look to make India follow on, but with an eye to getting their bowlers overs dealt with almost earlier in the test, because they've got back-to-back test matches with the first Ashes match at Birmingham next week. I mean, where do you fall on that? If they were to knock them over maybe early tomorrow, Stark bowls here, Jadeja leaves alone.
What would be the point of enforcing the follow-on in terms of, we were just kind of talking about whether it's better to bowl earlier in the game or later in the game. You wouldn't have thought it's going to be better to bowl now-ish, let's say later, first thing tomorrow morning, as opposed to day 5. I'd rather bowl day 5. No, I think it's the boring. Everyone wants to see the follow-on in force, right? Because as fans, it's exciting, right? Like, team's just been knocked over, let's go for him again. But if you're the team in that position, why would you not give your bowlers a break?
I think it would go down to what's happening next week, and I'm not sure if this is a fully formed thought yet. Let me try and tease it out. It's Stark gets to the crease and bowls, and Jadeja clips through the onside this time, 4 more. This is what Jadeja can do himself. Talk about transferring pressure on the bowling groups. Jadeja's made an art form of this over the last couple of years, where he's averaging better than 55 in Test cricket. He's 16, India 4 for 96.
And Mitchell Stark just struggling with his rhythm a little bit here. They did keep him on. He came back on after conceding 14 off his first 2 overs. And his first ball to Virat Kohli was a half volley, got hit to the boundary. Got him out the next over. So they stuck with him. But he's just looked like he's landing on the crease, he's not completely happy with it.
Jadeja averaged 27 in the Border Gavaskar series earlier this year, including a crucial knock of 70 at Nagpur in a low-scoring game. Facing Stark, back of a length, into the onside, another single. So 9 runs from 4 balls. They all help. They trail by 3-7-3, 4 for 97. Rughani and Jadeja are both on 17. But I think the logic that they were advancing downstairs, our colleagues, was that, to bowl again now would mean that you get the overs in the legs of the Aussie quicks out of the way, and an extra day, in theory, of the feed up before Birmingham. That's sort of bigger picture.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
That might be too smart by half, though.
Yeah, it might be. I think
you can see India rallying in the second dig, and suddenly...
That's never happened in Australia-India Test, where Australia's lived to regret enforcing the follow-on, has it?
Quite. See a close-up of Rughani's glove on our screen for tyre power, end of financial year sale. He's got the index finger on his right hand, bolstered by a whole bunch of tape. He's back on strike. Waiting for Stark to settle on his field. A backward point And a fine leg out. 3 slips a gully, the catching men behind the wicket. Stark up to the crease, passes umpire Gaffney. Bowls here well wide of the stumps, and it's left alone. End of the... No, one to come. My apologies.
I dare say you'd be barracking for a wicket if you take a look at the 2 scores that these batters are on at the moment.
So 15, 13, 14, 14 and 2 players on 17. This is the stuff that, well, you know, I can see Phil Long's purring to my right. You do get that sort of Fibonacci sort of increasing by increments occasionally on a card. 1, then a 2, then a 4, then an 8 and a 16. I've certainly seen that happen before. Stark. Last ball of his 6 over. Got the big wicket of Kohli after tea. Completes it here and bowls, and Rughani leaves alone. End of the over. 9 runs from it. 4 for 97 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sale with Rughani and Jadeja both on 17.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
We're here for Macca's. Here it's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins and Louis Cameron. I heard our colleagues, Lalor, Shastri and Rughani talking about elevating the status of the World Test Championship final earlier, which I quite enjoy that narrative. I want to see this event turn into something bigger and better each time it's held. Cummins new over, pavilion end, 3 slips. Jadeja, left-hander, pushing into the onside, gets a single to mid-wicket. Good running. Boland throwing to the danger end, but they're comfortably through. 4 for 98. Jadeja jumps ahead. He's 18. It maybe some more pageantry around it, remembering that we're from a city that does grand final weeks pretty well. We both grew up in Melbourne. You still live there. There is a rhythm to grand final week that works because everybody who's not following a side in the game still has a bit of buy-in, I reckon.
Yeah,
there
right.
are sort of annual rituals that we go through.
As a St Kilda supporter, I can relate to my team not being in the grand final.
Well, you've been to a few.
Following it along. We had a good win last night.
I did. I seen you were threatened in the last term and pulled away.
Yep.
Cummins up to the crease again, bowls to Rughani, soft hands into the gully regional backward point. Line does the fielding. So you've had plenty of opportunities. We were talking earlier actually about Steve Smith's jumper and how long it was. It reminded me of Darren Jarman in the 97 grand final. You've probably never watched more than once.
No.
What about...
I've watched 2009 and both 2010 grand finals enough to...
Surely you've not watched them a second time.
I might look, 2009, this is a vast divergence, but
it's okay.
and people in New Zealand
it's the final session, it's late at night. It doesn't matter.
The 2009 grand final, just a great game, full stop.
It's one of the...
prepared to admit that.
I couldn't agree more. Cummins bowls and Rughani nearly a leading edge, but gets it past mid-on, no single. It's Boland again doing the fielding. I reckon that's the best grand final between 89. After 89, the next best one is 2009. Anyway, not the point. We have 2 things that stand out. The parade on the Friday, the grand final parade. So bring that in for the World Test Championship final next time. Maybe on floats down the Thames. They used the Yarra last year, didn't they? Maybe we should... I can see that being a thing.
We have Cummins and Rohit Sharma on boats, are we?
the annual longest kick. Now we can... As Cummins runs through the crease, doesn't deliver. We have the torpedo punt competition, don't we, where they kick from a platform into the arrow, like the what's the Moomba? I'm forgetting my youth here. The 0433 98 11 16. What are the machines you fly off into the Yarra River on Moomba Monday?
No, I can't help you there. Sorry. I do know Nathan Lyon kicked the torpedo about 60 metres.
Okay, well maybe he can be involved in this. I'm thinking instead of the kick, we have the longest hit. Or the longest throw.
That's not a bad idea. Longest hit's a good idea.
Can you hit the ball across the Thames? Cummins bowls and Rughani drives straight to that man line of the 60-metre torpedo punt. And then we can also have, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but here we are, the World Test Championship Brownlow count. Think about it. They do 3-2-1 votes anyway for the Allan Border medal. So that's a thing that already exists. Why don't we expand it to every game in the World Test Championship final and sit in the long room the week before the World Test Championship final and count all the votes across the 2-year period.
I think there's something in that, yeah. It would have to be slightly different to a Brownlow thing, because I think the actual appeal of a man or a woman reading out 3-2-1 for every game is a bit limited.
Cummins bowls, Rughani digs it out towards backward point. Jeff Allardyce, who's from Melbourne as well as the ICC chief executive, so in keeping with the AFL thing, he'd be the man reading the votes. You know, you can imagine it now. Australia, Sri Lanka, Australia, Gaul, July 2022. 3 votes, Sri Lanka. P, Jayasuriya. Well, I think there's something in this.
N, Lion, 3 votes. Yeah,
P, Nasanka, 1 vote.
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with this?
I like the idea
of
these
rituals.
Yeah, I like the idea of elevating the best player over the 2-year cycle.
Again, bowling here into the onside. Bearman rally, I'm told, down the cans as we go to a break. The Bearman rally, of course. One day I will enter it. 4 for 98 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale. Rughani 17, Jadeja 18, and I reckon they're bringing drinks out. Let's just wait and check. They are. So drinks on the field since tea. There have been 2 wickets. Pujara and Kohli both dismissed for 14. Pujara knocked over by Green, watched it onto his off a middle stump, a classical off-cutter. And then Kohli got a snorter from Stark over the wicket, caught the shoulder of the bat, and Steve Smith took a specky at second slip, diving up and dragging it down. At that stage, India were 4 for 71. And they've made their way to 4 for 98. Jadeja starting well. 18 not out from 21 there with Rughani back in the side. 17 not out from 31. We'll take a break as well from the Kia Oval. Our coverage is for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering, with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers, now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
I won't be long this time.
Can I get mid-strength and...
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Green bowls 3 slips, and he's bowled him! Pujara's watched it onto his off stump. That is quite the delivery from Cameron Green. 2 of India's top 3 are gone watching. 3 for 50, they're in all sorts.
Stark is into him again, it's edged and it's taken. Oh, that's a brilliant catch there at second slip, leaping high into the air. Oh. And Kohli on his way. Brilliant delivery from Stark as well, angled across, the extra bounce as well, taking the shoulder of the bat almost. And the King is on his way back for 14. Stark gets his first.
That's a brute of a delivery. That's taken off. It's left off a length.
SEN Test cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I reckon Nikesh might have been absolutely gutted that Kohli was snaffled at second slip there, Louis.
Yeah.
It certainly sounded that way. Smith plucked it out of the sky.
I don't want to accuse my colleague of favouring one player over another, Adam. You know what? I find myself, when Scott Boland's running into bowl, I just have to switch that part of myself off that barracks from a little bit. Yeah. Because, I've known the guy since I was in my teens. So you just kind of, there's that extra little bit, and you just got to kind of look at it objectively, don't you?
I think, there is definitely part of that. I also think that It's only human to feel more invested in some players more than others when you're on the circuit, dealing with them, working with them, writing about them, and on whatever else that we do around a 12-month cycle. Like, there are some players who I don't pretend to report objectively on. What's the point? Like, no one would think I'm being reasonable and balanced. Probably why I'm not a very good news journo. Here's Cameron Green starting a new spell round the wicket in the gloves of Carey, left alone by Jadeja. Green picked up that wicket we heard on the highlights of Pujara, the off-cutter. It's a delightful delivery. None of that wobble seam stuff that you've been writing about, Louis Cameron. This was just running his fingers down the seam and landing it on the perfect part of the pitch.
Yeah.
That's what the Duke's ball with, the extra seam, isn't it?
Yeah, and, another guy that it's hard not to get excited over when he's running into bowl. I mean, Cameron Green, I know he didn't see the best of him with the bat today, but just something exciting about him.
So in 24 last weekend, bowls here to Jadeja, leaving alone again, not quite getting it right first couple of balls there, trying to build some rhythm. India trailing by 371. Jadeja currently India's leading run scorer. That's for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
And do you just feel like Australia isn't quite excited enough about him? Like, this is a guy who's got bought in the IPL for $3 million. He had a fantastic... I saw our colleague Harsha Bhogle named him in his team of the tournament of the IPL.
Green bowls, Jadeja pulls, nowhere though. It goes straight back to Green in his follow-through on the bounce.
He bowls 140k outswingers. He fields in the gully. He takes some incredible catches in there. There's an argument to be made that he's already the best gully fieldsman in world cricket. And his batting is just getting better and better. But we just don't talk about him that much. Like, it's kind of like, oh yeah, we got this all rounder, and he bats at number 6.
I think they use a gully more Australia than otherwise would be the case because it's green.
I agree. Yeah.
Like, England never have a gully, right? They just go 5 slips, 4 slips, whatever it is. Green here up to the crease, bowls to Jadeja, and it takes off. He shouldered arms by that point, so it was neither here nor there, but Carey took it above his head. But yeah, I think that because he's such a threat there, cutting off runs or the occasional screamer, that they're more inclined to deploy that position.
I've actually heard Nathan Lyon talk a little bit about this, that he feels like he doesn't, thinking about a right-hander on strike, he doesn't field as many balls going to his left as he normally does because Green stops so many more than any previous fielder Australia's had there when Nathan's fielding at point.
Well, it used to be a specialised position, didn't it, as Green bowls again, and Jadeja handles it well. Extra bounce, but rides it. 3 point, gets 2. Like Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding, throws it in. Brings up the Indian 100, thus the applause around the Kia Oval. 4 for 100. Moves Jadeja to 20, the first Indian to reach that mark. Been going back years now, of course, but Jeff Marsh, Steve Waugh, I mean, they were Australia's gully fieldsmen. That's the job they had. 0433 98 11 16. Let us know other great gully fielders you remember from yesteryear, and there'll be others from countries beyond Australia, I'm sure.
There's one I'm told a lot about who plays, he's a legend at my local cricket club called Brunswick Cricket Club. He played for Victoria and he played a lot of Premier cricket.
Might come back to it next over. Green's last ball, short one, left alone by Jadeja. 25 overs gone, 4 for 100. With Rughani 17, Jadeja 20. And that's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I want to be able to find a routine that I'll stick to and then really work on staying active more often. So I'm wanting more step-by-step support and guidance.
I'm looking to build health and well-being into my lifestyle, but too often I take a quick fix and fail. So I want help to stay on track with smaller, achievable goals.
Need a regular routine? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel supported and encouraged. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, the World Test Championship final, and Scott Boland back into the attack. 1 for 12 his figures so far. He was the first to see an Indian player walking back after shouldering arms. Shubman Gill was a gem. Pavilion end. Sorry, Louis, you were talking about a great gully fielder from Brunswick where you currently do your thing.
Yeah, a man called John Swanson. He played 29 first-class games for Victoria. Had a decent average with the bat. He got 100 and averaged 31 in first-class cricket. But the thing he was most known for is his gully fielding.
Right. Boland, 3 slips and that gully. Green in there on the hip. Rughani can't quite work it fine enough. No single.
and through his peak in the late 60s and early 70s, which when he was playing Sheffield Shield cricket, he was a fantastic gully fieldsman and considered one of the best in Australia. He never got close to playing for Australia, but the thing he always, and he's still at Brunswick Cricket Club training, and he tells people gullies need to come closer and closer, and if you've got to give yourself a chance to catch those balls that otherwise might fall short.
I'll tell you what, his numbers suggest he took a few in there as Boland reaches Rughani, bowls and leaves. He took in 29 first-class games, he took 47 catches. So that's better than one per innings in the gully. That takes some doing when you consider he played baseball as well. That might be a part of why he was so good there in the gully. He was a Shield player in the late 60s, so an era which would have featured Keith Stackpole. Paul Sheehan was playing for Australia there as well.
And lovely man. He still puts the stumps out at Brunswick. He still tends to the wicket. He's a bit of a legend of Brunswick Cricket Club and Essendon Cricket Club as well.
Fantastic. Boland in. Rughani leaves closer to the off stump though, and you've got to be careful doing that with Scott Boland, as we've already seen today, up at 135 kilometres an hour as well. That's not for nothing that Boland, you might, if you were to be hypercritical, you could say that he's a yard slower than his teammates, and if you're trying to split hairs on selection, that might factor into it. But his bowled ball's up towards 90 mile an hour today. Yeah, up near that 140k an hour mark, and he's just a bit shorter than the other guys. And one thing I read in an interview he did in the lead into this test was that he actually has to bring his length back a little bit to hit the stumps in England. Just bowl that touch shorter that skids on. Boland up, bowls here on the drive. Nathan Lyon at point cuts it off. Square drive from Rughani. He's been stuck on 17 for the duration of my commentary stint. That was the score he was reprieved on. Leg before wicket to Cummins. There was actually a big celebration at that point where they cut to the crowd, and there was somebody wearing a 1994-95 Australia A top. That's the first thing I noticed. And I know the vintage. I can tell by looking at it what year it's from.
Is this the one that you're trying to find and you're willing to pay ridiculous amounts of money to try and get your hands on?
I've offered someone to buy the shirt off their back $400 one night for that. So I've got to find this guy on the ground. They're very hard to get. Boland again, defending here is Rughani. Someone brought over to England for me, a friend of mine, Matt Clemo, is here today. You met him in India. Australian cricket lover. He via another friend from my former life, located an Australia A looking top, not quite an Aussie A top, at Michael Divinito's Australian top from when he played in the Super 8 side. It's got his number on the back. All the players have signed it, so I might try and find Diva while we're here over the next 6 weeks.
Yeah, he's I've seen him.
Aussie batting coach.
Yeah, flinging a lot of balls in the net. Speaking of things that you would pay a lot of money for, do we know what happened to the Batmobile?
It got used in the IPL. I think we got in some trouble for that after the fact, by the way. Boland's last ball of the over completes a maiden. That is the 26th over gone. 4 for 100. Rughani 17, Jadeja 20. There'll be a change in commentary. Nikesh Rughani jumping in for me for the next half an hour.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
From the Oval, and the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Towels huge sale doesn't read well for India. 4 for 88. As Cameron Green continues in here to Jadeja, who drives this one nicely past mid-off, times it really well. It's trickling away towards the boundary. I think it may well just about be hauled in, although judging by the body language of Pat Cummins, he's failed to do so, and that's going to be another 4 runs signalled there by the umpire. It was just almost a forward defensive push, really. Brilliant bit of timing.
He can be a hard man to drive as well, Cameron Green. He's so tall, he gets such great bounce, but Jadeja just got forward nicely. Just a punch shot, as you kind of said, and just kept running, and Pat Cummins didn't look like he was actually chasing the ball that hard. He thought he'd catch up to it pretty well, but it got all the way into the boundary rope.
Green tries once more here to Jadeja. A little bit shorter and bit of wave movement, actually, as soon as that ball pitched. Left well alone by Jadeja. That was another boundary there for Jadeja. 4 boundaries in his 24 so far. 24 from 28. India 4 for 104.
Time for my daily moan on over 8. 2 minutes past 5 local time. We've still got 24.4 overs scheduled to be bowled.
Jeepers. How many behind would that put them? I mean, that's a joint effort, right?
Yeah. Potentially, with the extra half hour. Technically, only 28 minutes to go till the scheduled close of play, but they can take the extra half an hour to get the overs in, which they always seem to do these days.
Both
Test
teams,
cricket up and down the world.
And both teams to blame today. Both teams have bowled, haven't they? So
certainly wasn't an issue in India earlier this year, was it, Phil?
Green into Jadeja, who tucks this one off his hip down towards fine leg. Gets another single. It was at times, even with the spinners in tandem, when it was Jadeja and Ashwin running through Australia, it was fine. Australia in Nagpur struggled a little bit, I remember.
Yeah, that was when Boland and Cummins both played in the same team,
yes.
I suppose. Yeah.
But yeah, from Delhi onwards, it was pretty good from both sides.
yeah, so with 57 minutes left today, we'll bowl, what, 14 of those 24 overs, maybe? So we'll lose 10 today. We lost 5 yesterday, so we're already 15 down in the test.
Cheers. And if Australia take another 2 or 3 wickets in this final hour of play, then the game could be over pretty quickly anyway, so hopefully time doesn't become an issue towards the end of the test. Green in again, and this time Rughani shoulders arms to one just outside off. Decent pace from Green, up in the late 130s and 85 miles an hour. 6'6", 6'7". What are we saying? How
2
tall
meters.
are you, Louis?
2 meters. I am 196, and he's one of 2 cricketers I've ever interviewed who's taller than me. So I could see your brain scrambling there to figure out what 196 is. I think it's 6'5" and a bit.
Green in again, and this time Rughani is forward in defence, looking solid. Yeah, we're not quite on the metric system over here in terms of height.
You'll get there one day. You'll get there one day, mate. Yeah.
And you've teased us. Who was the other one?
The other one was Billy Stanlake, who's even taller than Cameron Green. I think he's the tallest Australian cricketer ever. Even bigger than Bruce Reid. I think he's in the 204 kind of territory. So you're looking at your 6'8", 6'9".
And comes Green once more, and again Rughani is forward in defence, out towards extra covers, a sort of Curtly Ambrose, Joel Garner height that we're talking about there. That's the end of the over. India 4 for 105.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket back with you from the Oval. So Jadeja just vigorously marks his guard. Scott Boland to continue from the far end, from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end, coming round the wicket here to the left-hander. Still 3 slips and a gully in place. And he comes, and Jadeja is beaten past the outside edge. Another one that just skids through a little bit, that one from Boland. 87 miles an hour as well, so good pace, and Jadeja looked a little bit late on that one.
140 kilometres an hour, you mean, Nikesh? Is that right?
Let's get it right, okay.
It was a good ball, though. It just jagged away a little bit from Jadeja, and Scott Boland is an absolute handful bowling to left-handers. He's coming around the wicket, and you just have to play it. You don't have a choice. I mean, when that's angling for Jadeja, he's lining that up, and that's hitting his off-stump in his mind, and it just seemed away from the last minute.
Boland in again, and this time on the hip of Jadeja, and he tucks it away with flair. And has that gone all the way? I think they're just going to have a check if it's gone for 4 or 6 out towards deep square leg. Brilliant contact on that. It wasn't all that full, slightly full, more sort of length delivery really, if anything else. Got up to hip height, and let's take a look where the ball landed. Just over the ropes, all the way for 6 out towards the stands to the right of us. Jadeja not messing around here, and the signal goes up from umpire Illingworth. The Indian fans delighted with that. Jadeja into the 30s here, 31 from 32. Boland try once more, and what has happened there? He was about to deliver, and he just pulled away at the last moment.
That was remarkable.
Yeah.
So Jadeja was looking down at his bat, and I was waiting for you to call the ball, and you might have been looking at the bowler and just thinking nothing was awry. But Jadeja did not look up, and Boland was about to bowl it, and he rightly could have bowled it, and Jadeja hadn't even sighted him. He hadn't looked up at all.
He's ready now. As Boland comes in, delivers, full one to Jadeja, and again he's beaten as the ball goes through to Alex Carey. This is good stuff from Scott Boland. That previous one hit for 6, just straying in his line a little bit more than anything else, but his length has been good. He's coming in from around the wicket with the angle into the left-hander and just getting the odd one to nip away.
He's a fantastic bowler to left-handers, Scott Boland. It was when he first got into the Victorian team, they almost picked him as a left-hand batter, a bowler to bowl to left-hand batters specifically. Like, that was his job in the team. He used to do it a lot from over the wicket. Now he's gotten better at around the wicket as well.
Boland in again, and Jadeja this time gets a leading edge, looking to flick into the leg side. And there's no run there. So India 4 for 111. Just looking at the replays of those deliveries as well, just that one just going more sort of in with the angle in towards the left-hander. Slight inside edge maybe onto his pad from Jadeja. Our replay partner, Tyre Power, end of financial year sale, so do check out Tyre Power if you can. Couple of balls left in this Boland over. Bundles in once more, and this time Jadeja leaves alone just outside the off stump. So we're talking tall cricketers there. I mentioned Curtly Ambrose, Joel Garner. There was Mohammad Irfan of Pakistan, 7'1". I don't know what that is in metres, but it's pretty big.
Yeah, heaps. 2 metres and heaps.
Yes.
Yeah, he
got a
left-arm bowler for
left
Pakistan,
arm,
wasn't he?
yeah. Wasn't express actually. Used to obviously get it to take off a length without any of these cracks. Just the extra height that he came from. Final ball of Boland's over, wraps Jadeja on the thigh this time, and just trickles away down the pitch. End of another over there, and got what, 50 minutes of play potentially left today, with India 4 for 111.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Cameron Green to continue here. He's 1 for 21 from his 5 so far. And he's going to be bowling here to Ajinkya Rahane, going over the wicket from the Vauxhall end. It's short, it's taken at third slip. But did it come off the edge of the bat? He was looking to pull that one away. Did he get an edge onto shoulder? And then the catch was taken. It's given not out on the field. The Australians are discussing whether or not to go and take a look at this and go for the DRS review. DRS reviews in association with IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 13 IMAR. In fact, it's come off the helmet, so they are going to do the concussion check, and the Australians not going upstairs for the review on that occasion. It's coming straight off the helmet of Ajinkya Rahane, I think off the side of the grill. Looks to be okay, though, which is good news.
Yeah, climbing delivery from Cameron Green. I mean, that was really difficult to play. It's just leapt up off a shortish length, and yeah, he's nowhere near the bat. He's halfway into a pull shot, but he didn't get anywhere near it in the end, and it's just clattered into his helmet up to Usman Khawaja at third slip. We're looking at the replay now, and yeah, he was no hint of a top edge, and he was nowhere near being close to the shot, was he, Nikesh?
No, just too late on it, and just climbing up from that short of a length there from Cameron Green once again. The extra height and the conditions obviously suiting the Australian bowlers with that.
That's 20 balls without scoring for Ajinkya Rughani now. He was on 17 when he was repeated by that no ball. He's still on 17 now.
It was 17 from 21, 17 from 41 now. And the concussion check is over. All is fine, and Rughani will continue here. Cameron Green. It's a small win, isn't it? As a quick bowler, when you do that, you beat the batter, you hit him on the helmet there with a short delivery. We've dearly loved a fine nick off the glove or off the top edge or something like that on the way through, but it wasn't to be. Green then bundles in once more, delivers, and this is Fuller outside off and left alone by Rughani. Are you tempted as a quick bowler once you've done that, just to dig another one in halfway down the track?
It's the eternal battle, isn't it? You don't know whether to give him another one or whether you need to go at the stumps as the kind of follow-up. And I mean, that's the idea of a bouncer with really good players. None of these guys are really scared of the ball, are they? You're just trying to mix up their footwork. So the next time you do bowl a good length ball, they're maybe not quite getting onto the front foot, and that's where you can get the edge or an LBW.
Green then goes Fuller again, but this one again just jumps a little bit off a length. Rughani thinks about a pull and then just knocks it gently into the onside for no run. So we've talked about the height of Cameron Green, we've talked about Ambrose, about Garner, about yourself. Mohamed Irfan, you've got a story about him.
Well, I wasn't there, but there's a video online of him catching a seagull with his bare hands. He was on a boat, I think with his Pakistan Super League team, and it's kind of like a party trick, and they're all going, come on, Mohammed, do the thing. Reaches out this enormous mitt and just catches the seagull.
With one hand?
With one hand, and kind of brings it into the boat. Everyone's laughing, and then he just releases it again. So if you want to Google that, it's quite something to behold.
Millions around Australia will be doing just that right now. This one's slightly wider, and Rughani looks to play a square drive. Doesn't quite make the contact he wanted, and the ball trickles away to short extra cover for no run.
215 centimetres he was as well, just for people playing along at home who don't understand the metric system.
It's pretty big. Pretty big. And for all those WWE fans out there, think the Big Show, somebody like that. Bharat Sundaresan is at the back of the box. The Big Show I was talking about. 7'1", something like that, so about 215 centimetres rather. Rughani this time just knocking it out towards square leg. Gets a single. Andre the Giant as well, another one for those WWE fans from yesteryear. Who do you think would be the best wrestler out of these modern day cricketers then?
Oh, that's a good question. I thought you were going to ask me who is the best wrestler, because I could not name a single one.
Oh, mate, I don't watch it these
Bharat
days as well. No. I mean, I stopped watching it probably when I was a teenager, which is kind of when you're meant to stop watching it.
I think Bharat.
Sorry for all these you guys out there who watch it well into your 30s and 40s. But, yeah, Bharat is still very keen on that, as Cameron Green digs in a short one here to Jadeja to finish off the over. So we'll pick up that point on air in just a moment's time. Louis, you're going to leave us for now, though, and India at the end of that over, 4 for 112.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket back here live from the Kia Oval with the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sell. Still not reading that well for India. 4 for 112. In comes Scott Boland from the far end, from the pavilion end into Rughani, who defends into the offside. Louis Cameron making way. Harsha Bhogle back alongside.
It's a stirring comeback by India, isn't it?
Well, it was a slight reprieve there for Rughani with the no ball, the LBW appeal, which was given out. He did go upstairs for the review anyway, and no ball.
Yes, it was followed by a rather more painful occurrence when he got that hit to his forefinger. But he's handled himself pretty well since.
Boland in again, and this one rises again, and Rughani is looking to defend into the offside, and one that just jumps off a length and whizzes past the shoulder of his bat through to Alex Carey. And this is the thing, they're just bowling in fairly normal areas here, but things are really starting to happen. Another spitting cobra kind of delivery there.
I don't think he's scored more than 1 or 2 runs since he got that injury. In fact, he's only scored 1 run, and luckily for him, Ravindra Jadeja has got a few more runs at the other end just to keep the game moving. But I think for him, it's just attrition, and he would have liked the game to have ended 5:30, I think. So he just goes in and tends to his finger, but that's not going to happen.
Boland bundles in again. This is slightly fuller and driven, but not with much power. Boland fields in his follow-through away to his left. Well, look, we are 12 minutes away from the scheduled close of play. We've mentioned it before. We will go on until 6 o'clock. They'll take the extra half an hour. It just seems to be the way in modern-day Test cricket, Harsha. Unless you're playing in India and you've got 2 or 3 spinners in the side.
You know, it's like saying you're appearing for a 3-hour exam, but actually we'll let you write it over 3.5 hours. And the moment you let people write it over 3.5 hours, no one's finishing in 3 hours.
Exactly that. Even with the extra half an hour taken, they'll struggle to get the overs in today as Boland goes full again. And this time Rughani drives beautifully out through extra cover all the way to the boundary for 4. Not an extravagant drive, just timed it beautifully and guided it away from the fielder there on the single.
And he might soon have to contend with spin, because I'm just starting to see Nathan Lyon warming up a little bit. So we might get to see if this dryness that everyone's talking about actually exists and whether there's a little bit in it. But that was a gorgeous shot from Rughani. Most times when Rughani plays a shot, it's a shot you want to see again on replays. You want to see again because he is... what is the expression you used a little while ago, just before both of them got out?
Easy on the eye.
Rohit and Shubman. Okay, don't use that line again.
Boland in again, and this time Rughani is defending right in front of his eyes, underneath his nose. Good solid technique.
Yeah,
the Bombay batting school, of course.
He's looked very, very good, Rughani. And I wonder if that little stint in the IPL has unlocked something within him. It's taken the uncertainty away. It's brought him back to being the kind of player he was. It's too early to read anything into his batting. He's only on 22. But what was noticeable was that strike rate of 170. I keep coming back to that. A strike rate of 170 for someone who's been a 125 strike rate kind of player. And he talked about the fact that he just cleared everything from his mind and said, I'd go back to being the stroke player I was.
The MS Dhoni and CSK factor as well, as Rughani defends this one into the leg side to finish off that Scott Boland over. So India 4 for 116 after this short break. Adam Collins will take up the call.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the Mut Cafe. We've got a partnership that's building quite nicely between this pair. Worth 45. It was nearly worth a lot less than that. When the score was on 87, Rughani was given out leg before wicket. That was out too, but Pat Cummins just over the line. Cameron Green continues his spell. From our Vauxhall then, bowling here, Jadeja. Pushing out towards cover, no single. Jadeja on 31. That chant of "Whoa, Ravi Jadeja!" Remember the 2017 Champions Trophy who'd they beat here? Was it South Africa?
Yeah.
And that was whistling around this ground for a good hour after playing.
It's a very British Indian kind of chant.
It is.
Because you go to India and all you hear is Virat, Virat, Sachin, Sachin. There's a different one.
Still 3 slips for Green, 2 out for the short ball. That's full and pushed out to the offside.
I've actually forgotten the original song that this is based on.
White Stripes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, you two can sing it. I don't know anything about it.
Seven Nation Army.
Yeah, that's right.
Jack White. There's quite a few Jack Whites that have played professional cricket. This one, musician.
I only know Jack Black.
Well, same kind of era.
Surprised you do.
School of Rock.
Oh, Harsha. Classic.
Kung Fu Panda?
Still 3 slips deep into the innings, showing the movement the Green's getting. That's taken off via the blade over the top of Carey and of Warner. And it's gone as by, so no edge on the way through. That's just exploded out of the surface, which has given Green plenty across his 6.2 overs. So it makes it 4 for 120.
Look of complete bewilderment on Jadeja's face.
Oh, wow.
It has just taken off. There is nothing Alex Carey, who's that far behind, could do about it. And it's taken off from a little short of a length. Where about the 8 meter mark or thereabouts, you think, but it's really taken off, and both batters have gone down and looked at that spot with a lot of concern.
That replay for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. Nice smile on Green's face. He knows he's in the scrap here. Can they get one more here before the close of play? It would mean the world to them. Green bowls, Jadeja defends, out to cover again.
There was a similar delivery, chummy bowl to David Warner very early in the piece yesterday. You'll remember from this end. And ever since that happened, a lot of batters, Harsha, walked around the pitch like it's a crime scene. Walk around, tap it just to see if there's anything in there.
And like most crime scenes, there is no solution.
There is no solution.
All the Australians in the cordon wearing their lovely jumpers they've been given with Australia plastered across the front. Unusual for a cable net to have anything written on them. Green bowls again, and Jadeja defends the cover for the 3rd time in the over. Our press colleagues downstairs have all been gifted a long sleeve ICC World Test Championship jumper. It's beautiful, as in a cricket jumper.
Yeah.
As a gift from the ICC.
It just confirms to me that if you work in television, you always get the wrong end of the stick. Because the food is always better in the press box.
Yes.
And the press is always looked after better than television. I think I'm wasting my time. I'm going back to the press.
What I loved about this was Mike Atherton's downstairs writing. He's not broadcasting. He's been given a jumper and he said, nah, I've got enough of these. didn't take it. End of the over here. Defending again is Jadeja. 4 for 120. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Rughani 22, Jadeja 31. They're in arrears by 349 runs.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Adam Collins with Harsha, Bhogle and Bharat Sundaresan. Yes, the ICC gift bag is always a good one at these global events.
No radio? Radio doesn't get it?
I don't know. Well, I know that Bharat and I kind of have one foot in either camp. So I'm hoping we can negotiate our way in. I know, Harsha, when you were a diligent written journalist and you were broadcasting at the same time, you would have eaten the press food, I'm sure. You had that life too.
You just choose the best of both worlds and choose what you are when.
Here is Scotty Boland, pavilion end, bowling to Rughani, soft hands, doesn't quite beat Nathan Lyon at point, stays on 22. You're looking very good though. They're giving you the nice grey suits and the ties and the jumpers and all the rest.
No jumpers.
Oh, that's your jumper, the black jumper you were getting rated yesterday.
Yes, it's mine. Bought with my own money, not through savings on per diems. They've given us a very nice suit, though. Very nice suit and a couple of shirts.
Last year we were in Pakistan, Bharat and I, doing the Australia-Pakistan series for SEN Test Cricket. And all of the television guys had these tailored PCB suits made. But the best bit is they gave them all these waistcoats as well. PCB-styled waistcoats as Boland arrives and delivers here to Rughani, leaving alone. Bit of movement back to the right-hander. And at the end of the series, you can imagine what we were like. We were just all our TV colleagues, a number of them worked with us on radio. Wakar Yunus, Rob Key, now the impresario of England cricket. And we were able to, Simon Kadich as well. Kat gave me his waistcoat. Pete Lawler got one entire suit from Kat as well.
I just wonder if all our listeners back in Australia are thinking, do you know what these radio guys and print guys do when they go on tour? They search for freebies.
They don't search for them, they find them.
The only one who doesn't get them is Bharat Sundaresan, because most of the time they're in one colour.
So Boland passes umpire Illingworth. Delivers 3 slips, edged in that direction, just in front of Khawaja at third. Soft hands from Rughani, good batting.
I don't know whether you know this, Adam. I mean, someone took Rob Key's. I think he gave it away. The waistcoat after the Test series, but he stayed back for the one-day series. So did I, and he needed it. He didn't realize that he was expected to use it for the one-day series as well.
Yeah, we get a lot during the IPL. It's got IPL branding waistcoats on it. And when we give it away, give it to the hotel staff and we leave.
That's nice.
What about the kurtas you get for the IPL final? Is that provided by them? Or?
Yeah. Yep.
There was another bit of kit I pinched in Pakistan as Boland delivers and Rughani defends. Actually, it wasn't stolen. It was given to me by... I spent the whole of the Rawalpindi Test match talking to the scorers as good, diligent broadcasters going on and checking their sheets and so on. And they were wearing these wonderful Pakistan domestic cricket scoring jackets with a hood on the back, like kind of tracksuit jacket type thing. And on the final day, the scorer came up and said, "My gift to you." I said, "Oh, what a man.
What a country."
I'm not saying no to that. Hospitality in Pakistan's unbelievable.
Oh, you should have told me I'd have kept some of my IPL gear for you. It's just that it wouldn't have fitted you.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Rahane is looking good here.
Rughani on 22. Boland to the crease, delivers, and he takes it from leg stump round the corner for one. Keeps the strike. Rughani putting in a shift. He's 23. 4 for 122 the score at the end of the over. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Sheen Panel Service. Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5,000. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5,000 sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Sheen Panel Service.
Now's the final ball of the over. Boland to Jadeja, who drives through the covers out towards the Peter May stand, and it will reach the rope despite a full-blooded dive from Marnus Labuschagne. He's found the rope on 5 occasions now, Rughani. Cleared it once. A partnership that's now worth 54. 4 for 125. They're behind by 344. And Jadeja at 6. We said it yesterday, Harsha. He isn't an all-rounder who bowls spin and bats a little bit. He's a genuine number 6 these days.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. He's a proper number 6, and I think that is how India should now start looking at him and then start looking at the balance of their side rather than saying he's the one spinner and then how do we look at our bowling? Saying no, he makes the top 6.
He does.
And if you look at his batting numbers in this WTC cycle, there's a lot of people who bat above him in the order look down at number 6 and say, I wouldn't mind having those numbers. So bona fide number 6 scored a fabulous 100 here when India came back to resume that the Test series that was cut short by COVID, and it was Rishabh Pant and Ravindra Jadeja who played innings to remember in that series. India's missing Pant, of course, and as we go, every time you say Pant, you just heart goes out to him. Hope he comes out and plays again. But he's a bona fide number 6, and look how he's played today. Till he came into bat, I thought Ajinkya Rahane looked the best of the India batters. I think Jadeja is saying, look, between us, I think we're batting better than anybody else, but he's batted beautifully.
It reminds me of the partnership they had at the MCG in 2020 when India lost a few wickets. Rahane is obviously remembered for the 100 he made, but Jadeja got a very crucial 50, and that partnership is what turned the tide. And they batted in very difficult conditions. I remember the second new ball was taken sometime during that partnership. They survived that, and technically he's always had the game, hasn't he, Harsha, to bat anywhere he wants to, really.
Do you remember every ball and every second of that series?
It's a good book. Nathan Lyon into the attack for the first time. Bowls here to Rughani, who knocks him down the mid off no run. You look at the stats from 2016 onwards, Jadeja has really excelled as a test batter year by year, averaging 38, 41, 46, 63, 41. A smaller sample size in 2021 where he averaged 25 through COVID. Lyon bowls short. Rughani should have done better with that. Placed it to mid-off. It was short enough to cut. Didn't quite get there. Last year, 82 in an injury-affected year. 2 centuries in 3 tests. And this year, averaging 33 so far. But that includes 4 test matches in India where it was such hard going.
But 33 wasn't bad.
Absolutely. Lyon bowls and going back and riding the bounce is Rughani. Behind square, gets 1. He's up to 24. India 4 for 126.
Yeah, from India's perspective, it's such a big game for Ajinkya Rahane. Left out of the side, he's gone back to domestic cricket. He's averaged 60 for Mumbai. Very well in some games, not quite in others. And you're starting to think, right, have we seen the best of Rughani? And I think you've got to commend the selectors. They looked at him in the IPL. You don't normally pick people for test match cricket from T20 cricket, but they liked what they saw. It helped that from his point of view that Shreyas Iyer was not available, KL Rahul was not available, and I think he's suggesting here, if he can convert this into a 50, I think he's got a second wind to his test career, with India going to West Indies to play a couple of test matches shortly.
Line up, left-handed Jadeja, so round the wicket, gets us in front of the man at short leg for a single. Nicely played, getting out down the pitch to ensure that short leg wasn't a factor. He's 36. Lyon's got 116 test wickets against India at 32, more than any Australian. And that little period in the middle of that series, tests 2 and 3 earlier this year, 18 wickets at 12 at a strike rate of 25, including that masterful bag of 8 for 64 at indoor to win the test match. Bowls again to Rughani, who rides the bounce and defends. So that's the end of Lyon's first over. No, my apologies, 1 to come. I'm getting ahead of myself for the second time in 2 overs.
And it's all about timing, right, Harsha? Everything in life is. And imagine Rughani gets the call up to play in that test series at home, leave Ahmedabad, and it's so much tougher. This is what he's made to do, really.
Line up, bowls here, flat. Rughani pulls, gets 1 to deep square, keeps the strike. He's 25. 4 for 128 at the end of the over. 3:42 behind on the Beaumont scoreboard.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
Mitchell Starc returns to the attack. A coverage for Maccas. 30 years of McCafe. Stark's taken 1 for 34. Huge wicket after tea out of Virat Kohli. Got one to rear up and hit him on the shoulder of the bat. And Rughani, who was meant to be here anyway, playing county cricket with Leicestershire. In the end, Peter Hanscom got to take the first part of that contract, with Rughani going to the Chennai Super Kings and winning the title.
And he didn't know he was going to play the IPL because KKR had released him. He didn't know he was going to play the IPL. But because he wanted to be there, he agreed terms with Leicester starting the 1st of June. As soon as the IPL got over, they actually wanted him to come earlier, and then Chennai Super Kings picked him. He didn't know if he was going to play. And then they said, OK, start 1st of June. Then he got picked here.
Starc left arm over, 2 slips a gully to that man Rughani. Soft hands down to deep third. Well played. He's 26. It's 4 for 129.
In fact, I think now, given that he's here, they don't know whether he'll get picked for the West Indies. So I think Peter Hanscom's going to continue in that contract for a longer period, is what I heard.
Well, that would be great for Hanscom, who started the season well with 100 and a 50 and a match-winning effort at Headingley against Yorkshire. The first time Leicestershire had beaten Yorkshire up there for maybe ever. It was a significant Nikesh in the back of the box giving it the big ones, and then Phil Long as well down here. You can probably tell us a stat on that. Another Leicester man
since the 1920s, 1921 I think it was. 102 years, first time Leicestershire had won a first-class game at Headingley.
Beautiful. And
1921.
Hanscom was keeping for them as well.
Oh, really?
In 1921.
I spent some time interviewing him at Brace Road a couple of months ago, and yeah, he'd taken the gloves back. I suppose he wants to be in England through this stretch of time in case he's called up. And
makes sense.
Didn't make the Ashes squad, but must have been very close after how well he played in India.
It's the modern way, isn't it? Always be around. You never know when there's a knock on the door.
2 slips, Starc in, bowls. Jadeja left-handed, steers him as well. No third man for him, no 4 runs. Jadeja into the 40s. He's moving through the gears really well. He's taken just 46 balls to get to 40, 4 for 133. They needed this partnership.
It's that way with Sean Abbott and Michael Neser as well. Just happen to be around. You're encouraged. Can you just be around? Michael Neser's in the squad here. And given that it's 5 test matches, you never know. You never know when your chance comes. So it's always good to be around. And England is always so good to visiting teams. They say, come and hone your craft here. When you need to be ready to play against us, go out and play against us. Marnus Labuschagne, and now who knows what's going to happen this year.
Yeah, there was some criticism in some circles at the start of the year about all that. Starc bowls Jadeja off his pad, finds a gap, 1 through mid-wicket. There'll be a couple there. They'll consider a third, but there won't be time to get through. So it's 4 for 135 with that. Jadeja 42. There was a view from some that, well, why let Steve Smith play 3 games for Sussex? Why would we help them before an Ashes series? Which my response was, well, is the county championship only about the England national team now? I mean, it's always been a place, as you say, Harsha, where players have come and plied their trade and made that competition better.
I'm interested in that last shot that Jadeja played, literally on the rise, out through mid-wicket. He tried playing that shot early on and he misjudged it twice. On one occasion, a little top edge, it might have gone anywhere. It just shows that he's getting to terms with the surface. He's getting far more confident.
Yeah, roaring for Jadeja again as Stark gets to the crease, edging for more. That was a genuine edge between Smith at second slip and Green in the gully. Had no chance of dragging it in. The West Australian dived anyway. We'll get a second look for tyre power, end of financial year sale. But a busy over here for India. Already 11 runs from 4 balls. Stark has conceded 45 runs in 6.4 overs. Yeah, the replay's inconclusive. I don't think Green was able to get there with his right hand, Bharat. Have a look again.
No, it went straight to ground. I don't think he would have
got a hand on it. He did get a hand on it, but it bounced in front of him.
Yeah.
So took pace off it, but the result was the same. Jadeja, 46 from 48.
Played with an open face. I think he meant to play it there.
Yeah, I think going back to the previous shot you were speaking about, Harsha, we saw it yesterday as well. Once the new ball seems to lose the seam and the bite, it is easier to bat on.
I don't know if the Duke's ball actually loses it too much, but yes, as the shine starts to wear off, it is becoming easier.
Stark searching for something again, as he found before tee, just after tee, I should say. Down the leg side, sprays this. Carey does well to stop any buys to his right.
Speaking of being around, I was just doing some mental math a while back, and there's also pretty generational final. Like 13 of the 22 players involved here made their debuts between 2010 and 2013. They've all been around for over a decade. So in a way, it feels, even though we always speak about the relevance of the World Test Championship final, for a lot of these players involved in this game, it's a good clash for the world title.
There's a lot of 30-plus players playing here. And I was looking at Australia, and I think there's going to be a stage in that Australian team, as there will be in the Indian team, and suddenly you'll see key players going together.
Stark, last ball of his over, an expensive one. And Jadeja drives down the ground, just a check shot. He'll get a couple. He's timed it well enough to consider 3, but Cummins is good there. End of the over. So 13 runs coming from it. 4 for 141. We'll stick with us in commentary for one more over before a change. Jadeja 48 from 50. Rughani 26 from 62. Yeah, I think 8 of the 11 players in the Indian 11 were in the losing side at Southampton a couple of years ago in that final. And you're bang on, Bharat. There'll be a bunch of guys in the Aussie team who surely can't be visiting England in 4 years' time. I guess 2 years from now, if the final was here again, that might be a shot. But yeah, it does feel like the end of something special.
Yeah. Does the final need to be here, though?
I think they've agreed the next cycle it will be. That's already been announced by the ICC. But yeah,
it's a peculiar situation. And I'm looking at it from the Indian point of view. Australia don't mind. They've got the game to play across conditions. They won't like playing in Asia. But the conditions in which India achieved most of their wins and the strength of that side is completely taken away when they come and play the World Test Championship here. Yesterday I might have referred to it as playing the entire season on clay and then saying that the final will be on the grass at Wimbledon.
Well, there is a comparison there. It felt like Roland Garros when we were at indoor earlier this year. Line bowls here, new over. Rughani lunging forward.
Roland Garros is outdoors, isn't it?
Oh, very good.
It's a terrible one. Sorry, I never said it. Are you allowed to replay and take your words back on live radio?
The amount of times we made games like that through that, well, it was only 7 sessions at indoor. Great test venue. I don't know whether we ever spoke about it, Harsha, but indoor, if you ignore the surface, is it Rughani facing, back of a length, takes line at the deep square leg for 1. 27, every run being cheered by the Indian fans. 4 for 142. We loved our time at indoor, Bharat, didn't we?
It's the selfie capital of the world.
Is it?
It's the selfie capital of the world. Wherever you go, people want selfies.
That might be your problem.
There's a few people from indoor here at the Oval today, I think.
It was a nice sort of... The grandstands there are built on top of one another in as far as, like, if you're in the top deck, you're right on top of the ground. Kind of similar to Lord's, actually. So, yeah, we had a great time, albeit brief test match for Australia, got the job done.
And these two countries play each other again very shortly, don't they? India come to Australia for, is it 5 or
5
4?
test matches next summer,
Next summer.
Lyon round the wicket, Jadeja. It's a first slip, and he's gone. Oh, Nathan Lyon, you can always rely on him. Jadeja, just when he was changing the energy of this test match, he lunged forward at a delivery that caught the edge, might have kissed Alex Carey's gloves on the way through, and Stephen Smith, safe as they come at first slip. A big moment in this test match via the arm of Nathan Lyon. Jadeja dismissed for 48 from 51. India now 5 for 142, and in strife all over again. Nicely bowled.
Beautifully. I mean, it's taken the outside edge straight. It's the kind of dismissal Jadeja would love to produce if he was a bowler. And much like Steve Smith earlier today, it has taken him an eternity. He just stood there and said, what has happened here? It's that moment when you hear the alarm clock and you say, no, that was in my dream. I'm going to switch it off again. And he hoped it hadn't happened. And the new batter is already at the crease. Jadeja still hasn't left the boundary rope, whereas it's exactly the opposite. Several times the batter's crossed the boundary rope and the other person still just coming down the steps. He thought he'd set himself up for a big score. This is a huge wicket for Australia because India were just starting to have a partnership going.
The way he dragged him out as well, beautiful piece of bowling. And you're right, Harsha, he almost hung his head and just stood there. It was disbelief in his disposition.
Bowling,
beautiful bowling.
483.
Caught Smith, bowled Lyon. How often have we seen that?
We might try and do an old-fashioned BBC radio change here, Brett. You keep talking. Harsha's got to go to TV. I'm going to jump out. Nikesh is going to jump in.
Keep talking. That's the most difficult assignment.
Yeah, well, Jadeja is no more.
Before I go, I should say, they're celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Back to you, Baz.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, KS Bharat has pranced out to the middle. Like Harsha just said, he was almost in a position to mark his guard before Jadeja had left the playing field.
Lyon is in. It's the new batter, KS Bharat, who defends off the back foot for his first delivery. Good evening, Bharat.
Good evening, Nikesh. Late wicket for Australia and still 16 minutes to go. They want one more. We are into the lower order. Shardul Thakur, of course, can bat.
Lyon in once again, and Bharat this time lunges forward, big stride in as he defends that into the offside. Phil Long.
Harsha mentioned it briefly there just as he left. Wicket number 483 for Nathan Lyon. Surely we're going to see number 500 this summer.
Big call. He's got a chance, certainly, as he floats this one up a bit fuller, and it's worked away to mid-on. He's thinking of the single there, Bharat, initially, and then sent Rughani back as Rughani was backing up a few steps down the track. But Lyon finishes off another successful over there for Australia. India 5 for 142, still trailing by 327 runs. And interesting comparisons between Lyon and Ashwin over the last few years. They've been sort of to and fro in terms of who's the leading wicket taker among the two. If you count all the test matches that Ashwin has missed out on overseas for India, he could be way ahead at this moment in time. We'll never know.
We'll never know, indeed. Unlikely that he'll ever get to play another test match in England, you'd think. India unscheduled to return here for another 2 years. 2025 is when they come here for 5 test matches and the potential of another World Test Championship final. But there was a period where Ashwin seemed to have broken away from Nathan Lyon.
Mitch Stark then from the pavilion end. In he is, and Rughani is driving only as far as mid-off.
Yeah, those totals now, as we mentioned, Nathan Lyon moves on to 483. He's in 8th place in the all-time wicket takers list. Down in 9th place, Ravi Ashwin, 474.
Nathan Lyon took a lot of wickets in India as well. Don't forget.
It did. It took him a long time to get through his 390s.
Oh, that was the long wait, yeah.
That was the wait. And then, like London buses, once the 400th came, they all come in a big cluster. Rughani then facing up once more. In comes Stark, and this one is left alone, well outside the off stump.
He started that 2020-2021 home season against India at 390. The expectation was that at some point during that summer, maybe very early on, he would get to that 400 mark. Only took 9 wickets, stuck on 399 for another 12 months. Australia didn't play any tests away from home in 2021 and then finally got it at the Gabba.
A bit of a stinker of a series, that one, against India by Lions standards, certainly. And I mean, it was a nice gesture from India to give him the signed shirt for his 100th Test match, but it was almost a bit like rubbing salt into the wound when that was presented by Ajinkya Rughani, who's facing up to Stark once again. Rughani lets another one go just outside the off stump. I mean, look, it was a very nice gesture, of course, and it wasn't done in jest, but you could see by the expression on Lyon's face as well, disappointment at losing the series, disappointment from a personal point of view as well, and then he's having to go up at the presentation and collect a prize, essentially. 100 Test matches not to be scoffed at. He stands at 120 now.
Yeah, he was very unlucky on that final day. Tim Payne has often said that one of his, and more so in Sydney, when he said it was one of his worst days as a wicketkeeper at any level. Catches dropped, and Nathan Lyon could have easily not just got his 400th wicket in that series, but won Australia the series.
Stark steams in again and delivers on the stumps this time. Rughani flicks away out towards deep mid-wicket and takes the single. Yeah, I remember the whole series very well, but in Sydney, the fact that he had a stinker of a game behind the stumps, Tim Payne, but some of the stuff he was saying, even a little bit more embarrassing after the event, given that he couldn't back it up in that particular match. See you at the Gabba Ash and all those comments, which we'll never forget, added to the drama and the theatre of the series as well.
It certainly did. I mean, Washington Sundar went home, got himself a puppy, named it Gabba.
And why not? Why not? Washington Sundar, one of the unsung heroes really of that series, along with the likes of Mohammad Siraj, who was leading the bowling attack in that final test at the Gabba, having just made his debut. They were dropping like flies. But it's KS Bharat back on strike here, facing up to Stark, who remains over the wicket. He gets a full one. He drives square and away from the fielder there at cover. Should get at least a couple. And does pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, he's a fast-scoring batter, KS Bharat. He was a top-order batter for Andhra, the Ranji Trophy. He's been around quite a while. Showed glimpses of what he can do during his maiden Test series against Australia at home. Sent up the order, if you remember, in that Delhi run chase. Hit a few boundaries and did the same on that flat pitch in Ahmedabad. A lot of pressure on him. Ishan Kishan breathing down his neck. A few other young wicketkeepers also coming through the ranks.
Sanju Samson may still fancy a crack at Test cricket somewhere down the line. Certainly in the mix for white ball cricket for India. Had some decent seasons in recent times, both in first class and in white ball cricket. Final ball of the Stark over coming up, and he is to Bharat, again driven, but this time straight to the fielder there at cover, and there is no run. So Bharat, you're going to leave us. We'll hear more from you tomorrow. It's myself, Nikesh Rughani, alongside Phil Long to take you through to the close of play.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Back with us on SEN Test cricket here, live from the Kia Oval. Just looking at a replay of that square drive from KS Bharat. Our replay is brought to you by Tyre Power, end of the financial year sale. Lovely bit of timing out there, but just unable to quite get it away to the boundary. Changing bowling here as well from the Vauxhall end. Scott Boland back into the attack. 1 for 27 from his 10 overs. In he comes into Rughani, who shoulders arms to one just outside off.
Just the 2 overs from Nathan Lyon got the wicket, been hauled off. So you see Scott Boland, probably what, 2 overs from this end before the end of play?
Scott Boland, it's been a bit of a workhorse performance so far, just miserly, as we said, doesn't give much away. Ganjus, as he would be called in India, means tight. And he comes again, and this time delivers slightly shorter, and Rughani just defends off the back foot into the offside, and there is no run. For those of you who don't know, Phil Long alongside me here, our stats man, much travelled across India, quite familiar with the Hindi language.
Very excited about these World Cup fixtures, which rumours abound are going to be released sometime during this game or directly afterwards.
It's about time, isn't it? It's about time.
It's quite soon.
A lot of people wanting to plan their trips, broadcasters, fans, of course, the teams themselves. In comes Boland. This is slightly short and wide, and this is cut away down towards deep point. There is protection out there on the boundary, though. Nathan Lyon sweeps up, and the single is taken. Rughani on to 29.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is for a World Cup which starts, we think it's going to start on October the 5th, don't we? That's October the 5th, 2023.
Yes.
It is approaching rapidly. Rumours have leaked out about possible fixtures and dates, but we're still waiting for the full itinerary.
Usually other World Cups in other sports, you'd have the wall chart up and ready to go. You'd be planning out which games you need to take time off work for and those types of things. In comes Boland, and this hurries Bharat, who defends into the offside for no run. Well, we know, I think it's pretty certain the final will be in Ahmedabad. There are rumours about where India-Pakistan will be played, apparently in Ahmedabad as well. And why not? The biggest stadium, 130,000 capacity. Narendra Modi Stadium, of course, which was host to these two sides in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, the fourth test of that series, the only one to go the full distance, really. Boland is in it to Bharat again, who once more defends to short extra cover, and there is no run. That's where the IPL final was recently. Last couple of seasons of IPL there. It was funny, wasn't it, that the first event hosted at the world's biggest cricket stadium was a rally for the former American President Donald Trump when he was still in charge in the US, and it was packed. Probably more than 130,000 on that occasion, because there were seats on the outfield as well. Sachin Tendulkar and Virat Kohli. People will remember. This time Bharat gets one which bounces a little bit more, and he negotiates into leg side and scampers through for a quick single. So end of that Scott Boland over, just the two from it. India now 5 for 147.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
India 5 for 145 on the Beaumont scoreboard. And it looks as though KS Bharat is just getting a bit of treatment here for that previous delivery, which rose from a length and just ended up nipping him in the thigh or the hip area, actually. A bit of magic spray, I think, may do the trick. Let's take a look at the replay on the Tyre Power replay screen. Tyre Power, end of financial year sell, and that one actually rising and hitting him almost in the side of the chest, really, the rib cage. A slightly painful one for KS Bharat. Just gets a drink, a bit of magic spray, and on you go.
And one eye on the clock.
More than one eye, I think both eyes, all four eyes from both of the batters out there. All 22 eyes, if you're calling the whole Indian team, sat up there on the balcony as well. So we were thinking we might get a couple of overs in the day's play. There's less than 4.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes rather, to end play. And Pat Cummins still hasn't bowled a delivery of this over, so this could well be now the last over of the day. Bharat set. He's ready now, takes his guard. Three slips in place. In comes Stark and is just a bit lower. He's looking to punch it off the back foot, just a little bit tentative actually. And that one not bouncing as much as he would have expected. It's through to Alex Carey. Another dot ball. Really did keep low actually, hitting one of those areas where we've seen that variable bounce throughout this test match, haven't we, Phil? Even from day one, that first session. The odd one from Shami and Siraj taking off from a length.
That's right. The balls that have caused trouble though and have taken wickets are the ones that have taken off rather than the ones that have stayed low so far.
Stark then tries once more. Oh, and this one does take off from a length. It hits Bharat away from it, almost had his back to the ball. It somehow makes its way down towards deep third. They get through for a couple of runs. He was taking evasive action, but in fact there was probably a bit of glove or bat involved in that because it's been signalled as runs. And he's in pain once again. Physio comes out onto the field.
I'm not sure he even got the steps, did he?
Let's take another look at this replay. Oh, it was off the arm guard actually. Signalled as runs in the end. There was no leg by. Oh, in fact, the umpire has just changed his call, having seen the replay on the big screen. Umpire Illingworth. Well done for making that call. KS Bharat won't be too pleased with that, though. A couple of runs taken off his total. So 2 leg byes signalled in the end by umpire Illingworth. And to be fair, it did look like a painful one, so the physio rightly out there. I think it caught a bit of the arm guard and then may have just half the ball sneaked through into that elbow area as well. So a painful one, and this will definitely now be the final over of the day as the clock ticks over to 5:59 local time and the physio is still out there. And we have 4 balls remaining in this Mitchell-Stark over. Nathan Lyon taking the opportunity to sign a few autographs out there on the boundary. Scott Boland doing the same actually. In fact, signing some hats, signing some jumpers over down in his position at deep fine leg. He's on his knees. He's just literally, people are throwing things at him. He's signing them, throwing them back into the crowd. It's great to see.
Nathan Lyon's cue is far more orderly down here in front of us, isn't it? Look, he's taking one at a time.
He's actually jumped over, not just beyond the boundary rope, but beyond the advertising hoardings as well. He's very close to the crowd. He's got a couple of stewards in close attendance, just making sure he's not mobbed in any way. Boland, he's getting through a fair few, though. They're literally throwing them in. He's throwing them back. He's racing through all those autographs, trying to get as many done as possible. Nice moment for the fans. A bit of interaction. You don't often get that in international cricket these days. The boundary's not always right up until where the seating starts, so often quite difficult to do those autographs, take those selfies. In fact, Lyon posing for a couple of pictures as well there, and he jumps back over the advertising hoardings. He realises that the physios are done. They get a round of applause as well, both Boland and Lyon, for those gestures. And we're ready to go with KS Bharat, having had a bit of magic spray applied once again. In comes Stark once more. Delivers outside off. He goes for the big booming drive, plays and misses. Doesn't want to be playing those shots at the end of the day.
No, indeed. And it is going to be the end of the day, as you say. And here comes the moan. We're going to be 13 overs short for the day.
So yesterday was?
5. Today's 13.
So Stark will be bowling the final over of the day. It's going to be Bharat facing up once more. 3 slips still in place. We've got a bat pad as well. Short leg under the lid. Are we going to see some chin music? In comes Stark, and no, it's full, it's fast, and it's defended into the leg side for no run. India 5 for 149. Final couple of deliveries of the day coming up. That sort of late afternoon, early evening burble around the Oval. We don't call it the Lord's Hum here, apparently. We call it the Oval Burble, south of the river.
And the crowd has thinned out slightly, but it's still a very good crowd, isn't it, for 6 o'clock on a workday evening.
It is indeed. Thursday evening here in London. May well see more of a packed crowd into the weekend as Stark makes his way in once more, and this one comfortably outside the off stump and left well alone. India 320 runs behind. In terms of time though, Phil, yes, overs have been lost, but Australia making 469, India already 149 for 5. The game is moving on.
The game is definitely moving on, that's right. I mean, you know, we talk about the way the game has changed. This hasn't felt particularly quick batting from India, but they're still around the 4 and over mark. And, you know, that's the kind of way we look at Test cricket now, isn't it?
Is in this country anyway.
Yeah.
Stark in, final ball of the day into Bharat, who guides this one beautifully down towards Nathan Lyon, sweeping up at deep third, and in fact they run through for a couple. That was really good running from Bharat and Rughani. Brings up the 150 for India as well. Gentle round of applause for that effort, but it has been Australia's day once again. India closing on 5 for 151. India trailing by 318 runs. Mitchell Stark finishing the day with figures of 1 for 52. Scott Boland 1 for 29, and he has been very difficult to score off so far in comparison to the rest of the attack. It's a wicket each for the entire bowling attack. Pat Cummins with 1 for 36, Cameron Green 1 for 22, and Nathan Lyon, just the 2 overs for him, 1 for 4. That big wicket of Ravindra Jadeja, who has top scored for India so far in this innings with 48 from just 51, was looking like he was just going to turn the game, turn the momentum in some way, shape or form in that partnership with Ajinkya Rahane. Rahane is still there, as I mentioned, on 29, and that all after Australia made 469 in their first innings. Centuries for Travis Head and Steve Smith, of course.
That last session after tea, 28 overs in 2.5 hours, 114 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
So there you go. The game is moving on at some pace. We will, of course, be back with you with all the action on day 3. We'll be on air half an hour before the start of play. That's 10 a.m. local time in London for all the build-up ahead of what promises to be another big day of Test cricket. Australia firmly in the driving seat then. They lead India by 318 runs. India will resume tomorrow on 5 for 151. But that is it from us here at the Oval today for SEN Test cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.